Yo! Good morning! Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, shake your booty with a single kick. Great. Cheers, cheers. I remembered. Remembered what? I'm streaming till Tuesday. So, and then I'm off for a few days. And then I've got the kids, so I don't know when I'm going to stream after that, but I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, guys. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, ping Discord. Yes, indeed I did. Look at that, we're off the mark already with a single kick. Great. Well, I can end stream now, can't I? Hey, we've got a stent in the back pocket. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, dude. I got a few bits today. I got a few bits and bobs. But got that Sunday vibe today. Got the Sunday feeling. Dude, the ARDAY stuff's probably my favourite topic of the week, to be honest. So we're gonna just I've got a bunch of other stuff I'm just gonna go through first. We're gonna start off with a bit of light reading today. Alright? Bit of light reading. We're going to look at the Department of Justice report into the death of Michael Brown.
Okay, that's wonderful.
That's what we're going to be doing first thing.
Off depressed people.
I've learned a lot after my 24-hour ban and won't mention shit as debates. Dude, dude, I don't mind if people mention shit at debates. It's fine. I'll just ignore you. But it's like I'm in the midst of saying, I don't give a fuck about this shit. And then you're like, oh, you're going to cover this? And it's like, I'm literally saying, no, I don't give a fuck about it. Yeah, apparently Gideon is going to be not doing the debate discussion with Himpleton because his dog's sick or something. I don't fucking know. Dude, apparently his dog's sick. Yes, he cancelled the conversation. I think he's lying. I mean, possibly. Yeah, Himpleton was covering him and he went to his chat and they got talking. And so they got this connection, I guess. And Himpleton had set up to talk to him. But I think he's, I mean, the thing is, why would Gideon talk to fucking Himpleton, bro? You know, it just seems stupid. I think Gideon is one of these that gets very antagonized by the coverage about him. So I think that he, you know, goes into someone talking about him and starts kicking off, you know. He's one of those types of characters. The kind of person that will leave a comment on your YouTube video if you cover him. Something like that, you know. Okay, what is this? Oh yeah, this is it here, isn't it? Yeah. Come on, dude. You can't be fucking serious, man. Your dog's sick. Your dog's fucking sick. Gillian's dog apparently had to get surgery unexpectedly. As a result, we're having to reschedule our discussion. I understand if you're disappointed, but I promise I'll keep all of you updated. And then he's got a picture of some fucking dog. Oh shit, sorry. Sorry, it's because I didn't turn that off. There we go, that should be working now. Yes, I didn't turn that off. I didn't turn it off. I'm hearing on the grapevine that he groomed and molested his own dog. That his BBC caused punishing injuries to his dog's anus. Oh, okay, man, okay. By the way, did I say thank you for the sub? By the way, did I say is someone sub? Am I crazy? Well, if you did, thank you for that. Hope his dog's okay. I mean, his dog probably is sick, but he probably can't be bothered. And is using it as an excuse. Let's be real. I have molestation rumors are false. I think it was dog fighting. Doesn't Gillian raise dogs to fight better? What, dude? Are you claiming because he's black? He's raising dog fighters. Let the poor dog heal. Okay, guys. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be any Gillian stuff for today's show. I couldn't find anything else of any particular interest. But if anything comes up, we will have a look. But ladies and gentlemen, let's start off today's stream with a bit of a light read. Let's talk about Mike Brown. Now, this is quite an interesting case for me because this is from like what, 2015, I think, or something. Yeah, 2014, right? And all I know with this guy, I know little bits and pieces about it, but I don't know the full story, right? But this guy was the proto-Floyd. So they tried to take this guy and make him this martyr for anti-black police brutality. And there's like the famous moment on the mainstream news where they go, hands up, don't shoot, because of this reported claim that Michael Brown had put up his hand, said don't shoot, before the police officer shot him. And this kind of caught on as a mythology amongst the left, as he is this martyr or this avatar of brutality against blacks by police. But then the Obama, so not even Trump, the Barack Obama Justice Department fully investigated the police officer, and let's just say they found some other information. Let's put it that way, okay? But the thing is, I didn't know about the extent of it until I saw this morning. So what's so funny about this is this post is designed to be more of this guilt trip bullshit to make me feel bad about this black lad getting shot. But actually, it's led me to read the report and it's opened my eyes to the fact that this is way more bullshit than I ever fucking knew. I had no idea how insane this situation was. I had no idea how insane. Whoa. So let's have a little read, shall we? Let's have a little look at this and see what's going on, shall we? So bear in mind, this is not Trump's America. This is Barack Obama. This is when Barack Obama was president. So you got one of the biggest lib guys running the White House, and this is what the Department of Justice found. Table of contents. Introduction. At approximately noon on Saturday, August 9th, 2014, Officer Darren Wilson of the Ferguson Police Department shot and killed Michael Brown, an unarmed 18-year-old. That was the other thing, wasn't it? He was unarmed. He was unarmed. Guys, he was an unarmed 18-year-old. What the fuck? Who's got the clip of the news, the hands up, don't shoot thing? That was fucking classic, man. Dude, where is it? Where is it, man? It's like some libtard news outlet and they're doing hands up, don't shoot. Oh, this is it here. This is the one.
Also, I do not trust this. Oh, they're bad, so they must have done something wrong and they deserve what they had coming rationale, which is the same one we hear from the CIA as we hear from police in a case like Michael Brown. And right now, thousands of Americans are marching in New York and Washington and across the country, demanding a justice system that applies the same to everybody and honors our values. And we want you to know that our hearts are out there marching with them. No. Please tweet us your comments. Poppy Harlow is up next. Dude. Before we go, the story.
Bro, your news is so raped, bro. It's so crazy to me. Now, our news has got problems, don't get me wrong, but this is fucking mental, dude. What are they doing?
Sorry,
You're fucking news journalists.
A discovery that turned stunned scientists on the complete T-Rex fossil, the most complete one ever found.
I can't breathe in 2014. Yeah, because there was that fat guy, that fat black guy selling loose cigarettes, and the police tried to accost him. And the police officer applied a chokehold I think that was fucked, by the way. I do think that was fucked. He was selling Lucy's, and a police officer applied a chokehold, and he died. And he said, "I can't breathe." That's why it's back. That's where it came from back in 2014. So Floyd was actually plagiarizing when you think about it. He was another black plagiarist, stealing some of the black guy's lines for his brutal police murder. Oh. Anyway, remember that as we read through this, okay? I mean, what an absolutely shameful display from the press. Total partisan slop bullshit, man. What an absurd display. And then it turns out... Also, oh, dude, this whole situation is fucked when you look at what actually happened and look back at this. It's mental, dude. This cop was like totally unreasonably maligned by all of society when Boulder County did a fairly decent job based on the circumstances. So they just talk about what this is, the introduction. That's not really that relevant. And they talk about what the standards are and stuff. Okay, here we go. Summary of the evidence, investigation, and applicable law. Within 2 minutes of Wilson's initial encounter with Brown, FPD officers responded to the scene of the shooting and subsequently turned the matter over to the SLCPD for investigation. FBI put a federal criminal and civil rights investigation. Federal county authorities conducted cooperative yet independent investigations. The encounter between Wilson and Brown, so Wilson the officer, obviously Michael Brown, the black lad that got shot, took place over an approximately 2-minute period of time at about noon on August 9th, 2014. Wilson was on duty and driving his department-issued Chevy Tahoe SUV westbound on Canfield Drive in Ferguson, Missouri, when he saw Brown and his friend, Witness 101, walking eastbound in the middle of the street. So, first things first, he sees these two lads walking in the middle of the street. Bit weird, but anyway. Brown and Witness 101 had just come from Ferguson Market and Liquor, a nearby convenience store, where at approximately 11:53 a.m., Brown stole several packages of cigarillos. As captured on the store surveillance video, when the store clerk tried to stop Brown, Brown used his physical size to stand over him and forcefully shove him away. I believe there's a picture of that somewhere in this thread. So let's just scan. Ah, there it is. Oh dear. That's so funny, man. They're trying to present him as this like young 18-year-old lad, and he's an absolutely massive black beast. Like, dude, look at the state of it, man. Oh, this guy's lucky he didn't just get swallowed whole. So yes, obviously, you know, a sort of violent robbery, if you know what I mean. Like, there's an act of violence committed, there's a robbery, pretty rough stuff. Anyway, continuing on. As a result, an FPD dispatch call went out over the police radio for a stealing in progress. The dispatch recordings and Wilson's radio transmissions established that Wilson was aware of the theft and had a description of the suspects as he encountered Brown and Witness 101. As Wilson drove towards Brown and Witness 101, he told the two men to walk on the sidewalk. According to Wilson's statement to prosecutors and investigators, he suspected that Brown and Witness 101 had been involved in the incident in Ferguson Market, based on the description he heard and the cigarillos in Brown's hand. Wilson then called for backup, stating, "Put me on Canfield with 2 and send me another car." Wilson backed up his SUV and parked at an angle, blocking most of both lanes of traffic and stopping Brown and Witness 101 from walking any further. Wilson attempted to open the driver's door of the SUV to exit the vehicle, but as he swung it open, the door came into contact with Brown's body, and he either, in fairness, rebounded closed, or Brown pushed it closed. Wilson and other witnesses stated that Brown then reached into the SUV through, hands up, don't shoot, by the way, hands up, don't shoot, through the open driver's window and punched and grabbed Wilson. This is corroborated by bruising on Wilson's jaw and scratches on his neck. So yeah, he had scratches and bruising which obviously suggests some sort of up-close scuffle. And think about the level of assault in order to have, you know, bruises and scratching as well. We're not talking about a light scuffle. Dude, this is what's so funny, man. Dude, this is what is so fucking funny about the body cam thing. They would have just heard the memes and the online stuff or whatever about Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot, etc., etc. But then they didn't actually follow through and bother to look into and read all of this. So when they were calling for body cams, what they didn't realise is it would have exposed, in this case, that Brown was like a vicious thug who was trying to fight a police officer for his gun, as we'll find out, you know? And that's what's so crazy is like you had this idea that there was just this constant, unending, unreasonable brutality towards black people. And whilst, obviously, yes, there's some instances of awful violence and bad police conduct, there are also cases where someone is just a violent thug. You know? They're just a violent thug. Okay. And also, the presence of Brown's DNA on Wilson's collar shirt and pants, and Wilson's DNA on Brown's palms. While there are other individuals who stated that Wilson reached out the SUV and grabbed Brown by the neck, prosecutors could not credit their accounts because they were inconsistent with physical and forensic evidence as detailed throughout this report. So another dynamic that I think is present here, based on, as we look through this, I'm pretty sure that there were some people who were like black that were witnesses that would basically change their story to make the police officer look worse. So they originally said what they thought, but then their story changed. They couldn't really explain why. Because you'll see later, it got pretty fucking hectic. Wilson told prosecutors and investigators that he responded to Brown reaching into the SUV and punching him by withdrawing his gun because he could not access less lethal weapons while seated inside the SUV. Brown then grabbed the weapon and struggled with Wilson to gain control of it. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Meanwhile, this big fat black beast is desperately trying to wrestle the gun out of the police officer's grip to shoot him to bits. I think he was just hopped up on honor culture, like black culture shit, rap stuff, you know? Something like that. I think he was just kind of, I don't know, mentally ill. I don't fucking know, dude. Okay. Wilson fired, striking Brown in the hand. Autopsy reports and bullet trajectory, skin from Brown's palm on the outside of the SUV door, as well as Brown's DNA on the inside of the driver's door, corroborate Wilson's account that during the struggle, Brown used his right hand to grab and attempt to control Wilson's gun. According to 3 autopsies, so it just basically says here, there was soot from the gun. That's where the gunshot came from, because there's obviously shooting that happens later. But they're saying this shot would have been, he had his gun on the hand. He had his hand on the gun when it got fired. You know, demonstrating that his hand's on the gun. So that proves he's trying to manipulate it, wrestle control, whatever you want to call it, you know? Although no eyewitnesses directly corroborate Wilson's account of Brown's attempt to gain control of the gun, there is no credible evidence to disprove Wilson's account of what occurred inside the SUV. Some witnesses claim that Brown's arms were never inside the SUV. However, as discussed later in this report, those witness accounts could not be relied upon in a prosecution because credible witness accounts and physical forensic evidence, i.e. Brown's DNA inside the SUV and on Wilson's shirt collar and the bullet trajectory and close-range gunshot wound to Brown's hand, established that Brown's arms and or torso were inside the SUV. Yeah, so basically, there were some witnesses that said his arms were never in the car. But there was all this physical evidence that his hands and arms were in the car. And these witnesses were obviously just telling a tall tale to try and help this black lad, you know, who'd been shot by the police officer and get the police officer in trouble, essentially. After the initial shooting inside the SUV, the evidence establishes that Brown ran eastbound and Wilson chased after him. The autopsy results confirm that Wilson did not shoot Brown in the back. So the other thing that was claimed is that basically it's like Dirty Harry. They acted like this guy was Dirty Harry with this black lad, and that he was running away from the police officer, and the police officer just kind of coolly brandished his firearm and just blasted him to bits in his back. That turned out to not be true either. That was a load of fucking bullshit. So shot in the back, hands up, don't shoot. You know, all of this is kind of disproven in this report. And you know, you've now got people that are trying to spin this narrative about it. He was murdered by a police officer. This is shameful. This is shameful conduct from an elected representative. This is actually despicable conduct. The fact that you've got an elected representative where there's been a Barack Obama era Department of Justice report into this, and they're still pushing the narrative that it's fucking grotesque. It is totally fucking grotesque misinformation, you know? He was not murdered by a police officer, bro. There's a literal report that explains what happened, dude. I fight for justice to end white supremacy, police violence, and mass incarceration continues. Black Lives Matter. Shameful. Totally disgusting and shameful that an elected representative would post such a retarded and wrong thing when government reports show the exact opposite of what they're fucking saying, you know? And it's funny because, yeah, the post did kind of strike me as a bit like woke 1.0, as everyone is talking about at the moment, you know? It's like woke 1.0. Why are you posting this? Like, this doesn't work anymore. We're over it. We're over this bullshit, okay? Listen, you might get away with it with Floyd, okay? You might get away with it with Floyd, but Brown is fucked. Brown is totally fucked. So yeah, the autopsy results confirm that Wilson did not shoot Brown in the back as he was running away because there are no entrance wounds on his back. And then there's stuff about the right arm, not knowing the direction. And witness accounts cannot be relied upon. Witnesses, you say, cannot be relied upon but in a prosecution because they have given accounts that are inconsistent with the physical and forensic evidence or are significantly inconsistent with their own prior statements made throughout the investigation. So they changed their story with no clear, discernible way of explaining why they changed their story. Brown ran at least 180 feet away from the SUV, as verified by the location of the bloodstains on the roadway, which DNA analysis confirms was Brown's blood. Brown then turned around, so he was running away from this police officer. He then turned around and came back towards the police officer. So he turned around, and it goes on to talk about, essentially, you know, we don't need to read all of this. It goes on to talk about how he turned around and then kind of aggressively started moving towards the police officer. And also, the officer claims he saw the person put the hand into the waistband. But yes, very funny, very funny. Very funny to see this person trying to pull off a little Black Lives Matter smoke and mirrors type situation. And this was posted yesterday. So it's not like this was posted years ago. They posted this fucking, well, August 14th American time. That's fucking crazy, dude. They tried to get away with a little BLM trick. But I do think it's shameful. I do think it's like shameful and disgusting that an elected representative would post such obvious wrong shit. It's like misinformation, you know? Like, someone should be held to account for this, I believe. Anyway, a little bit of light reading to get us started today. Okay, let's do a bit of news. Let's do a little bit of news.
If somebody is gay, they were born that way.
No, we don't.
You don't accept
no at all. So don't even go there.
Well, that was
Way!
quite a conversation.
I really want to live who I am without needing to pretend, without needing to lie to anybody.
There are some people who are claiming asylum in the UK now because they are fearful here.
So they are all children of God. That's very important. They have to go. We don't want them there. Seriously.
Okay, that's a bit much, isn't it? My old mate was from Ghana. The guy I told you about, where he used to freak people out, freak other guys out in the office by just putting a picture of their cock in front of them when they're on the phone to a customer. He was from Ghana. And he told me once that, because he was like a first, you know, he used to live in Ghana and he'd moved to the UK. And he said that one time there was this guy, this fucking mental in Africa, man. There was basically this guy that was accused of stealing, right? And all of the villagers got together and he described it as they had these sticks with nails in, right? They had sticks with nails in. And they chased this guy round and they beat him to death with sticks with nails in. And I thought he was telling me this as this, like, yeah, it's really horrific and barbaric what happens over there. But then he was like, no, I was just busy. I was busy at the time, otherwise I would have joined in. What the fuck, dude? He would have joined in and just beaten a guy to death for stealing something. It was just so funny the way that he kind of just was like, you know, it's the most casual thing in the world, you know? God, I should reach out to him. I actually messaged him a few years ago and we sort of floated the idea of meeting for a drink, but it never happened. But I should meet up with him. He's a really funny guy, actually, because I always used to have these political conversations with him because he's like a libertarian and he used to go to like libertarian party meetings and stuff like that. He was like really into it, you know? He was a big time libertarian, small government, you know. He loved like Thomas Sowell and all that. He was actually a very switched on guy. I know the blacks get a lot of sort of negative attention, but he was actually a very smart guy. Very, you know, great to talk to, great laugh. Just really crazy funny thing. Like, dude, I remember I went to his flat once, and this is going to sound a bit gay, but it was nothing like that. Okay, I promise you, it's nothing like that. But he kind of pulled out this little packet. And it was all these little blue tablets. And it was like it was before Viagra became out of warranty. What's it called? When they could make it without anyone else making it. What's that called? The thing expired. What the fuck was it called? The patent, yeah. It was before the patent for Viagra had expired. And so we had these like dodgy blue pills that were like fake Viagras, but apparently they did the job. But you know, he was like a young guy, healthy in that. But he had this little pack of Viagra for when he went to meet a woman. And he just pop a couple of Viagra. Crazy stuff. Anyway, I should reach out to him. I should reach out to the guy. I miss him dearly, old Kofi.
Well, there are already lots of countries across the world, Muslim countries, Christian countries among them, where being gay is illegal. Well, there's about to be another, and that's Ghana, which is where I am now, because of a new law that's been devised by members of parliament from different parties, and one of the most vocal and prominent of them is Emmanuel Bedra from the ruling party. And we're about to go and see him in his office in Parliament.
What are we saying then? Do you reckon that these guys, they want to make it illegal because they're worried they might get a bit tempted? They're like, oh, it's got to be illegal. Or I might be a little bit tempted to dip into the chocolate sauce, the naughty chocolate sauce, should we call it?
That's what this is all about.
We are criminalizing, and I want to use that word advisedly, people who carry themselves to be in that society.
People who are gay.
If you are attracted to another man and you express it openly, and you indulge in the act of kissing a man, it's unnatural for us. I mean, that is uncultural.
Yes,
What is there in this bill when...
I love the way he's talking about it as well. If you kiss a man, it is wrong. You do not kiss a man. It's against God to kiss a man. Yeah, is this where the eat the poo-poo thing comes from? Eat the poo-poo, eat the poo-poo. They know all plagues. It comes from gay Africans. Well, hang on a sec. Hang on a minute. AIDS was because they were eating bad monkeys. They weren't sucking each other's cocks, okay? They were eating bushmeat. Oh, is that it? Wait a second. Hang on a minute.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Oh,
Gay
dude!
used to be a secret high-class thing. No gay on for poors. Criminalize poors doing good sex.
Dude. I forgot it got changed. Oh my god. Script in. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now what I'm saying is...
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yeah, oh, dude, hey, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great start to the day. Great start to the day. We love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, anyway.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you. Thank you. And what I was going to say is, we're like, oh, it's bushmeat. They're eating bushmeat. And we've interpreted that as they're eating monkeys. But in Africa, eating bushmeat is like a sort of coded term for sucking each other's cocks in the jungle or something like that. Eat my bushmeat. Eat my bushmeat. Eat my bushmeat now.
Comes to those who are supportive of gay people,
Good.
allies.
Okay. And so we thought, in a bit, we thought that the spread of all this thing comes from people who are allies, who support it. When you promote it, you are promoting it. When you fund it, you are funding it. You want it spread. And so if you are an ally or you are promoting it and you are caught, it means you want it spread. And so you also it's a criminal
And if you're
offense.
seen as an ally, if you're seen as somebody who expresses being gay, that could lead, when this law is signed, it could lead to prison terms.
Of course. Of course.
Oh,
You
dude,
should
that's
be
a
in
bit much, isn't it?
And that was just the start of quite a conversation.
Dude, I love the woke journo trying to engage with the base black guy that just hates gays so much he wants to put him in prison. And he's like, but they could go to prison. Yeah, that's where we want them. That's where we want these gay lords.
More from him to come, but let's hear first from someone affected by it all, a gay Ghanaian who sought asylum in the UK but who hears from others left behind.
I feel
Well, hang
sad
on a
when
minute.
I hear it.
Hang on a minute. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Is he actually gay? I want to see a video of this guy sucking a cock. I want to see a video of this guy sucking a BWC to prove that he's gay. Because these immigrants, they say that they're gay when they're not, so they get asylum. Show me a video of this guy sucking a cock. Now! Purely for the purposes of assessing whether he's gay and nothing else.
Really, sometimes I'm drawn to tears because I've had my fair experience of that, of what they are going through, where at some point you can't live like who you want to be, you can't express yourself. When you are going out, you have to check, oh, is this person that I'm talking, is it safe? Can I trust this person with who I am? Can I have an open conversation with this person without this person suspecting? Because you know, in Ghana,
I mean, it's fucking shit
you
with this.
don't
We do.
really have to see.
There are going to be some gay Ghanans. It must be really shit to be a gay Ghanan. And then you come over here and you think, oh, thank God I've gotten away from all that oppression. Thank fuck for that. And then there's just a bunch of patriots waiting outside your fucking camp to record you having a cigarette outside.
Anything, even the way you
talk, dreadful
even
stuff.
the way you walk, people might become suspicious of you, how you dress and things. So that's the point.
Do you feel now not only that you can't live in Ghana, but how do you feel about even visiting Ghana?
Visiting Ghana will be difficult. It's a sad situation for me, especially having a family there, but I can't visit because I really want to live.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Just bring them over. Just bring them over here. Just say you're a care worker and you can bring them all over. No problem.
I am, without needing to talk, without needing to pretend, without needing to lie to anybody. And it's very sad. It's a sad situation.
Well, strange and sad to be sat here in Accra talking to a Ghanaian, Bediak, who can't be here, having fled abroad and not feeling safe to come back here, even to visit loved ones. So how did we get to this situation? Well, let me start with a fairly obvious question, I think. How can you criminalize something that people can't control in themselves?
I just give you a scenario, and I just gave you one example that people are sometimes
Where's this going?
have desire to steal.
But this is very different.
Oh my God, dude. So it's funny a black guy who's going down that route with it. And secondly, the idea that not sucking a cock is like not stealing a candy bar from the local grocery store. Just imagine that's a candy bar on a shelf. Okay? You're not going to steal it, are you? So why would you suck it? Think about it.
This is about living their own lives.
I mean, this is Christian morality, though. It is just how the Christian morality of it is that being, engaging in acts of homosexual conduct are sinful. So even though you want to, you shouldn't do it because you're committing a sin by sucking the cock. I mean, I don't agree with that, obviously. I'm not a Christian, but I think this is kind of coherent with a Christian mentality. And I don't think Christian morality and mentality should be the law. But obviously, Ghana sees it differently. The blacks of Ghana have got a different perspective on it, I guess. But I think that, yeah, why not? Suck a few cocks. Suck a couple of cocks if you feel like it. Why not? Have a laugh.
It's expressing themselves like you would if you feel affection for somebody, you would want to spend time with them. This is the same thing.
So there's a boundary in every society, and we have to set our own boundary. The boundary is that you have affection for your male counterpart, but don't go beyond that boundary. And I'll explain that. Ghana, and for that matter, Africa.
What's this? Senegal arrests 40 members of alleged pedophile gang linked to France. What? Transnational criminal group. It said the group was accused of organised pedophilia. As opposed to unorganised pedophilia. These guys were doing organised pedophilia. They're all over it, dude. What is this, bro? What is this? What's driving men to get penis fillers, dude? The news is a bit wacky today. Rape of minors under 15, sodomy, and intentional transmission of HIV/AIDS. Dude, some 15-year-old lads waking up in the hospital. All right, lad. Yeah, I'm fine. What's going on? Well, I got some good news and bad news for you. Oh, what's happening? I'm a bit. Tell me. What's the good news first? Well, the good news is that your anus is totally perforated from significant gay rape, pedophilia, and pimping, and we're going to have to perform multiple surgeries in order to repair the damage. Wait, what? What do you mean that's the good news? Oh my God. Oh my God, that's evil. Oh, that's dreadful, man. That's dreadful. That's dreadful. That is sick. That is total sicko shit, dude. Oh God, that is evil. God, this is pretty fucked up. This is a bit stomach turning, isn't it? I tell you what, this really reminds me of how bad pedos are. I tell you what. They allegedly repeatedly forced boys to have unprotected sex with men who were mostly HIV positive and filmed it. Oh my God. Enforced bug chasing on minors. What the fuck, man? Why did you link this? This is fucking horrific, dude. What comedy is there in this? What comedy is there in this? This is fucking gross, man. How could you link me such a disgusting, stomach-churning story? On a Sunday, no less, on the day of our Lord. On the day of Sabbath. Bro, what the fuck? Wonder why African countries hate gays. Okay. BBC News Africa. Anyway, dude, thank you for sharing that with me. You've really brightened up my day. Thank you.
Has its own cultural norms. Europeans have their own cultural norms. And one of the cultural norms of Europeans is to have a man marrying one woman or a man marrying another man. We in Africa believe that a man, as our culture, should marry only a woman, or you can marry more women. And so for us, we believe that even if you have any motion or inclination to have some affection for your male counterpart, you don't do it because it's against our cultural norm.
But you're asking people not to be themselves.
No. Then why do we have laws?
You're asking people not to be their true selves.
See, the thing is I disagree with what this guy's saying. Obviously, I'm very blue-pilled on the homosexual question. But the thing is from his perspective, he sees it, as he said, as stealing. You know, the act itself is wrong. So you shouldn't commit a wrong act just because you want to do it, because they've got this, I guess, belief it harms society, you know? So it's a very different perspective. And this guy obviously has got the more blue pill perspective. But there's just a clash there, because you're not going to convince this guy, because he thinks it's to the tantamount to stealing. He thinks having a little cheeky suckle on a cock is like breaking into and robbing a car. Lefties want to uphold these shitholes and their values until that value is hating gays. I mean, is that true? Are people pushing like Ghana's great, we should be like Ghana? I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life, to be fair. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Well, they want to just import a bunch of people from here, don't they?
Ali, why do we have laws? And I said that we have boundaries. And one of the boundaries is that don't steal. You know, people have the tendency to go and steal.
But is it a crime that somebody is born in a way that they feel affection for somebody that is of their own gender?
Born in a way? Who born them in that way? You were born in men.
So do you accept that?
Also, I have become the born this way narrative is relied on way too heavily by progressives. Some people are molested into being gay. That's just how it is. People want to act like, no, you're born that way, and that's the end of the conversation. No, some people are raped into being gay, traumatized from being diddled by their gay uncle, and then they become gay. So I don't think it's necessarily born this way, because the problem is it doesn't matter whether they were raped into being gay or they were born this way, whatever. It's the fact that they're gay. That's it. End of fucking story. And I don't think you can easily sort of shift that or change that. So I just think that there's been this over-reliance on the born this way narrative. And I think that it obviously conflicts with the Christian mentality that sucking a cock is itself a wrong act, even if you want to do it, you know? Yeah, the interviewer's like not really doing a good job, is he? He's relying on like old school progressive talking points about homosexuality.
He's gay. They were born that way.
No, we don't.
You don't accept that.
Not at all. So don't even go there.
Of course, we did go there, but that's for a bit later. The thing is, Mr. Bejra is not some outlier. The majority of Ghana's parliament appears to agree with him and passed the anti-LGBT bill.
I mean, there's massive anti-homosexual views amongst the black community, yes. Try being a gay black dude. It's worse than being a Jew in the modern day society. But yes, I think that it is just the reality that blacks have got this cultural resistance to homosexuality, you know? Look, I mean, it's a bit of a preposterous example. But look at, like, what's his face? The Mr. Buck breaking, you know? That's an extreme example. but it speaks to an undercurrent of anti-homosexual perspectives amongst the black community.
It started as something political, but very quickly religious leaders jumped on board, and after that became some of the most vocal proponents of the bill. One of those who has softened his stance is the Anglican Archbishop of West Africa, Cyril Ben Smith, who came under a great deal of pressure from outside Ghana when he first said...
Dude, yeah, Black Boy Max. Black Boy Max, yes, dude. He got massively shit on for being a bit fruity. Diva. You a diva, you a diva, you a diva.
He absolutely backed the criminalisation of being gay. His stance has softened, but it does remain confusing.
Our point in our province is very clear. We do not support the criminalisation of gay persons.
But that's what's happened here in Ghana.
So that's the policy. That was the law. But we do not support the criminalisation of persons. But we believe that God created male and female. So the Anglican Church is more traditional, if you like. So we hold on to the traditional view. The Anglican province in Ghana.
So what does that mean for gay Christians here? They would be accepted or not in the church?
So they're all children of God. That's very important. They're all children of God. And God loves them.
Anglican Church is the most Jew-raped org in the UK. Then in Africa, they do the raping. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck, man? Is that true? Grok, is that true? Grok, is that true? Grok, is that real?
But the point in context is that the church's teaching is where it is. The other bit is that in traditional Ghanaian culture, that's also that's the main point. In traditional Ghanaian culture, does not support, and it really has a very strong view on that.
It's a little bit confusing to some people when you say that we're all children of God.
Yes, it is.
And yet somehow there is not equality for people who just happen to be born different.
I think that the sin thing. Yeah, let's see what he says.
You know, the whole concept of people with LGBT, it's not new here. They have lived in this country for a long time, and we've lived with them. They've never been a problem.
But there are some people who are claiming asylum in the UK now because they are fearful here about violence.
Honestly, sometimes I feel like the mainstream press are very lazy in how they go about this sort of thing. They're reliant on certain liberal principles being universal and to be accepted without making like a good argument for it or a good position for it. They're just got to go there and they're like, you want to lock gays up? That's bad. And it's like, I don't know, I just feel like, oh, they were born this way. Oh, could you do this? It's this incredulous progressive view rather than engaging, you know. Well, the mainstream press is the best place to get information. It's just that, I mean, some of the headlines on this ARDAY stuff is driving me up the wall. We'll get to that in a bit. But the way they're reporting on the ARDAY stuff is making me fucking sick to my stomach, dude. There are some stories where they just get it, I think they get it totally wrong. They got totally the wrong angle, totally retarded angle. And it is a product of certain principles or ideas being accepted as a default rather than up for debate or up to be questioned. Well, isn't it like a sort of complicated thing? I don't think it's just like you're raped to being gay, but then I also don't think you've got genes that make you gay. There's a sort of interplay of dynamics that lead to someone wanting to suck a cock.
Against them, that whatever has happened, including
I'm going to cover the harmful video.
Endorsing these positions to introduce laws has made them feel like that gives a green light for people to discriminate against them.
So I think that's why we're making this point very clear. The church does not support people to be criminalized.
So not an entirely clear position. Others, of course, are much more forthright.
It can be corrected with medicine. If you have that, your family join you.
Well, it hasn't happened.
Doctor, I'm wanting to suck mad cock. Please give me the pill. Give me the anti-cock suck pills now.
Anywhere else in the world.
It's happening here in Africa.
Get the witch doctor in. Get the bloody witch doctor in to sprinkle some herbs on your tongue and you'll be laughing.
I mean, we have holistic therapy. If you have the tendency to be drawn to steal, you can be counseled not to steal.
Why do you think this is important? Because this is really about people living their lives. It's not about, you're talking about stealing. They're not taking something from somebody else.
Living your life.
And we are saying that live and let live.
Live, let me live. That's all that's who say in Europe. Yes, live, let me live. But
the problem is this guy doesn't agree with live and let. Well, he thinks that, like he said it plainly. He thinks that being homosexual is tantamount to stealing. That is his view. But you're saying live and let live. That's like in the West, someone stealing a bunch of shit, and in response to that going, well, live and let live. It's like, well, no, you'd argue. I mean, there's some lefties, funnily enough, some lefties actually do this. But it's actually a social harm to allow that to happen. So this black guy, and I don't, just to be clear, okay, I do not view it that way. I don't think homosexuality is some social harm that needs to be dealt with prison sentences. But I'm saying that this guy sees it as a social harm. But he's not making any effort to explain to him why it isn't a social harm. He's just sort of saying, live and let live, they're born this way. You know, it's like someone who's born with a desire to punch some people in the face, to walk around and punch someone in the face. If someone said that's bad, we should arrest that person, you wouldn't say, well, live and let live, because you'd be like, well, they're causing a harm to society. You need to engage with the fact that this, I mean, it's worthless. He's not going to change his mind. But it's just the kind of expression of certain platitudes rather than actually breaking down, well, you think it's a social harm. Here's why it's not, you know?
Your living, for me to live, should be in consonant with the environment that you belong to.
But there's not the comparison that you've made with stealing. You're not harming somebody else.
Hey, okay, he did say it. He did say it. He did say it. He got there. He got there.
If a man is kissing another man, why? Who else is being affected? If that is done, you know.
I gotta be honest, man. Okay, I mean, to be honest with you, I was gonna say I don't like seeing men kiss because it's ugly, but realistically, unless it's like a little peck, anyone kissing in public tends to be a little bit, you know, unpleasant, doesn't it? You know. But if I saw a guy kiss another guy on the cheek versus a guy kiss a man on the cheek, or vice versa, I don't think I'd be that bothered about it, to be honest. No, I don't think that's that big a deal. I think if I saw two fellas holding hands, I'd probably give like a double take or something like that. But I don't think I'd think much more about it than if I saw a man and a woman holding hands. That's really gay. Is it gay? Is it gay? Is that gay? Is that gay, not being bothered? I think what's really gay is looking at a guy kiss another guy on the cheek and going, oh, no, I can't look at it. I don't want to be tempted. I don't want to be tempted by that. Oh, no, thank you. Before you know it, you're at home watching fucking some gay gangbang. Just to show how disgusting. You shake your head the whole time so you can show that you're disgusted by it.
If it's just a private life.
Yes.
Then
so you are not caught.
So
Ali, you are not
about
caught.
Being caught.
Okay.
It's just about them living their life. That's not harming anybody else.
So you were just looking at my comparison, and I want to tell you that if you steal and you are caught, you'll go to court. You go to jail. So if you have the tendency to be drawn to another man, you kiss the person without being caught.
The question is, how is it affecting detrimentally somebody else?
So let me tell you, if a man is kissing another man and somebody else sees it outside, because our culture frowns on it, what will happen? If you are not careful, that man will stone you, the two of you. But so we prevent.
Wait, this is the fucking mentality I was talking about, my mate. We can't let the gays kiss or some nutter might stone them to death. This is what Ghana's like, though. This is what Ghana's like. Ghana is crazy. They will chase you with sticks for stealing and beat you to death with sticks with nails in. We're doing it for their own safety.
Then that, we said, let there be a law, so that nobody will see you, doing something against the cultural norm of the society.
But is our culture is that way? Is that enough of a reason?
Yes, of course.
Why isn't there the education of those people who would want to stone somebody who's gay into understanding they're just the same as anybody else?
Don't our culture also? Why don't they respect?
I mean, I agree. You shouldn't stone people to death for being gay, but I would suggest that this guy. It would be like Empire of Dust or Dirt or whatever it's called. I would suggest this guy spend some time in this country trying to convince these savage black Ghanaians to not want to stone people to death for being gay. It's so deep-rooted in their society. How would you even begin? I mean, you could get there eventually, but it would take you fucking years and years of effort to try and get these people to not stone gays to death and chase thieves with sticks with nails in to beat them to death with. So what's the solution then? I mean, the solution, it would be to invade Ghana and implement liberal ideology through force, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know how else you're going to fucking do it, man. You need to send people over, but instead of building water wells, they're bringing over, gay literature to try and help them understand that being gay is alright, actually. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult, man. I mean, there's what was it called? Cultural relativism was the term, wasn't it? This was something that was pushed. That cultures are. I can't remember all the details of it and the arguments about it, but there's something about you've got some cultures that have got certain rules and beliefs, and there should be some level of, reverence for that because they've decided to do it that way. Do you remember that debate, the Vosh Professor Flowers debate, where they were arguing about if a country decided to commit a genocide, should you be allowed to stop it? It was all about sovereignty and shit like that. But yeah, it was this idea of if a country determines a certain rule or a certain law, even if it's against your country's liberal values or principles, what right do you have to colonialize them, to force them to adhere with your way of thinking,
Our culture. If you want to be gay forever. Don't bring it to our society.
Well, the anti-LGBT law has been passed, but it hasn't been signed by the president. So does that leave room for the international community to apply some pressure about it?
The president of Ghana
Sing Ghana gays to the Congo for a bongo.
I saw him being interviewed, but they didn't really push him very much to get that answer from whether he's going to assent to it or not. They just left it in blankets for him, and then he was able to give an answer, and then so I don't think the international community, especially Britain.
I'm asking you this specifically because we're here covering the visit of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who is meeting other religious figures.
I'm hoping that the Archbishop will use this visit to I don't know if the right word to use, to educate that these people or the queer people, we were born like that. It's not as if it's a choice or a lifestyle that we want to live.
Well, on her visit, we sat down with the Archbishop.
Is there an opportunity to spread a message of equality?
The funny thing about this, I know where this guy's coming from, but the way it's presented is this guy is coming over there and he's trying to make everyone gay. Can we spread the message that sucking cocks is all right over here? What do you reckon, Archbishop?
That you could help propagate here. Is it something that you've raised?
The primates across the Anglican Communion have...
Wait, whoa! Wait, whoa, what? Hang on a minute. Whoa, easy there with the racism, Your Excellency. What the fuck is that about it? Why is she calling them primates?
Spoken against criminalisation of LGBTQI people, each one of them made in the image of God. And over this last week, we have shared that truth.
I only push back on this because I have spoken to clergy.
That's what they're
here
called.
who
That's what
will
they're
still
called.
say we're all children of God, but Scripture says this.
Fuck.
That means
I'm still listening.
homosexuality isn't something that we can accept. And there is still backing for a law that's going through. Have you raised the issue at all while you've been here?
The primates of the Anglican Communion, all of them, have spoken out against criminalisation of the LGBTQI
What I'm saying is there an opportunity for you to go further to ensure that people, because people are claiming asylum now in the UK, coming from here.
She's bullshitting her way through.
Ghana, the first place that I've come to in Africa has been a pastoral visit to walk alongside Archbishop Cyril to encourage the clergy and the people. And I have spoken a lot here about how each one of us are made in the image of God and loved by him.
But some might actually react against Western interference anyway.
We think that gayism, homosexuality, and all this.
They're calling it gayism, bro. They're literally calling it gayism. They've got a new name for it. Gayism is great, man. That is top tier. That is top tier, black homophobia personified, isn't it? If I get in a term. They're calling it gayism.
Acronyms. The LGBT are import from the Western world.
The process over recent years that has led to this legislation being passed in Parliament has led to rhetoric that has left gay people here fearful. Some of them have fled the country.
They have to go. We don't want them there. Seriously. I've met a lot of them outside into my
travel. Oh my God.
Quite extensively. I met them. And I tell them, we don't need you in Ghana.
Well,
that's a bit much, isn't it?
Quite the conversation.
Also, they're coming here. They're coming here. We're importing millions of gay gardens as we speak. We've got to send them back.
It's hard to know what to say about that, except I suppose that the Member of Parliament certainly had no qualms about saying exactly how he felt. He certainly wasn't ashamed of his views at all. But I'm just reflecting now on how much of a contrast that was to the conversation we had by someone who was affected by all of this, who felt he couldn't come back to his own country and see his relatives because of everything that has been surrounding this law.
Dude, that is crazy though. The fact he's so blatant and this journal doesn't know what to do.
Well, that law...
He didn't immediately agree with my liberal worldview. Oh my God, no. What are we going to do?
Has now been passed by Ghana's parliament. It's only being held up because some religious leaders want it to be even more severe. So people suspected of being gay can't have legal representation, and also that journalists who ask questions about...
Dude. Sorry, Gaylord. No lawyer for you. You're raped. You're fucking raped.
About the law, or who are seen as promoting homosexuality, can also be jailed because at the moment they're exempt. But it does look like the country's president will sign this thing through, and so Ghana will be added to the long list of countries where just being gay is a crime, and for so many people, just being who they are means they're in danger.
That's terrible, man. Is this guy gay? This gives me a similar energy, actually, to when Mark Collette revealed, the journo that was doing a story on him revealed he was Jewish. And Mark Collette immediately changed his fucking tune and told him to get out of his house. Oh. It's a loophole. Import gay immigrants. They can't reproduce and multiply, and we can still allow immigrants. Great deal. So there we go, guys. There is the gay Ghanans fleeing oppression and coming over here and getting oppressed further by patriots. Did you see this, by the way? I've not followed this story at all because, fortunately, I'm not in an area where this affects me. Thank the heavens. But yeah, there's all these fucking crazy wildfires going on.
Fanned by changing winds and fueled by tinder dry grass, the speed and ferocity of the Stourbridge wildfire was terrifying.
Dude, what's going on? Is this real? Is this a real video? I do feel like we're living through. I could just be getting, you know, goy-walked by the blue-pilled Zio media. But does it not feel like, what the fuck? It's like a disaster movie. It's like you're watching a disaster movie in real life. Yes, I did get the emergency message. It was a fucking joke. I was in the middle of the stream and this fucking alert that's meant for nuclear weapons have been launched at the country. Find ground or you're dead. And it was, oh, don't have any barbecues. Please don't have a barbecue because it's quite hot outside. Okay, dude.
I'm just looking, Rose. Oh.
19 properties destroyed.
Oh, fuck me, bro. We say every other houses are built like ovens because they trap heat. And this is literally, dude, in this case, very literal example of that.
Destroyed 18 more.
Yeah, I love this bit as well. It's like he sees the door and he's like, maybe the rest of the house is all right.
Looking, Rose. Oh.
He's just like, oh, dude, that is terrible, man. That is awful. I hope this happens to you. Yeah, but if this happened to me, there wouldn't be any fucking streams, you idiot. So what would you do then? Probably kill yourself.
19 properties destroyed, 18 more seriously damaged. Homeowners had little to no warning before the fire arrived. When it did, it was devastating.
Oh, dude, this is like a foreign country, bro. How is this happening in the UK? What is going on? Is this normal? Is this a normal thing? I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
Matter of minutes.
Someone knocked at the door and said, you have to evacuate immediately because of wildfire risk. And so my wife and I sort of picked up the dog and got out.
It's dreadful what's happened to those homeowners and families, and my heart goes out to them, yeah. And you know, as I say, I think the local community is rallying around and trying to provide as much support as possible.
Local farmers pitched in to help where they could, trying to stem the spread of a fire that covered 500 acres.
It stopped 150 yards maybe from the hospital, schools, football pitches. There were houses in Hagley under threat. If we hadn't kept it under control, then there would have been more damage.
Dozens of wildfires in recent days have made it clear that the fire service is under huge pressure.
Something like this really lays stark how stretched they really are. I mean, we had all the resources out from the West Midlands. We were borrowing from Hereford and Worcestershire, from Staffordshire, who were battling their own fires as well. They took resources away from themselves to help us here, and I'm so incredibly grateful.
In Wales, another major incident has been declared.
One thing I noted over the past couple of years, and I don't know, but I'd assume it's something to do with global warming, but vast patches of grass are just brown and dry, like never before, you know, like I've never seen before. Just massive patches of brown grass, and then I guess, you know, a little flame makes it all go up. To be honest with you, there probably was a risk in my back garden because of how it had grown, and it was this big tall grass and it was brown, but I got it chopped down, fortunately. Well, I think there is this angle of if you mow it, it's better, but there's an issue with mowing some of these vast fields and shit.
As fire crews tackle a blaze near Llandovery in Carmarthenshire. 200 military personnel have been called on by the government to help ease the pressure on fire crews in parts of England and Wales.
In 2025, highest number of wildfires on record, but that has been surpassed in 2026. And to put that into context, since January, we've had 24 major incidents declared due to wildfire and the demands that's placed on the fire and rescue service as a result.
On Friday evening, concerns for public safety were so...
This is what we got, yeah. This is what we got in the UK. So, bear in mind, this is designed for like the worst case scenario. They tested it like a few years ago or something. And it was supposed to be for incidences of war, nuclear weapons, you know. Basically, there is a very serious disaster that is occurring. You need to be aware. And then it goes, blur, 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 really fucking loud. I don't think you can turn it off, can you? Can you turn this off? I thought it was like default and you can't change it. And read this alert, man. Read the alert. Issued by the UK government. There's a very high risk of wildfires nationally. Residents, landowners and visitors should not undertake any activity that could start a fire, including disposable barbecues, fire pits, garden incinerators or fireworks. Even a small flame can rapidly develop into a major wildfire, placing lives, home, businesses and emergency responders at risk. Follow official updates. But I'm, as far as I know, not in the vicinity of these incidences, and I got it. Okay. I mean, I wasn't planning on it anyway, but I guess thanks for telling me. With a really obnoxious, loud, and unnecessary alert.
Great. It prompts...
Do you have a rape fetish?
The government can force this alert onto your phone, but they somehow don't have backdoors into it at any time. Okay, dude.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. No, come on. That's how could you possibly think they got a backdoor into it?
The first use of the national text alert system. And as the hot, dry weather continues, with little rain forecast in the days and even weeks to come, emergency services are expecting more wildfires to tax their already stretched resources.
That is fucking mental, man. Okay, let's watch one more about this. This is from a few days ago, I think, or yesterday or something.
People's homes, people's lives, now shells. Nothing left. When fire rips through, it is unforgiving. Its embers don't respect borders. There are no boundaries. Some have lost everything and watched.
I mean, that house there, all your possessions, everything turned to atoms. Oh my god, dude. Totally atomized possessions. Just a bit of fucking dusty carbon. It's fucked. I'm not laughing because I agree with it. Obviously, it's just like, what a fuck situation to be in, man. No, it's not wood roofs. But I guess what happens is the wood structure burns and then it just collapses. And then the heat probably fucks up the tiling. What was it? Slate tiles. I don't know how fast, high temperature slate's got to get to. I mean, this to me seems quite extreme. You know? Like this, it's mental that it's this level of fucked. I mean, you can see the other nearby ones aren't quite as bad. But how did this get set on fire in the first place then? What happened here? Because presumably, they should... Gringle, that is evil, man. They should have listened to the government alert. These fucking idiots. These chav idiots were probably trying to have a fucking barbecue or something, to be fair. They're probably not chavs. That's quite a nice house. 2 cars. Anyway, what is it? Just claim on insurance. What's the problem? Just claim on insurance. Easy peasy.
Their homes burned down on TV.
Mum and Dad's house back onto the fields.
Imagine you're out and you're just like, oh, there's a report about houses getting burnt. What's going on? And then you look for a brief moment and you're like, wait a minute, that's my fucking house. What the fuck's going on? No. Well, I don't know how the fire started in the first place, I guess. Maybe they were having a barbecue. I don't know.
Unfortunately, we've seen live footage via other news channels where we've seen that the house has burnt down. It's just devastating. We just can't believe what's happened. It's just all those years, memories, everything just gone. they're only in the clothes that they're standing in, so we're trying to find clothes for them. We've been down to Tesco's to get their essentials today. It's really difficult, and it's difficult at the age of...
It's so bleak. It's the bleakest shit, man. It's so fucked, dude. It is so fucked up. Just handing over a fucking rancid little bag of Tesco. Fucking, there you go, all your possessions in ashes. And you're like, don't worry, I got to Tesco and got you some toothpaste and a tin of soup. Oh my God, man. It's horrible. It is fucking horrible, dude. And what else can you do? That's the problem. What else are you supposed to do? They're just totally raped. They're totally fucked and raped, and there's nothing you can do about it.
They're at to comprehend it as well.
Everything you built over a whole lifetime has gone.
Yeah, exactly.
This is behind their house today. Scorched earth that has not only destroyed homes, but crops too. The UK's arable harvest is already expected to be the smallest on record. From the people that we've spoken to so far, the fire started there, where the fields are completely black now. We've got the burning embers left here in the remains. And then if you whip across this golf course here, you can see just how badly
British people are devolving into becoming Tarkov scabs. Bro, what, dude? I don't even know the reference, but I'm sure it's very funny.
Burned it is, and it's still tinder dry. It's really hot, dry conditions. If you look over my left shoulder...
All right, listen, I'm having a bit of a laugh about this, because that's just how we do it here, okay? This woman's a bit fucking bright and breezy, isn't she? And now you can see the blacken, you can fit... Dude, what is her problem, bro? People's houses are burned down and she's fucking around. What is her problem, dude?
Well, you can see another housing estate, and the fire brigade have been working to dampen down the tree line there so that that one doesn't get affected as well. Fire can outpace anyone. It's always faster than people expect. Charles said, him too.
The flames are actually lapping up to the house.
He was helping people out of their...
Oh my God. Oh, the flames are licking at the houses there. Look, is that someone trying to get away? Dude, she's treating it like I treat it. I thought news journalists were supposed to be a bit more, cautious in how they talk about this stuff. She's having a whale of a time with this. Oh, fucking hell. Look at that. Hey, look at that fucking fire.
Homes. He said the power went out. People were jumping their property's electric gates because they were trapped inside.
I saw like a massive fire, plume of smoke. It was very, very intense. And then I saw a second plume of smoke coming through our woodland. And at that point realised there was actually multiple fires. The flames were quite, coming this way and were hot, but the smoke just takes you. And
speaking of Nightcrawler, how do we know that this guy didn't start the fire so we could get on the news? How do we know that? How do we know that he's not there with a little lighter, just torching a bit of grass, so that he can get on the news and talk about how cool the fire was?
It takes your breath.
It can overpower fire crews too. Reports of some teams being taken to hospital with heat stroke in parts of the country. In Stourbridge this afternoon, many continued to work on the ground.
The fire spread rapidly and has affected 38 domestic properties.
Dude, honestly, although I'm not in an area like where I think it's affected, I'm a bit scared now of fire. How do fires start? What I mean is, what are the risk factors of a fire in a normal house? What do you need to be aware of? What should you make sure isn't a problem? I guess leaving the oven on, that's probably one, isn't it? Batteries. Well, I got loads of fucking batteries knocking about. Faulty electrical shit. Flies come from larvae. Doesn't know what starts fires. No, I know what starts fires. I mean, what are the risk factors in a house? That's what I'm saying. Chinese batteries. Fuck, dude. It's literally batteries everywhere. Oh, by the way, did I tell you I took my phone that had an inflated battery to get repaired by a Jeet? He ended up giving me a discount on it. Because when I went back, he'd put a big scratch in the screen. I was like, where's the scratch come from? And he was like, sorry, like they do. I mean, it's an old phone anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't use it anymore. But it was just, you know, the main reason I wanted to get it fixed is I didn't want to just chuck it away, but I didn't know what to do with it. So I thought, just get the battery replaced. And I'm probably going to trade it in for, you know, whatever new phone I get, because I don't need it anymore. But yeah, it was, you know, that was a concern. And I was really scared. I put it in a frying pan on the floor of the kitchen, so I was so scared of it, like, blowing up. But it didn't in the end, so it's all good. But yes, I guess so. Batteries, okay. Because you don't need to turn plug sockets off. They're all fine, aren't they? But I guess if you've got a fault, I mean, all the stuff is new. I've not got any old stuff. All new stuff that I've plugged in. So as long as there's nothing like that, I'll be okay, you reckon?
Of these, sadly, 19 have been fully destroyed and a further 18 have sustained damage. All the way across here, all the way over here, it's jumped the road.
Down the road, the Prime Minister met with some of the emergency services, also visiting evacuation centres, which have taken in hundreds of care home residents. Fire brigades unions have already said that they need more resources across the board.
There are thousands of firefighters out there in this heat doing back-breaking work.
We have taken a decision to deploy nationally aerial firefighting support, so commissioned nationally. But that obviously wasn't available here, but it will be available elsewhere, and it would have made a difference.
Fire services have been under continued pressure across the
well,
country.
I'm just thinking, give me some pip. I mean, it's probably going to be an insurance job, isn't it? You know, insurance is literally, I mean, it's a worst case scenario because they cover you for the cost of completely rebuilding the house even. So hopefully these people have got their insurance policies in place or they're fucked. Fuck, dude, I need to sort out my insurance. Shit. Fuck, I totally forgot about setting up. So I thought it was set up, but then it wasn't set up, and now I've got to go and sort it out, and I totally forgot. Well, the problem is I looked into normal policies, and the issue that I've got is that I've got some stuff like the computer that isn't covered. Like, I need to go to a specialist insurer to make sure that all the stuff is covered that I need covered, you know? Fuck, dude. Yeah, I need to sort it out. I do need to sort it out. I meant to sort it out, but I just keep forgetting. Dude, let's hope nothing bad happens in the meantime, touch wood.
Throughout these heat waves. In Stoke-on-Trent, more burned out houses. There have been arrests on suspicion of arson in the Golden Hill area and in Kings Norton in Birmingham. And more than 1,000 wildfires have been recorded across Britain this year. An emergency COBRA meeting has been held to coordinate what the government should do next, with moves for emergency financial support. Because now there is a great deal that is needed.
Francis Reid there, and as you've probably just heard, the UK government is...
Get the gist. I get the gist. The UK's fucked. It's all on fire. Everything's raped. We're totally raped. We're totally fucking raped, guys. Now, this looked like an interesting little story. This looked to be of interest to us. Let's take a little butchers at this. Washed the moment couple arrested after killing 2 men they drugged. And just in case you're, I didn't actually know, but that's the thing. They're white, right? They're just swarthy, but they're white, I think. I'm pretty sure. What, are they gypsies? Are they gypsies? Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Adina Mihai and Mazilin Dumitru are on their way.
Oh no! Oh no! This is backfired, dude. This is not going to plan, is it? Beautiful British white names on display there.
Way to Banbury. Just hours later, the man they're going to see will be dead.
Effectively, another force has put you out as wanted for murder. Okay?
Oh, murder?
Yep.
We'll show you how the pair drugged clients who thought they were paying for sex. They then stole their possessions and ended up killing 2 men.
Wait a second. Hang on a minute. They're putting these guys on blast. That seems a bit out of order, dude. That seems a bit much. Look at these 2 dead perverts. Why show their faces? That's well out of order, man. Surely keep that on the down low. Why are you putting them on blast? Holy fuck, that seems a bit out of order. Look at this guy. This guy thought he was getting a little bit of juicy brown-eyed snatch, and instead he got robbed to bits and killed.
It's the 20th of August 2024. Retired businessman Malcolm King arranges for Adina Mihai to meet him at his house.
Okay, babe, don't worry. I'm going to come to you. Send me a live location to come directly to you, my love.
Adina Mihai advertised on the internet her full sexual services, and that was part of the MO used in their crimes here. So we know that the victim's contact...
Was that voice not off-putting? Did he not listen to the voice and go, oh, no, thank you, I'll give that a miss, thank you very much. These guys must have been fucking desperate.
...her in order to gain sex work.
But the next day, Malcolm's sadly found dead at home. His death isn't initially thought to be suspicious.
Mr. King was 80 at the time of his passing. He had a heart condition that had been chronic for a number of years.
But something was amiss. The gold Rolex that Malcolm King never took off was missing from his arm. Police open a theft investigation. Almost a year later...
Yeah, dude, he's 80 years old. Well, the thing is, they probably did assume it was a dodgy ticker at first. They probably didn't assume that he paid some gypsies for sex and got robbed. Do you know what I'm saying?
And Adina, along with fellow Romanian Madeleine Dumitru, is on her way to another man's house. The pair stop en route at a Morrison's petrol station in Banbury. Madeleine gets out of the car to buy a bottle of wine. A bottle that would later end up as evidence. They're heading to see Gary Muat, whose family were away.
His family? No, dude. No! His family was out and he was trying to get some jippos round to suck his cock. Oh my good lord, man. That is dreadful. Be careful out there, guys. If you're going to pay for sex, go white. Go white. Go pure. Go pure. Go for the pure stuff. Don't go for the jippos because you might end up getting drugged to bits.
Next morning,
his wife was unable to contact him on the morning of Sunday the 13th of July 2025. She sent some friends round and he was found sadly deceased in the living room. Gary was found face down.
He did.
In what I would describe as a massage position, so his...
Oh my god, you can't be serious, dude. They were giving him the old lethal massage technique, dude. He was on his front. He was on his front. And the thing is, his buttocks were mysteriously propped up, seemingly from nothing. And they turned him over. And he had cock rigor mortis, tragically.
Head was resting.
Dude, wine bottle in the ass, dude. Yes, dude. Wine bottle in the ass, yes.
On his arms, he was positioned, so his head was resting on his arms. He was naked on the floor, and very close by to him were 2 glasses and a bottle of wine, which clearly indicated that somebody else had been present with him. And that replicated at the scene of Malcolm King's death.
Now police suspicions were raised.
After some inquiries into Gary's phone and also some forensics, we were alerted to the fact that Adina Mihai had been present at the scene, and very quickly we made links that she'd also been linked to the scene of a death in Gloucestershire the previous August.
At this moment in time, I'm placing you under arrest, all right, on conspiracy to steal and murder. Okay, you don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence.
Within days, officers stopped the pair's car.
Anything you do say may be given in evidence, all right?
and you are under arrest for murder. You do not have to say anything.
No!
And both are arrested.
Oh, dude, false advertising. Look at her here, man. Ugh. Good Lord. Ugh. Ugh. No, thank you.
Arrested.
And effectively, another force has put you out as wanted for murder. Okay?
For murder.
Found in their vehicle a small dropper bottle containing clear liquid. Found in Gary's bloodstream, a poison. GBL, or gamma-butyrylactone, is found in nail polish and cleaning solutions, but in the body, it converts to GHB, the date rape drug.
The issue
He got date raped by some jippos. Oh, no. Poor wifey. Poor wifey. And also, hang on a minute. What? But he said family. So that's going to be wife and kids. So the kids also... Oh, God, dude. It doesn't bear thinking about, does it, man? It's fucking horrible. Imagine the bullying. Hey, you know their dad got found with a wine bottle up his ass, date raped by some jippos. Oh, God, it doesn't bear thinking about, does it?
here is that they're administering a drug that they have no comprehension of what it might do to an individual. You only need a small amount of GHB to overdose, and they were administering it to different men, different ages, sizes, builds, with no understanding of the correct dosage.
Also found in the car, Malcolm King's gold Rolex.
Their model was to drug these men, knock them unconscious, steal from them and leave them in embarrassing...
Oh no, that's the worst one yet. They took the kids' PlayStation. God, man, that is bleak. Giving up your life for this wretched Jippo snatch. Ugh, fuck off, man.
Circumstances, in the hope that they would never report it to the police. And sadly, in 2 of those cases, those men never came round.
They led chaotic lifestyles. That was very much a hand-to-mouth existence. So they weren't making vast amounts of money, but they were generating significant sums by their activities.
2 major crime teams worked together to bring the...
That's catfishing right there. She looks nothing like that in her photos. Have you seen? She's a fucking ugly Jippo, but she's put on a bit of makeup here. That's what he was saying.
...to justice. Police think Dumitru and Mihai may well have other victims who haven't come forward. They're now encouraging them to speak out.
Well, who is going to want to admit to that, man? Admitting to wifey that... Yeah, you see that story? Yeah, crazy. Crazy, I know. Anyway, I've got something I need to talk to you about. Literal lipstick on a pig. Lipstick on a pig.
There is a section of...
Dude, what is this? I just saw people on horseback, dude. Okay, anyway. Anyway, guys. I think we're going to get into the ARDAY stuff now. I think we're going to get into the ARDAY shit. Let's crack on. Let's crack on. Our country is getting totally fucking raped. Oh, wait, sorry, one more quick thing. Wait a second, one more quick thing before we get into ARDAY. The lynching of ARDAY. One more very quick thing, so we spoke about this the other day. Edwina Curry, who said that, well, is accused of saying that we should give brothels to migrants to rape, has clarified the comments.
Well, I have managed to annoy both Reform and some of the radical feminists, 2 lots of my absolutely favourite people. Let's just remind ourselves that in a country not very far away, a highly civilised country in Holland, in the Netherlands, actually brothels are legal. And in fact, I've been to see them. I went with a TV programme once. Oh my God. And the sex workers are taxed and they're given health benefits and all the rest.
Okay. So I was wrong about this. I thought she was making a point of, well, they're not going to give brothels to immigrants, are they? But no, she was actually saying we should set up brothels for immigrants.
Rest of it, and the basic idea is let's invite in the tourists who come in their droves. My goodness, it's not a nice atmosphere in my view, but there you go. I'm making a point, which is if we keep holding people here in idleness for a very long period of time, then we are going to have problems wherever we put them, whether we put them near Piddington or...
I tell you what, I mean, I agree that there's going to be problems. Obviously, people, yeah, we talked about this the other day. But, yeah, why doesn't she fucking crack on then if she thinks that's a solution? Why doesn't she offer herself up to the brown hordes if she genuinely thinks them getting a bit of snatch is going to keep the wolf from the raping door?
We put them in Andy Burnham's constituency. That ain't going to happen, is it? Actually, that is so not the answer. The answer is turn around and look at the answer. The answer is make sure people don't arrive in the first place, or if they do, and some will always get through, just send them home. And to do that, you know what you should use the hotels for? Set up some courts. You know, we can deal with...
Hey! Do you think she's coping and walking it back? So she was making that point. She was making that point, right? She was making that point. Dude, I'm so confused. I don't know what to make of what her point was at this stage.
Riots on the streets in days. We should be able to deal with long-standing problems like this much faster, and it needs the government to get its act together, change the law, get some more judges in, get some more courts in, and clear this backlog.
The former Conservative Minister Edwina Currie has attracted a lot of attention after a tongue-in-cheek suggestion that a brothel would be needed in the Oxfordshire.
Yes, it was tongue-in-cheek. Okay, it was. I was right about it then. It was meant to be tongue-in-cheek.
Village close to
where... But then why is she talking about brothels in fucking Holland or whatever? What was the point of that then? I guess I don't fucking
asylum seekers could be housed. Her comments have sparked a few...
I don't even like the Conservatives or Edwina Currie. I don't even like this bitch. But I just feel like people are getting outraged about something that I don't think she was necessarily intending to say, you know?
Furious reaction online. Let's take a listen to the exchange.
I'm not sure I'm going to be allowed to say this. You're probably going to shut me up in no time at all. But the obvious thing that 1,200 young men are going to need in the middle of a village like Little Piddington is a brothel. I don't think they're going to provide that. I have a feeling that's not going to be allowed.
Well, you can hear Edwina on Times Radio Breakfast every Wednesday from 9 a.m. And after hearing that comment, you'll want to tune in every Wednesday from 9 o'clock. Edwina Currie joins me now. Welcome to the show, Edwina.
Hi, Ed. It's good to see you.
Well, you've caused quite a stir. You're used to causing a stir, so I suspect it's water off a duck's back. What did you want to make? What was the comment you wanted to make with your brothel comment?
Well, the discussion was about Andy Burnham, the Prime Minister's comment that the asylum seekers were going to have to be housed in wealthy areas. They could no longer simply be going to areas where poor people live, which seemed to me a very odd sort of comment. But the place that was really up in arms about this was Piddington, which has 400 occupants, residents in Oxfordshire. And the reason it's a target, and is almost certainly going to get a very large camp there, is because there's an unused army camp. Now, I personally would prefer that we were expanding our defence forces and we were going to use it for the army. But
okay, that's a stupid comment, though. An unused army camp? Is it... I mean, is that feasible? Is there a feasible plan? Why would they want to be there, particularly? It just feels like, oh, it's just like Conservative bluster. Oh, would you use it for the military? Is that plausible? Is that something that could happen? Does the military have any benefit or value in having a base there specifically?
As that doesn't look as if it's going to be the case under this government, they're going to use it because they've made a promise they're not going to use hotels. In other words, they've got themselves into a spot. And the point that I was really trying to make is that, you know, wherever you put 1,200 young, healthy men, they are going to need an...
Why is she talking about it like that, man? 1,200 young, healthy cocks. I mean, men. Oh, I mean, men. Why is she talking about it like that? She wants to be covered in baklava and chucked to the immigrants, I think.
an awful lot of looking after, especially if they're going to be there for months on end or even a year or more, and that actually that is so not the solution. I'm so glad I annoyed a few people in saying it, because it does actually focus attention.
1,200 unsucked dicks. Not after Adina Curry's visited. There will not be a single unsucked cock in the Piddington immigrant camp once Adina Curry has done her visit there.
Solution, Ed, and you're a former government minister, I'm a former government minister, it's plain as anything. The solution is, first of all, you have to tackle people arriving, and that is a question of tackling organised crime across Europe in a very coordinated way. And that's been happening, and it's having some success, but it's proper whack-a-mole, and you no sooner put one smuggler in jail, another one will pop up. So you have to keep doing that. But the second thing is we have to process them an awful lot quicker and get them out of the country and send them home, preferably, within maybe a week or 10 days, because that would be a huge deterrent. If you
So I do think she has got a quite strong position on immigration. I don't think she was advocating for brothels. I think it was literally a 10-second clip that was doing the rounds. Curry is an experienced cock handler. She could easily manage 4 or 5 at a time if she really put her mind to it. Oh my God, dude. I don't know what's going on today, man. Bonnie Blue should go to one of these migrant villages and run around naked and see what happens. I mean, the thing is about Bonnie Blue is she's a fucking sicko, so she'd probably be up for that. She'd probably be bang up for that.
Spent all that time and money coming to the UK and all the danger of the journey, the hazard of the journey, and then you find that you were being turned around and sent home, well, you probably wouldn't come, and you probably tell other people that you knew, don't bother, Britain has put up...
The optics don't look great because she's Jewish. Yes, very true. Very good point. It's always rough when a Jew, tongue-in-cheek, advocates for migrants to have a brothel to have access to.
The walls, and it's not worth trying. But that's not what the government is doing. What the government is doing is finding somewhere to put them.
Oh, yes, yes. Curry's diaries caused a sensation after they revealed a 4-year affair with John Major. And for those of you that don't know, this is what John Major looks like in his prime. This was John Major in his prime. Oh, Edwina, no, you mustn't, Edwina. You mustn't, no. Oh, but John, your cock looks awfully unsucked. Oh, oh, fucking hell, dude.
Be nice to them, have the courts with endless appeals, not even contemplate redressing the imbalance of rights between individuals and society as a whole. So that gets me really annoyed, and I'm rather glad I've got everybody else really annoyed.
Well, you got Zia Yusuf, the Reform spokesman for Home Affairs, annoyed. The former Tory minister joking about brothels being made available to military-age men that are allowed to break into Britain legally. Just sick. Never forget what the Tories did to this country. Darren.
Here we go, lads. That was a Edwina Curry in her prime. So you got John Major and Edwina Curry. There we go, just so you know. Yes, in her prime. In her prime. He mogs her.
Grimes, again, Reform spokesman, liberalism bent over offering up our women and girls for the sexual satisfaction of barbaric men. I mean, the trouble with the brothel comment, of course, it sort of takes you back to things like, the Japanese creating brothels with slaves during the Second World War. So it is a kind of very provocative way of making your point, Edwina.
What?
Well, I have managed to annoy both Reform and some of the radical feminists, two lots of my absolutely favourite people. Let's just remind us.
Bonnie demands the UK stop the boats as she won't bonk illegal migrants. Yeah, but if they're an asylum seeker, what about that? What about then? Yo, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. I forgot to put energy drinks in the fridge, and now they're warm. A bit unfortunate. A little bit unfortunate, but we'll survive. Comfort woman. Oh, comfort women. Yes, I remember now. Yeah.
In a country not very far away, a highly civilized country in Holland, in the Netherlands, actually brothels are legal. And in fact, I've been to see them. I went with a TV program once. Oh my God. And the sex workers are taxed and they're given health benefits and all the rest of it. And the basic idea is let's invite in the tourists who come in their droves. My goodness, it's not a nice atmosphere in my view, but there you go.
Oh.
I'm making a point, which...
So she doesn't like brothels. Okay. Now that makes sense to me. Yeah, my original read on it was correct. It was a tongue-in-cheek comment. She didn't actually mean it. And a bunch of racoids got mad because they thought she was seriously suggesting.
Which is, if we keep holding people here in idleness for a very long period of time, then we are going to have problems wherever we put them, whether we put them near Piddington or we put them in Andy Burnham's constituency. That ain't going to happen, is it? But actually, that is so not the answer. The answer is turn around and look at the answer. The answer is make sure people don't arrive in the first place, or if they do, and some will always get through, just send them home. And to do that, you know what you should use the hotels for? Set up some courts. You know, we can deal with riots on the streets in days. We should be able to deal with long-standing problems like this much faster, and it needs the government...
The problem is there are just a lot of rights around this issue, and these people can gum up the legal system by doing appeals and kicking the can down the road. So people end up here for fucking ages, even after they've been declined through this... you know, kind of elaborate appeals procedure. So there does need to be something done with that. It's funny because Labour was always critical of the Conservatives for like fucking it up. And then when they came into power, they were faced with the same exact fucking problems and were like, oh shit, this is actually quite hard. It's quite hard to deal with some of this stuff.
Get its act together,
But
change the law, get some more judges in, get some more courts in, and clear this backlog.
Excellent. Well, Edwina Currie, thank you for coming on the show. That's Edwina Currie, the former Conservative Minister, who is on Times Radio Breakfast every Wednesday from 9 a.m. So if you want to be provoked...
There we go. There we go. Right, guys. Let's get into this ARDAY stuff. We've got some more ARDAY business to attend to. Because, ladies and gentlemen, and you Yankoids are going to get a kick out of this, I'm sure. Okay? But one of your famous black academics has stepped into the conversation. Oh, dude, this cracked me up when I saw it. I thought, we got to read this. We got to read this. And then we'll take a look at some of the mainstream coverage. Yes. No, not EDP. No, not EDP. Another one. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Ibram X. Kendi. Let's go! Let's go! Fucking Ibram X. Kendi has decided to weigh in with a great headline in, by the way, the Emancipator. Oh, it's called the Emancipator, dude. It's called the Emancipator. Then is there like a little thing to describe who Ibram X. Kendi is? Oh, dude, he was this black professor. I can't remember the ins and outs of it, but he was a black professor that was much vaunted during the anti-whiteness kind of era, Floydism, etc. And he was appointed in this prestigious role in a university, and I think it got walked back, didn't it? Dude, what was the thing? I can't remember, dude. It was ages ago. Let me just see if I can quickly find a thing. But didn't he have to step back from his anti-racism thing, or it got shut down because people didn't turn up on time or something like that? This guy's lying. It's not called accusations. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Yeah. This is classic. This is classic Floydism era slop. Yes.
His writing has sparked debate and spurred dialogue on race and racism. Nancy Giles is in conversation with author and educator Ibram X. Kendi.
We're at one of the most historic spaces for Black people in North America.
We met Ibram X. Kendi along Boston's Black Heritage Trail.
Abolitionists were gathering, and what kind of things were they discussing?
They were discussing what was unheard of in the 19th century, which was a nation without slavery, the immediate emancipation of all enslaved people.
The African Meeting House is the oldest Black church in the country, built in 1806.
You had abolitionists saying to the American people, you can't expect to end chattel slavery by doing nothing. The more you do nothing, the more slavery spreads and harms and tortures and kills. And in many ways, that's what's happening right now. If we don't
Oh my God, dude, there was so much bullshit that got just accepted, man. In many ways, that's what's happening now. Fuck off, dude. In many ways, we see slavery all around us. And this came out in fucking 2022, by the way. Great stuff.
actively seek to be anti-racist, then racism will persist.
In the sanctuary, positive things happen.
Kendi is the founder of the Center for Anti-Racist Research at Boston University, where he's a history professor.
Why is it not enough to not be a racist?
Okay, so this is off a New York Times article, okay? Yeah, perfect. So this is from a New York Times article, which I can't read. Oh my God, dude! Fuck it! Paywall remover, is that it? God, all these places, I get it. They want to get paid, I get it. But yes, this is the time. The New York Times reporting this. So make of this what you will. Yeah, I've got it. I think it should be working now. So we're at the name. Center for Anti-Racist Research Issues. An ambitious anti-racism center scales back amid allegations of poor management. So in some ways, he's very ARDAY coded, in that he was kind of, elevated to this position and then made mistakes that fuck things up. But obviously Boston isn't like a prestigious place, is it? It's, it's not like a prestigious university type situation. In the wake of George Floyd's murder in 2020, protests, looting and anger were boiling up in the streets of Boston, a city that has played host to both abolitionists and vicious race riots. At Boston University, black students demanded action. And then the university had a dramatic response. It announced a few days later that it had recruited Ibram X. Kendi, the celebrity professor who had spawned the movement through his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. The plans were ambitious. Dr. Kendi would head up a new Center for Anti-Racist Research. The university would develop undergraduate and graduate degrees in anti-racism. Within months, millions had poured in for a center whose mission, Dr. Kendi said, would be to solve seemingly intractable problems of racial inequality and injustice. Now, a mere 3 years later, the center is being downsized. More than half of its 36 employees were abruptly told last week they were being laid off. The center's budget is also being trimmed in half. The planned degree programs have not come to fruition. And the center's news site called The Emancipator is no longer in a partnership with the Boston Globe. Wow. So you're telling me there is a hysterical and unnecessary and excessive response to Floydism that completely fell apart at the seams. Wow, shocking. Very shocking. So Boston took a shortcut to diversity and it totally failed. Wow, I'm hearing this now for the first time. So that's what happened.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yo, sucking to Mr. Sards. Thank you for the kicks. I keep forgetting about the new sound alert. Thank you.
Racist, as opposed to being an anti-racist.
Well, I think it's important for people to know the opposite of being racist is being anti-racist.
Kendi has argued for being anti-racist in a series of best-selling books.
No one is inherently racist or anti-racist. It's about what we're doing. And so when we're expressing that the racial groups are equals, we're being anti-racist. When we're supporting a policy that is leading to...
just another black guy promoted and pushed forward with an utter racoid slop. Like, there's loads of examples of this, man. There's tons of examples of these race hucksters. That's the thing that frustrates me about it, right? Is I understand there's political disagreements about this sort of thing. So I get that there's some people that have got a different perspective on some of this race stuff. That's fair enough. But how can you not see that these are scam artists taking advantage of you? They're taking advantage of your good nature and wanting to, help black people or whatever. They're scamming you. They're like 3 shell game guys that are coming along and pushing some bullshit and taking advantage of a certain moment in time to capitalize with their utter dross and act like it's good. And then they get this prestigious fucking center set up, money pumped into it, and then it gets fucking, fucked up. It doesn't go correctly, and the things they promise don't get delivered. Very frustrating. Very frustrating that people don't see through it,
Racial disparity. We're being racist. I'm encouraging people to constantly think about what are we doing or even not doing.
Bigots, racists, like Ibrahim Kendi.
His views have been polarizing, to say the least.
How to be an anti-racist.
His work was injected into the hearings for Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Anti-Racist Baby by Ibrahim Kendi.
Courtesy of Senator Ted Cruz.
One portion of the book says babies are taught to be racist or anti-racist. There is no neutrality.
It is dangerous.
Some of these books are crazy, man, looking back now. Some of these books looking back, you're like, fucking hell, man. How did this pass a sniff test, eh? He also interned with the Tallahassee Democrat and wrote a weekly column for Florida A&M's student newspaper, The Foreman. His Foreman column was discontinued at the request of the Democrat after he wrote an article claiming European people had invented HIV/AIDS to fight off the extinction of their race. What? What the fuck, man? There's no way. You cannot be serious. I just typed that in and it's... Oh, no, dude. It's on his Wikipedia page. Okay. That is fucking crazy, dude. That is fucking mental. Good Lord. Good Lord.
To tell the truth today, I would know. But as we've learned in the last few years, it is dangerous to not tell the truth.
For people who are like, oh, slavery was over 200 years ago, why are we going back to that? Things are level now. It's a level playing field.
Well, first, if it was a level playing field, there would not be all these racial disparities from health to wealth to education to...
about that.
Incarceration. Or you think there is a level playing field, and the reason why certain racial groups are less wealthy or more likely to be poor or more likely to die or more likely to be incarcerated is because there's something inferior about them. I don't
he did go there. Fair enough. I paused added him. He did go there. Okay. I know which side I'm on, guys.
I think that any racial group is inferior or superior. And so what that means is there isn't a level playing field. And then the question becomes, why isn't there a level playing field? And you can't answer that question without talking about the present and the history of this country. And you can't talk about American history without talking about...
Now, in all seriousness, I do agree. There is a historical aspect to this, and there's influences and history. You know, I don't even disagree with some of the things he's saying here, but then he uses it to, you know, get all this attention and funding off a very kind of simplistic analysis, and that analysis is accepted when it probably should be scrutinized more as a product of Floydism that was happening, you know, onwards from 2020.
Slavery.
Kendi has 2 new books coming out aimed at children and parents. One is a takeoff on the classic book, Goodnight Moon.
The moon sees all kids.
Whoever they are.
Whoever they are.
His 6-year-old daughter, Imani, recorded the audiobook with some coaching from Dad.
The moon delights.
When every child falls asleep.
When every child falls asleep.
Including Imani? Including Imani. It's not a coincidence that racist ideas have spread across time and across humanity. The reason why they have is because they're simple. Dark is ugly. Light is good. Dark people are bad. Light people.
the fucking soy nodding, bro. The literal soy nod. You cannot be serious, man. She's literally fucking soy nodding here. Oh my god, man. That is quality. The face as well. God, this is like, oh, it's like looking at a little weird time capsule. I love this, man. I love this stuff. I love just looking back at some of the stuff that was going on. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. So I shouldn't just not hate blacks. I need to be against hating blacks strongly too. Is that what you're saying, Kendi?
Smart. These are very simple ideas that even a 2 or 3 or 4-year-old can understand, and studies are showing that even preschool children are choosing who to play with based on skin color.
The new books are being released as teaching about racism is under fire,
I see our schools going down a dark path.
with some states passing laws to take books out of schools that might make students uncomfortable.
I think that arming our children with information is protective.
Kendi is married to Dr. Sadiqa.
I mean, the problem, the thing is there is obviously a balance here, right? I think that there's a balance between what is that fucking picture of the Egyptian pyramid thing? And it's like some white guy, like, you know, stuff like that. Or this kind of little sweeping that can happen with some dynamics of American history. Yeah, obviously that's a problem. But there was, I think, a very obvious and clear overcorrection that, you know, now that, I don't know, there's probably an overcorrection in the other direction now too. It's black propaganda. It's not black propaganda to say that slavery had a substantive, long-lasting impact on blacks in America. But I just think that there was some absurdities that were unquestioned and unchallenged, you know? And then I always remember there being this kind of, there was a guy that was actually really interesting that talked about CRT stuff. But he did this thing where it was like anything that he didn't like wasn't real CRT. There was this little game that was played where there'd be an implementation or something. And it's like, well, that's not really what CRT is. You know, CRT is everything that I think, but that isn't really CRT. That's something else. You know, as institutions implemented and put into place ever escalating measures to move towards these kind of things.
Andy, a pediatric emergency room physician.
That applies when it comes to arming them with understanding our history, like a true account of our history, helping them to learn about racism and about anti-racism. And with Imani, her knowing this is what it is, this is the work that your father is doing. And unfortunately, because of that, there are people who don't like him and who don't like our family.
The book is garbage. Actually, it's worse than that. Not only is it embarrassingly stupid, it is poisonous.
When we're crossing the street with our 2-year-old, we teach them, look both ways. Make sure there's not a car coming. Similarly, we have to teach them that there's these cars of racist ideas that are coming that could hit you. Good night, hate.
Good night, hate.
Good night, hurt.
With his daughter for inspiration, Ibram X. Kendi is looking back to history.
Good night.
Good night.
And looking forward for generations to come.
So anyway, guys, there we go. For those who didn't know, that's who this guy is. So really, you've got to interpret this as Ibram Kendi isn't just defending Jason ARDAY. In many ways, he's defending himself when you think about it, because ARDAY is like a sort of icon of his own journey and his own situation. So in defending ARDAY, He's defending himself. Hence his article in The Emancipator. The media lynched Jason ARDAY. Oh, dude. I'm so happy this is happening, man. I'm so pleased that we've got to the stage now where they're calling it fucking lynching. Oh, it's fantastic, dude. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. It really strikes me with that sort of Floydism energy, you know? Obviously now it will probably be widely derided because it's retarded. But it's hitting just right for me. The death Friday of Jason ARDAY, a 41-year-old black scholar. Well, hang on a minute. Black scholar, black expert long-distance runner, significant charity fundraiser, autist who couldn't talk to their 11, and also then learned to read and write when they were 18 and then got a PhD. Let's make sure we get it all in there, okay? Make sure we get all of it packed in there. Oh, by the way, also, I looked briefly into this. I didn't do it in any sort of substantive way. Apparently, it's like what he's described, from what I can understand, it's medically unprecedented. And if his story is true, he would be the only person in human history that has got this story, where they couldn't speak until they were 11 and then learn to read and write at 18. I'm pretty sure that's like an unprecedented medical history. So apparently that is like not plausible. There was an article that went over it. Maybe it's the Times article even. There's a New York Times article that we'll go over too. So anyway, the 41-year-old black scholar who resigned from the University of Cambridge after waves of attack over the last weeks hits close to home. So he does recognise that. His death left me so devastated I had no words when the news broke. But I woke up this morning with words. To be a prominent anti-racist black scholar is to know you are a target, almost totally surrounded by resentments. Prominence is relative. You could be prominent at your university, in your field, in your local community, in your nation, across oceans. As a prominent black scholar, you know, at any point, the attacks haunt and hunt you like a lynch mob. There's something amiss about this, man. This is what I'm talking about with the fucking scam artist shit. Right? Back in the way of a time, there would be, you know, a roving gang of whites who would find a black guy that has had the finger pointed at them by some lying white bitch. And they'd get some rope and they'd string them up over a tree. And they'd cut their dick off. Is it not really fucking obnoxious to, as a black person who's supposed to be this anti-racist guy, refer to getting scrutiny and criticism, even potentially unreasonable, excessive, or racist scrutiny and criticism, as a fucking lynch mob? What the fuck, dude? Yes, digital lynching. This is a term I've used regularly as a joke. Yes.
This is a case in which this sleaze, this dirt,
Mr. Clarence Thomas,
was searched for by staffers of members of this committee, was then leaked to the media, and this committee and this body validated it.
Oh, I see. So is he arguing, because he's a Republican, right? So I'm assuming he's using this term as some sort of weapon against the Democrats that are questioning him. Because I'm assuming that when he was going to be the Supreme Justice guy, that was Biden, yes. When he was going to be the Supreme Justice guy, they probably had, what was it? Like, what happened with Kavanaugh? They found some sort of misconduct or bad thing that they could try and use to stop him getting approved. Yeah, sexual assault allegations came out when he was up for the Supreme Court. Got it, okay. Got it.
And displayed it at prime time over our entire nation. How would any member on this committee, any person in this room, or any person in this country would like sleaze said about him or her in this fashion? or this dirt dredged up and this gossip and these lies displayed in this manner? How would any person like it? The Supreme Court is not worth it. No job is worth it. I'm not here for that. I'm here for my name, my family, my life, and my integrity. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country when any person in this free country would be subjected to this. This is not a closed room. There was an FBI investigation. This is not an opportunity to talk about difficult matters privately or in a closed environment. This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you. You will be lynched, destroyed.
I see. Okay. I get it. Okay. So he's using that term to kind of challenge the Democrats, who presumably, well, at the time, I guess, we're trying to be the progressive party, right? So it's kind of like, basically, it's the proto-woke thing. You're woke and you're being racist to me because you're woke racists. Got it. Okay. I did see Joe Biden there looking with a certain way, shall we say? Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. The attacks are wielded by racist propagandists, resenting you for shining a light on anti-black racism. Well, the thing is there is a group of people who are racist propagandists, but the story is way too fucking broad now to say that, you know? I mean, the fucking Guardian ran an article about this fucking Jason ARDAY guy. James O'Brien spoke negatively about Jason ARDAY on his show. Now, admittedly, they didn't run as many stories, so there's not the extensiveness of their coverage. But in fact, I said this weeks ago, or last week or whenever. The Guardian was the most substantive piece of the puzzle. The Guardian article was the straw that broke the camel's back. The fact that it went beyond just the right-wing press, and now you had the Guardian making these claims, and everyone propped it up and was like, look, the Guardian's saying it. So what, is the Guardian responsible somehow for this? Like, this is the problem with this mentality, is pushing this idea that the press is responsible for bad things happening. By the way, I looked into the Caroline Flack thing as well. I looked into the Caroline Flack thing too, right? Caroline Flack beat her partner with a fucking fire extinguisher or some shit, and there was blood all over the bed, and she was getting prosecuted for that. And dude, and you know, people get outraged about the fucking coverage of it. She fucking committed assault against her partner who was on the precipice of getting prosecuted for it, and people are mad at the press for maybe extensively talking about it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Because I kind of accepted that the press was just real bad with the Caroline Flack stuff. I thought, what's the worst she could have done? Because I didn't know about it. I thought she's just a host on a TV show or whatever. But apparently, she'd battered her partner with a fire extinguisher whilst he was sleeping because she thought that he was cheating. The fire extinguisher detail I might be getting wrong. But anyway, at first, the partner didn't want to press charges. But then the police decided to press charges. Initially, the Crown Prosecution Service said we're not going to, but then they changed their mind on an appeal, and so they were going to press charges against her. And it was that, alongside the press scrutiny and attention, that led to her killing herself. And then afterwards, there was all this fucking hand-wringing about it, about how terrible it was. Dude, she fucking battered someone and was about to face justice. I'm sure I'd probably have a negative view on some of the extent of the coverage, or say that's too much, whatever. But it just seems wrong to me that a celebrity can do such an egregious act and then kill themselves when they're under severe scrutiny for that act, and then everyone cries foul on the press's part. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. Okay. Let me see if I can just find the detail. So I'm sure the fire extinguisher detail sticks out. And the thing is, yeah, she was clearly mentally ill and had problems. But I really am against this precedent being set, or this idea being set, that there's some sort of line on press scrutiny that if you cross it, it enters suicide territory. Because it's going to be different for everyone. And then you're putting the press in a position where there might be some doubt or questioning over talking about or reporting certain things, you know? Okay. Oh, sorry, I got it a bit wrong. During a drunken argument, after Flack saw messages on Burton's phone that led her to believe he was cheating on while he slept, she struck him on the head. She admitted to police she hit him, describing it as using a phone she was holding, intending to wake him up. Burton initially told police he had been hit by a lamp or possibly a fan. So sorry, it was a lamp or possibly a fan, causing not a fire extinguisher, causing a visible cut, bleeding to his head that did not require medical treatment. Flack also self-harmed during the row. She fucking hell. Jesus Christ, man. That's crazy. So the thing is yes, obviously the media scrutiny is tough, but you could just hold the society hostage to your whims. It is the same mentality as, I'm going to kill myself if you leave me. And then what? The person is supposed to feel bad for leaving you if you end up killing yourself. That's totally unreasonable. You know, I'm going to kill myself if you scrutinize me or talk about things that I've done as a public figure. You know, it's just, oh, lessons should be learned. Well, what's the lesson here? Don't talk about something too much as a public interest in case they kill themselves. How do you determine that? How do you draw the line? Where's the line exactly? Where is the line on the correct amount of articles? Especially if there's new information coming out. I don't know, man. I'm biased as well, obviously. I'm very biased on this topic too. But for years, I've kind of held this perspective that, yeah, it just seems fucked to put the onus on the person, on the people telling or talking about a situation rather than the person committing the suicide, you know? Anyway. Though everyone finally picks up on their baseless claims, they know that to dim your light is to dim the light on anti-blackness. Baseless claims, by the way, baseless claims. The attacks come from centrist and progressive white scholars and writers, resenting your positions on honours and pay. They believe the great replacement theory, that you've taken their spots, their honours, their money, like the followers of Donald Trump and Nigel Farage. The attacks come from black scholars and writers, resenting your prominence, treating you as a competitor as opposed to a comrade, demonstrating their capitalist and anti-black orientation. Dude, what? This guy is fucking doolally, man. Everyone's attacking them wrongly, it's bad. Dude, what are you on about, bro? Dude, this guy's a fucking grifter too. This guy's just that one news clip alone. Absolute fucking grifting bollocks that got accepted. And then his institution fell on its knees once there was less of an interest in supporting fucking black shit. Very transparent, man. Very obvious. They end up spending more time in private and public undermining you than the racist white scholars and writers that are actively undermining them and you. The attacks come from social media users across ideologies who see the attacking you as trending on algorithms. This is true. Well, so with the social media users, I don't necessarily think they think, oh, I can get likes on this post. But there is this mob mentality that exists. That's true. And everyone joins in and everyone starts talking about it. And it does suck. It does fucking suck. And it would be nice if there was some valve to deal with that, to stop people from doing it. But the reality is, you can't stop the mob. You cannot stop the fucking mob. So you need to take action and not look at it, because you can't stop a mob of people from acting in this kind of perverse interest to kind of destroy someone. It's funny you're posting the quartering. The quartering does come to mind in that people have been on the quartering's ass for fucking months and months now, you know? And I've not really looked at some of the recent stuff. There could be legitimacy in the criticisms that are being made. But it doesn't really make a difference one way or another. There's still just people that are kind of coming for you, you know? And exactly. It's like you don't want to give them ammunition. Yes, precisely. And loss of ammunition was dished out in this particular case. Well, there's already calls for a public inquiry into this. So who knows, man? Who knows? There's a lot of anti-press sentiment. Also, dude, fuck any any fucking lefty that wants to wring their hands about jumping on a bandwagon and mob mentality can fucking do one, bro. They can fucking do one. Literally spewing out bile about some retard posting the N-word 10 years ago. Bro, I've seen it time and time and time again. They want to get on their fucking moral high horse about mob mentality and pylons. And they're some of the worst, most egregious, most disgusting people that do it. Honestly, man, I can't fucking bear it. Watching these fucking lefties bang on about mob mentality and how awful it is. It's fucking sickening, dude. It's sickening to me to see these freaks talk about this as if they're not way more fucking guilty of it when the fucking shoe is on the other foot. And for, you know, and for totally minor shit, bro. Dude, the same people that were fucking on James Summerton's gay little back for stealing some queer's article about how Hellraiser likes to suck cock, right? These same people that were talking about that for fucking months and months are now hand-wringing about a few weeks of coverage because a black academic at an elite institution got exposed for being a fraud. Holy fucking shit, dude. It makes me fucking sick, man. It makes me sick to see. The same thing happened, by the way, with Claudine Gay. Claudine Gay was getting exposed for some sort of plagiarism. And these same disgusting freaks that were endlessly banging on about James Summerton because H. Bombergoy made a video about it, had nothing to say. And in fact, swept. They swept. They fucking swept for it, dude. They swept. These same people are now saying, oh, it's so awful what happened in fucking ARDAY. It's so infuriating that these people are now trying to hand-wring about this stuff. I've seen these people's fucking behaviour time and time and time again. When it comes to in cases, some people that in no way near justify the negative attention that they get. You know? Nowhere near justify the months of discussion and commentary and endless fucking talking about it. Because that's the thing with ARDAY, I think, is if in months to come he set up a YouTube channel, whatever, good luck to you. At least you're not a fucking Cambridge anymore, you know, whatever. Like if there was some, I mean, he's dead now, so it's too late for that. But, you know, if it had moved forward and there was this endless continuous commentary, which I don't think there would have been, then fair enough. There's a point to be made there about extensiveness. But we're talking about what is it? 2 to 3 weeks of coverage when there's another thing that pushes the story forward, another thing that brings up a new dynamic to his dishonesty and his lies. The lie, the big lie that he's just an academic that plagiarized, right? When he's got this entire history that he's made up and bullshitted, right? Also, oh, dude. Oh, he's not a public figure. Tell that to the BBC and Channel 4 and all these fucking organisations that were putting him on the news fucking years ago when he came forward. It was a public story then, but not now, apparently. Oh, dude, it all makes me sick. It makes me fucking sick, dude. It's unbearable. It's fucking unbearable, dude. I can't stand all of the fucking kvetching and hand-wringing about this from these progressives and people, especially the kinds of people who would be the first to jump on someone if they were too fucking racist. Oh my God, man. What is this? The final grift. The final fucking grift, bro. Even in death, he's still grifting. Let's go.
A fundraiser for the family of Jason ARDAY has raised more than £40,000. The former Cambridge University professor, who resigned from his post last week amid allegations of plagiarism, was found dead on Friday. A vigil is also planned in London tomorrow, organised by Stand Up to Racism. His family say he faced sustained abuse since his appointment to Cambridge 3 years ago. A fundraiser for the family.
Excellent. Excellent stuff, man. But the thing is, what this speaks to as well is what a pathetic, wretched coward this ARDAY guy is. He would have been fine. He'd have been totally fine, dude. He could have set up a YouTube channel and banged on about how badly he was treated and he'd been fucking laughing. He's got £40,000 from people. That's money he could have got by just doing YouTube videos about how whites are racist in Cambridge. Anyway, let's finish getting through this, okay? And they join in the fray as if you aren't a human being, as if you aren't going to feel the harm they unleash for likes, shares and follows. But when in memory of black people being treated first and foremost as human beings. The university that propped you up for years now abandoned you amid all the attacks, announced an investigation to protect its reputation at the expense of yours. That is true. I do agree with that. I do agree that it is funny how Cambridge propped this guy up. And then when dirt was getting on them, they're like, oh, time for an investigation. This should have been done years ago and we wouldn't be here. Cambridge has got responsibility here. It's mental that they propped this guy up. And then when it got too hot, they just dropped him and just left him to fucking top himself, bro. Oh my God, dude. Even when it knows the attacks has been coming for you for years, even when it knows they are the problem that needs to be investigated, not you. The white-owned mainstream media doesn't investigate the problem. Those attackers bent on your downfall, believing as you fall, they will rise. The white-owned mainstream media circulates their attacks and the piles on and on and on. The white-owned. Also, it's not white-owned. It's Jewish-owned, bro. At least be fucking brave in what you're saying here rather than pushing out of calling a fucking spade, okay? The white-owned mainstream media published 249 articles in 22 days. Okay. Who gets to determine how many articles is too much, especially with the elaborate nature of the story and the dynamics of what was being exposed? What is too much? I mean, I am quite biased on this. I have seen a bajillion videos about some total nobody shitter that no one cares about, right? And I don't give a fuck about that. That, you know, the definition of public figure is very strained when you're talking about some Discord shitter that no one's ever heard of. So I am a bit biased, but we're talking about a very big story here. So why is it that that's too much? Why is 249 articles too much? You notice this is like, they just collectively point out the number of articles, right? Why don't you actually go through the articles and point out to me what the problem with it is? Where's the issue here? What's the guy's name? Did this. Put up an article that was a student that was talking about the negative experiences they'd had getting taught by ARDAY. Lewis Goodall was like, what's the newsworthiness of this? You don't think there's anything newsworthy in this guy getting exposed as a fraud and his students coming forward saying, yeah, he was basically shit at being a professor. And then when we challenged him, we got accused of white supremacy. You don't think in an elite institution, that's not a newsworthy story? I think that's newsworthy. I think that's of interest. I think that, yes, it is worth having a discussion about the quality of education from someone that's propped up on the basis of their race. At fucking Cambridge, no less. Do you know what? If it was some total shitter university, maybe you'd have a point. Maybe I'd agree with you, okay? We're talking about fucking Cambridge, dude. It's like in shitification that it doesn't matter that some professor at Cambridge was dishing out shit education. So, you know, By comparison, in 2024, in the weeks after the newly released Epstein files showed long-standing ties between Epstein and Peter Mandelson, former UK ambassador, the UK media mentioned Mandelson 119 times. Okay. I saw this as well, another point that was made. Someone was trying to claim on Twitter that Hugh Edwards was barely spoken about. This is fucking cope, bro. They're playing some fucking game here with how they're assessing this. Mandelson was widely discussed extensively, and it was one of the big reasons that Keir Starmer ended up stepping down. So give me a fucking break acting like the Mandelson stuff wasn't scrutinised. Mandelson got fired and Starmer had to step down because of it, okay? Give me a break with that shit. And fucking Hugh Edwards. Hugh Edwards was massively covered. And he lost his fucking job. And his career is in total, absolute, fucked ruins. It's a crater. It's a fucking crater of rape that he exists in now. But these people use these examples to try and suggest that, well, this wasn't discussed very much. Yes, it fucking was. It was the headline news for fucking weeks. They made they made a TV show about how much of a nonce Hugh Edwards is. Yes, exactly, dude. It's total cope to act like this isn't widely discussed, widely reported stuff, you know? In 2023, only the Financial Times covered extensively that William O'Reilly, a white Cambridge professor, was found guilty of plagiarism. See, again, the dishonesty again. They're making it just about the plagiarism. They're saying about the plagiarism. It's the plagiarism. It's the bullshit backstory. It's the fact that he contacted the police about one professor that asked questions. He contacted the police about the journalist that was asking questions, which started a police investigation. He hired a law firm to go after this journalist. There's all these facets to the story that they don't mention. And they just make it, you know, oh, this is just about plagiarism. It's not. It's a fucking lie. It's a total lie to say this is just about plagiarism, right? You've got the propping of him up at the start, but they say this lie so easily, where they say, oh, it's just plagiarism. No, it's not. It's not. And also, right, when you go back to the THE investigation, that was predominantly about plagiarism. And what did ARDAY do? He hired a law firm and reported it to the police to shut the fucking conversation down, to shut the article down. So it's they're comparing two very different situations with this William O'Reilly guy. And then on top of that as well, they're making out like Mandelson wasn't a broadly covered, massively discussed story when it was the headline article on every fucking news organization going, right? It's total cope. Also, the other thing as well is some of the outlets that have covered this extensively are like Spiked, which is like a right-wing culture magazine more than anything else, right? So you've got, like, you're not comparing equally because Spiked is not the same as Sky News and Channel 4 News. You know, headline mainstream media news organizations were extensively covering the Mandelson story. And these outlets have barely covered the ARDAY stuff. They've talked about him getting fired and had like little pieces about it, but the comparison is retarded, bro. Top tier mainstream news endlessly talked about Mandelson and barely mentioned the ARDAY stuff. The two mainstream news outlets that have primarily spoken about ARDAY are the Telegraph and the Times, okay? And they're the ones that have run a lot of stories about this. But beyond that, and the Guardian's run a few, but beyond that, mainstream news orgs haven't gone crazy with this story. And it is totally dishonest to act like there's, you know, less discussion of Mandelson, especially when you consider that that coverage led to Mandelson having to resign. And on top of that as well, Keir Starmer, it being a big part of why he resigned. So anyway, see, look. A black Cambridge professor endured 249 times of media coverage for an accusation of plagiarism by a known race propagandist. Also, it's kind of bollocks to say it's an accusation, but anyway, it wasn't just plagiarism. Total bollocks, total bullshit. You know, just trying to create this idea that there's more, this is about racism, when there is some racist elements to it, don't get me wrong, but primarily there's other factors that I think really help to explain why this story has had the legs that it's had, you know? A similar media pile-on happened to me in the fall of 2023. I love the fact he calls this a media pile-on, man. No, don't scrutinise me. Don't scrutinise me. When I was professor at Boston University, we had to let some staff go to ensure the financial sustainability of the Centre for Anti-Racist Research after huge declines in fundraising at a time when many anti-racist organisations were being compelled to let people go amid major dips in funding. We gave our staff 3 months' notice and severance and allowed them to spend those next 3 months looking for a new place of employment. Enraged at me for the layoffs, some staffers retaliated by baselessly accusing me of mismanaging the centre. So this is true, by the way. I'm pretty sure that there was an inquiry and there wasn't financial mismanagement, apparently. The university launched an inquiry when it knew nothing was there, when it knew I was a caretaker eating a newborn and a partner with stage 4 breast cancer. Bro, fuck this shit, dude. Not the media's problem. Not the media's fucking problem, dude. God, these people are fucking addicted to victimhood, man. How is it the media's problem what your personal circumstances are? This would be like saying, oh, I've been accused of something, but I've got this thing going on, so you can't accuse that of me now. Don't question me about that. These people, I mean, these race hucksters and grifters find any angle that they can to promote themselves as some sort of victim in light of scrutiny. When I was cleared of mismanagement after an audit weeks later, the media suddenly went quiet. There were hardly any reports of this news. It was a miserable time navigating all these attacks and providing care at home. So it is true that he was cleared of mismanagement. That being said, you know, it's a pretty bad look, isn't it? It's a pretty bad look. I've seen other prominent black scholars face these attacks time and time again. And if you die from the attacks, the media still calls the attacks on you accusations to wash their hands of the blood. Your lynchers announce your death as if they had no role in the lynching. But you know what your lynchers won't announce when you are cleared of wrongdoing. We won't be seeing a media pile-on for that news on Jason ARDAY or other than prominent black scholars. Dude, he's not getting cleared, bro. He's not getting cleared. He did that shit, and he's a fucking mass fraud liar. What is he on about, dude? What is he on about? You ain't getting cleared, bro. He did that shit. A layman can see it. A fucking layman can see it. There's a fundamental dishonesty with a lot of this pro-ARDAY coverage. It just completely ignores large facets of the story and acts like it's not immediately transparent that there was substantive plagiarism that occurred. The media will bury its culpability while we bury Jason. I hope he finally receives what we have never received as black scholars. Peace. He thought that went hard. He thought that went hard, didn't he? Anyway, guys, they're now calling it a lynching. So the word has gone out. The way to frame this is a lynching. And you just basically lie about all of it and act like there was no story there. And he was just an innocent guy that was accused of plagiarism. And that's the end of it. And it's all racist. Okay, so we've got a few other bits and pieces to look at with this. So we've got this. We've got this, the Good Law Project. Dude, all these progressive... I'm telling you, man. All these progressivoids that were defending him. And then they were like, oh shit, he's been fired. Oh God, this actually looks pretty bad now. It looks like he did it. And then like, wait, what? He killed himself? Yes! Thank fuck! Oh my God, yes! Thank the Lord. Thank fuck he's decided to kill himself. We can use this now. Brilliant news. Brilliant news. That's what happened, dude. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
In light of the tragic death of Jason ARDAY yesterday, first of all, I'd like to say rest in peace and my deepest condolences to his family and friends. I can't even begin to imagine what they're going through right now. But they're not alone. We have written a collective letter, open letter to the Prime Minister. That letter has been signed.
Am I crazy or are her eyes really far apart? What the fuck is going on with her eyes?
By several individuals, many of whom are black prominent individuals who have experienced the level of targeting and harassment and racially motivated harassment from the UK media. It's not something that we're going to continue to tolerate. We do believe now enough is enough, and the UK media have to be held responsible for their conduct. So we have written to...
That's the bitch that got Joey Barton done for offensive tweets. Is it actually? Is it, are you being serious? Is it actually?
The Prime Minister, there is a collective approach to this, which is very, very important from the black community. And if you feel as strongly as we do about the accountability and the responsibility of the UK media, please reshare the letter and the post, and would really appreciate your collective support.
Also, dude, the other thing, if you actually read the article, so obviously there's loads of fucking, dude, there is tons of racist comments about ARDAY on Twitter. 100% without question. There's a bunch of racist comments about this. I saw someone refer to him as like, oh, low impulse black kills themselves and the white man's responsible. So yes, if you actually read the articles, the focus is not on ARDAY in terms of, you know, also, I saw someone call him George Freud, which I thought was quite good. That was the one I was like, okay, I'll give you that one. That's quite funny. George Freud goes hard. That's a good one. But if you read the articles, and I've read a lot of articles about this guy, right? The substance of the articles is discussion and criticism of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And these outlets' belief that DEI is what led him to get appointed in the first place, and criticising DEI for elevating someone to a position that they weren't capable of being in, right? And people are kind of using the shorthand that that's racist in order to kind of avoid addressing or engaging with the criticism. Well, that's what I'm saying is I think that's true in this case. I don't think it's true all the time, obviously, but I think that in this particular case, yes, that's what's happened here. When you look at the story and the passage of time and what's happened, I think it's pretty undeniable that Cambridge wanted a shortcut to present diversity, and that's why he was pushed forward as much as he was, right? And that's what the focus has been. But now, especially in light of him killing himself, they're just using it as the shorthand. And the thing is, for me, is it's this stifling of a conversation around it, because maybe you disagree. Maybe you think that he's there on merit. That's a position you can have, which I disagree with. But I think you can have that position. But you're essentially making it verboten. You're making this effort to make it verboten to talk about or discuss. When what's wrong with saying, yeah, I think this guy was hired because he was black and that's why he got bandied about so much? Like, what's racist about that? It would be racist if you looked at the substance of his work and he wasn't a plagiarist and he wasn't a fraud and he was making substantive contributions to a given field that he was in. Then maybe you could be racist for just saying, well, he's black. But the argument isn't he's black, therefore this is because of DEI. It's he's a plagiarist, he's a fraud, his work sucks, his speeches suck, etc., 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 you know. And for that reason, we think the reason he was taken on is because of his skin colour, DEI. That's a different position and a different argument, you know. And the other thing too is like Aaron Bastani is getting a lot of shit. He's a lefty that works for Novara Media. He's getting loads of shit at the moment because he called Jason Arday a fraud. And obviously he's in the fucking lion's den with all the retarded lefties and they're popping off about it now. But the point there is that, yes, I think there are some lefties who have got this kind of perspective and they're now getting kind of harangued and shit on for like just saying the truth, bro. It's so fucking insane. It's so insane. But yes, it's this way of, again, you know, it's a way of, you've got this ideology, and rather than engage with criticism of the ideology, you shortcut to saying you're being racist or it's racially targeted, and then you don't have to engage with the criticism, you know? And we're going to take a look as well at the New York Times article because it talks about this exact thing of questions for Cambridge about putting this guy and elevating this guy into the position that he's in. And they're getting criticised. The fucking New York Times is getting criticised for going, how did Cambridge get this guy in this position? This seems fucking insane. And people are mad about that as well. So it's like this death is being used as a baton to say, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about this. Why not? Why can't you talk about it, bro? Just total emotional manipulation that is at play here in order to try and, you know, suppress criticism of this. Because the reality is, the progressives are raped on this one. It's over. It's done. It was done. It was done. This guy is a fucking DEI stooge, totally above his station, right? And so rather than engage with that, they're doing every possible thing they can. They never address substantively the plagiarism, the fraud, the lies. They downplay it and go, this is racially motivated. Go and read the articles about it, right? Much of it is, here's all the lies and bullshit this guy has told. It's all bollocks, man. They're just lying about it. It's so fucking infuriating to see.
The Prime Minister has described the death of former Cambridge professor Jason Arday as a tragedy on so many levels. Jason Arday resigned from his role at the university after allegations of plagiarism and questions were raised over some of his achievements. He had denied the claims. Police say they're not treating his death as suspicious. Helena Wilkinson has the latest.
3 years ago, Jason Arday made history, becoming Cambridge University's youngest ever black professor. But earlier this month, he was at the centre of a plagiarism.
He doesn't like that anymore.
And last week, he quit his role with immediate effect. Last night, it was confirmed that Jason Arday had been...
What's this? This is interesting. So he was on a radio show at some point. Wow, that's very interesting. I wonder what that's all about. I'm sure there's nothing to see. I wonder what that's all about, though. I wonder what happened there. I wonder if he was propped up and shunted onto as many media programmes that would talk to him, hence putting him in the public eye. I wonder if anything like that happened. Probably nothing to worry about.
Found dead. In a statement, the Metropolitan Police said they were called by the London Ambulance Service on Friday afternoon following a report that a man had been found unresponsive inside a property. Sadly, a 41-year-old man was pronounced dead at the scene. His next of kin have been informed and are being supported by officers. The Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, said Jason Arday's death was a tragedy on so many levels.
Well, dude, he's getting criticised for this, by the way. And I guarantee you it's going to be a very moderate and carefully worded statement so as not to aggrieve a particular side of the conversation. I guarantee you he's going to be kind of, you know, he's not going to be banging on the racial drum. But I saw Zach Polanski complaining about this.
It's not a moment for any rushing to judgment. It's a moment for reflection, I would say. Reflecting on how things came to this. A really sad and sorry state of affairs. And I think we just all today think of Jason, his contribution, and his family and friends.
Oh no, okay. That was very weak. That was very Fence City. That was very Fence City. That was very Fence City. His contribution. Yeah, but he's not even... He's just saying his contribution. I mean, what does that even mean, dude? Okay. It's very obvious this is a spiked ball for someone like Andy Burnham, okay? There's not a way of substantively commenting on this without upsetting a given side. So he's trying to show reverence without doing it too much, so it looks like he's like, yeah, this guy was really clever, actually. Do you know what I mean? That's what's going on there. That was kind of what I expected it to be. I think, you know, he's trying to balance all the different sides. You know what I mean? It's like this culture war stuff. I think there's probably a lesson there from the way that Starmer went at some of these culture war-esque topics, and he's probably trying to find, you know, a balance so he doesn't fall into the same trap. Yeah, that comes across as playing it safe to me. Very politician coded. Very politician coded. Well, what did he say there that you think was egregious? You're saying I'm sweeping. What did he say there that's egregious to the kind of anti-Arday argument or the anti-Arday side? He was very vague in what he was saying.
As a Cambridge Professor of Sociology of Education in 2023, Professor Jason Arday regularly appeared in the media talking about a variety of subjects.
Hey, go on BBC! They're doing me proud with this. Wow, look at this. He's on national TV, almost like he's a public figure. Wow.
His personal journey into academia.
There's one thing you said to me, which I know.
Bro, was that Ed Davey?
From his personal journey.
Dude, he's sitting there with the leader of one of the mainstream political parties in the UK. Dude. And people want to try and argue that he's not entitled to scrutiny, and B, would take issue with the idea that Nigel Farage gets too much scrutiny. Like, do you see what I mean? This puts him in the firing line. That's it. End of fucking conversation. If you're sat on a news show with a mainstream political party and you're not some fucking sob story nobody whose leg got blown off or kid got turned to dust in a fire or some shit, I don't know. You are open for business in terms of scrutiny, man. This is like, go crazy if you want. This is what's so frustrating about this whole conversation is he was a public figure. It's the same in our arena. It's like setting up a YouTube channel puts you on the table for scrutiny. No matter what, you've decided to put your fucking words out there. If people want to talk about that, that's their fucking prerogative, you know? Same situation here. And we're talking about elite university, that's one facet, but then being on the news regularly at the time this was all happening, you know? And Bomber Guy hasn't commented. Hang on a minute. I thought and Bomber Guy, I thought he was very concerned about plagiarism. He made an entire video, that 2 hours of which was dedicated to talking about how some fucking gaylord stole a document that said Hellraiser like to take it in the ass. Therefore, he was a massive fucking plagiarist. Wow, almost like H Bomber Guy doesn't give a fuck about plagiarism. And actually, he just wanted to, you know, what was the thing? The justified target in this kind of antagonistic negative commentary. Well, the thing is, H Bomber Guy is trapped, isn't he? He can't come out about this because he would have to be saying that plagiarism's okay to someone. Basically, he is guilty. Like, he can't come out and criticize the press because he is guilty of exactly the same thing. Worse, I would say, with James Somerton, because he made a big hoo-ha about some YouTuber fucking being a gaylord. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was a less egregious thing. And he made an extensive video about it and talked about it for months after the fact. And, you know, said nothing as his fans endlessly fucking hounded this guy to the ends of the fucking earth. Even to the point where, when it didn't look like he committed suicide, there was almost a celebration of it amongst some of his fans. So he can't really say anything, can he? What does he say that doesn't open him up to criticisms of hypocrisy? Or, alternatively, supporting plagiarism in some way, you know? But anyway. Yeah, M-Bomber Guy's capos, like Lady Emily retard was looking up James's alt accounts. Yeah, exactly. There was just this relentless months-long campaign to chase this guy down. Like, and dude, I remember as well. Dude, this was crazy, man. James Somerton released a new video. Now, obviously, if you want to scrutinize that, whatever, right? Whatever. But M-Bomber Guy was on his back like that, tweeting about it. You know, he was like, yeah, look, he's done this new video. I was like laughing at him, right? And I think that's based. I'm like, yeah, go at him. Fuck it. Why not? But it's presenting this veneer of, you know, he is the example of this kind of progressive care and concern for people. Yeah, he was engaging in this kind of behavior. So yeah, I don't think he'd be able to say anything about it, would he? But this is way more egregious than James Somerton. This is like elite university explicit plagiarism shit, you know? So that is interesting, though, that he's not weighed in on this. And it's literally up his fucking, in his wheelhouse, in his country.
Into academia.
There's one thing you said to me, which I never forgot. And it was when I was 22, and I said to you I was thinking about doing a PhD. And you said to me...
Also,
like, you know,
the other thing that's really shit about the Somerton stuff is that everyone was bothered about him stealing gay literature author books or something. The worst thing Somerton did is he had this bullshit film thing and he collected money from his audience and never made the fucking movies. That was the worst thing of all that he did to me, because that was like a fraud or a scam. And that got kind of sidelined for, oh, there's this suffering gay artist that wrote about how Pinhead wants to take 5 cocks in his mouth and you copied it.
It would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write managed to get a PhD.
But there were recent allegations of plagiarism and questions about some of his achievements. He denied the claims. He admitted errors in his work, but said he had faced an unrelenting level of public scrutiny and personal attack and was not a liar. Some critics had said the treatment of him had been
But the problem is that he was. I saw another clip, because you remember the 7-Up thing, where he claimed he was part of the program where they come and check on you every 7 years. He said he was using it as an example or like a, you know, as a sort of thing to something else. But I saw the clip earlier. No, he just said it. He just said it on a show. He said, yeah, I was in 7-Up. He just fucking said it, bro. He just said it, bro. He just said things. And he was lying. It's undeniable, because when he gets questioned about it, he has to change it. He changes it to something else and says, oh no, I didn't raise £5 million actually. It was a collective of people, but I can't say who because of the NDA. Oh no, I didn't run all these marathons. I did it over a longer amount of time, but didn't say that. You know, it was just shifting of the story to try and still protect this idea that he wasn't a fucking liar. It was like, why is your story changing, bro?
Motivated by racism, but others said the claims of plagiarism were legitimate. A former colleague and friend told the BBC he had spoken to Jason Arday yesterday morning.
Over the last few weeks, since the plagiarism allegations came to sort of national news and then international news, he was being subjected on an hourly basis to ridicule, humiliation. He told me,
Unfortunately, there is a tweet for this. There is a tweet for this, isn't there, guys? There is a tweet for this. Very unfortunate that there is an exact tweet for this. God, I can't find it though. That's annoying. Oh, I got it. Classic tweet, guys. Classic tweet. How the fuck is cyberbullying real? Ha ha ha, Ninja. Just walk away from the screen like Ninja. Close your eyes. Ha ha ha. Which, yeah, I mean, I could see that the coverage was more extensive than other situations, but to some degree, yeah, you got to fucking turn away from it. I mean, what are you supposed to do, man? You got to turn away. Yes, you do have to not look at it. So, Chud took that advice when he bought the shed. Well, no, dude, I do invoke this in my own life, yeah. Why read the comments of a bunch of fucking losers who are going nowhere in life that just fucking hate you for whatever reason? It's a waste of time, isn't it? You might as well just fucking crack on. But in this case, obviously, there was more extensive coverage, so it is more challenging to do that. I wouldn't say that it's as easy as just turn your phone off, because it's like headline news. But again, you can't govern coverage and media press things around whether or not someone might kill themselves. That's a totally unreasonable proposition that will lead to bad actors to take advantage of it. So, sorry, but if you're getting raped, c'est la vie. That's the way it is. Maybe don't be a total fucking fraud liar.
I mean, this morning that he couldn't leave his home because his face was now so well known, his name was so well known, that he was a figure of shame. He maintained that he did not fabricate, he did not lie.
In a statement, Jason Arday's family said that they were in shock to have lost this amazing father, partner, brother.
I mean, is he a good father? I know that they got to say that, but is killing yourself a good father move? That seems pretty bad and selfish to me.
Do you have a rape fetish? Chud, how do you, as a unique-looking black man with a bad hairline, log off? He's gotta go shopping with fam, pick up kids at school, go outside. Idiot.
Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. What are you suggesting, that there is a bevy of trolls wandering the streets of wherever he lives with his doctoral thesis with a plagiarism there. Hey, look at this! Oh, I got your fucking. Oh, look at this! You copied that, didn't you? You fucking liar! You fucking fraud! Oh, 600 miles is it? You fucking bullshit artist! Hey, people get in his face, fucking with him.
Uncle and son. They added the campaign of misinformation was too much for Jason, who was a gentle man and who always wanted to see the best in everyone.
This gentle man thing as well. He is like, oh, dude. He's a con artist. He's got that energy, right? Con artist, bullshit artist. He's got that vibe. They say gentle man. The other thing with this too is he called the police on someone that was a journalist investigating him. Is that a gentle move? Speak softly and always carry a big knife or something. I don't know. Like they want to present him as this gentle guy. But he was quite vicious. He was quite a vicious person that was happy to lie in order to try and defend himself against legitimate scrutiny.
Everyone. Cambridge University's Vice-Chancellor said they were desperately saddened to hear the tragic news that
Epstein was a gentle man. True.
The Metropolitan Police said his death was being treated as unexpected, but is not believed to be suspicious. Helena Wilkinson, BBC News.
There he is. George Freud, the greatest academic that ever lived. What's that fucking Sven Stoffels thing? Okay, let's see. Let's look at how else the news. I want to just check in on how all the news stations are reporting this. That was actually quite a decent report. That was fair. The BBC did a good job there. I think they did a fair job of kind of covering all bases and being fair to all sides. So well done, BBC. Well done to the BBC there. Let's see what ITV is saying. Channel 4's reporting is looking a little bit rough around the edges. George Freud, I saw that online. I copied that. I plagiarised that joke from someone else, okay?
Jason Arday's story was an extraordinary one. From apparently being diagnosed with autism and unable to speak until he was 11, to becoming Cambridge University's youngest black professor. But allegations of plagiarism and questions about his public biography triggered a bitter debate about academic standards and diversity.
I just feel like it's a waste of a life that was cut short needlessly.
Before his death, friends including...
Yeah, by himself. Yes, by himself. Do you know what's so crazy about this too? I was thinking about this, right? And I was thinking, well, what if it's not that he's killed himself? What if he got killed by someone else? What would the situation be then? But then I thought, doesn't matter for the people that are like using this as a weapon, because all you do is you go stochastic terrorism. So either he kills himself and you go, oh no, he's killed himself, you caused this, or someone else kills him and you go, you caused this by talking about it so much. And some nutter read a Spectator article about how he's a fraud and went and shot him to bits. So it doesn't matter. You can weaponize, no matter how he gets in the ground, you can weaponize his corpse either way. So it doesn't matter either way how he goes, you know?
Mike Freeman were deeply concerned.
He was at rock bottom. He couldn't see any way out of this.
I tell you what, where's this for Hugh Edwards, bro? Where is all this fucking... Dude, where is all this for you? No one cared that Hugh Edwards got sent a couple of saucy pics and then was sad because he lost his BBC job.
He said things to me like it's pointless when we, as a group of friends, tried to encourage him to speak to journalists.
They'd been friends since primary school and remained close for 35 years. The pair still played local football together. And when stories came out questioning Arday's struggle with speech at school, he was happy to say what he saw, and horrified some journalists gave greater prominence to students who weren't in their class.
They wanted, I think, a headline, and it wasn't fair, in my opinion. He was a humble man. Coverage about him being a fantasist and a liar that does not ring true with the human that I...
Okay, this is Friendoid Cope, man. This is Friendoid Cope. Fuck off, bro. I get it, man. Your mate's dead. But this is fucking friend Oiko. Come off it, bro. All of his stories crumbling around when they get scrutinised. Nah, that wasn't what he was like.
No, and loved.
While many have now pointed to public shaming.
Also, he didn't say that he couldn't speak. Wait a minute. He didn't seem to say that he couldn't speak, though, did he? He didn't seem to want to back that one up. What's going on there? That's a bit odd, isn't it? That's a little bit odd.
Online pylons and the human cost of culture war politics. Others have argued that the case raises important questions about academic standards, honesty and institutional accountability. Of those institutions, Cambridge University faces some of the most difficult questions. While it appointed Jason Arday as a Fellow of Jesus College and the university's youngest ever black professor of sociology, did it apply sufficient scrutiny before elevating him to one of the most prominent academic positions in the country?
Many former students say concerns about his supervision were raised but not acted upon. While critics argue the university failed those students, others...
Oh, that's tough, isn't it? Yeah. He was just banging on about music for 2 hours. And I asked him if we were going to learn about anything else, and he accused me of being racist. So I don't know what that's about. Dude, I'm trying to find... There was an article where they looked at his claims that he couldn't speak till he was 11 or 12 and didn't learn to write and read until he was 18. And I'm pretty sure there were like specialists that were saying like, yeah, that's quite improbable. That's like highly, highly unlikely. Like almost to an unbelievable level. But I can't seem to find the article.
now ask whether it also failed in its duty of care to a man whose vulnerabilities were well known. Cambridge has yet to address those questions. In a letter to staff and students, Vice-Chancellor Deborah Prentice said her priority is supporting their community through this tragedy. And then there's also scrutiny of the media itself. Did they excessively pursue a story that increasingly became clickbait?
Two things can be true at the same time. I think that it is really important that we hold our higher education institutions to the highest standard. At the same time, the level of public scrutiny that Jason Arday was subjected to was unprecedented. And there is absolutely no doubt in most people's minds that that level of scrutiny...
Well, the thing is, sure, this is like an unprecedented situation, though. Like, the reason this popped off is because he was a total bullshit artist, man. What about Prince Andrew? I love the fact that we're just referencing pedos that got loads of coverage. But yes, I think, yeah, what about Epstein? What about Epstein? What about Epstein? What about Epstein? No, it's just so funny to me that it's like all these pedos keep getting referenced. But no, I think to say this is to really be dishonest about the extent and nature of this story. It was such a preposterous and absurd situation. And there was all the juicy race narratives linked up with it too, you know?
Was a result of his race.
Even the Prime Minister says it's a moment to take stock.
It's not a moment for any rushing to judgment. It's a moment for reflection, I would say. Reflecting on how things came to this.
The campaign of misinformation was too much for Jason, his family said. His death now raises questions not just for those who scrutinised him, but for the institutions that elevated him. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
I know it is a nothing statement.
Well, listen,
that's what
if you've
I
been
was saying.
affected by that story, it is always worth reminding
Don't kill yourselves, guys. Don't kill yourselves, okay? If you're a fraudulent black professor, call the Samaritans if you're feeling a bit sad about this. The thing is, I saw someone say that he should have been a PE teacher, physical education, phys ed teacher. And people were saying that was racist. But it actually isn't racist. He genuinely had A-levels in physical education. And legitimate, I agree, he could have been like a teacher. Like, there's nothing wrong with him being like a teacher of like a normal school. He would have more than capable of doing something like that. It's specifically the elevation to Cambridge that's the problem. But, you know, He would have been. I think he'd have been a good teacher. Just not at Cambridge. Okay, I've saved the worst till last, and then we'll get to some actual good coverage of this, including the Harmful video. Hopefully, I think I saw Harmful's tweets. I think he's going to have the correct take about this. And then this is Channel 4's. I've saved this till last because I reckon that they might be a bit raped on this, but we'll see.
Jason Arday was once held up as a symbol of what British academia could be. Now his death is a reckoning over duty of care, institutional failure, media scrutiny, and racism. The Cambridge professor resigned last week after allegations of plagiarism and that parts of his life were exaggerated or made up. Arday admitted errors in his work but denied plagiarism. The 41-year-old was clearly struggling when he stepped down.
Dude, why do they have his face like he's a criminal? I don't understand why they've got this overlay that makes him look like a total crime committer. It's so bad, man. Oh my God, what are they thinking with this shit?
Saying in a statement, what I have experienced has gone far beyond scholarly disagreement.
He was leaning on a number of people. I think he was desperately trying to find a way to stay alive, actually. He kept telling me, and I know he kept telling other people that he was leaning on, that he felt as though his life was over. I'm pretty surprised Cambridge did not recognise how extraordinarily vulnerable he was.
Cambridge University have released a short statement in which they say they are desperately saddened by the death of Jason Arday and extend their sympathies to his friends and family. But we've spoken to multiple professors at Cambridge University who say that they feel let down by the senior leadership there and that they feel there was a lack of duty of care towards Arday. Some feel a sense of mutiny towards senior leadership and feel that there must now be resignations.
I mean, dude, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, these people, I don't like the term blood on their hands, a bit much. But I think there was like a negligence that's occurred here. Yes. A negligence driven by a desire to get a certain diversity aspect met rather than, is this the right person for the job, you know? It's crazy to me. And then it's not just the fact that they made the decision to do it in the first place, okay? It's also the fact that warning alarms were raised and they didn't pay any attention to them and they just ignored it and hand waved it away. And they didn't substantively investigate and look into this. And they also put him in a position where he's in the spotlight. Like, yes, he was relishing it, but why is he there? You know, he's there because Cambridge have put him in that position to be in the spotlight. A place he, in fairness, as much as I think this guy's a piece of shit, wasn't ready for, wasn't capable of dealing with. Clearly a deeply mentally ill, disturbed guy who had this bullshit stuff going on to cover up some sort of issue or whatever it is, and then all comes crumbling down and he kills himself. He was a PE teacher. This wouldn't have happened.
Arday became the youngest black professor in Cambridge's history in 2023, and questions over his academic credentials have been swirling for some time. For some, his backstory was too hard to believe, and many tried to pick holes in it. Arday was autistic and said he didn't speak until 11.
I went to university at 20, but had to...
Bro, they're really trying hard to sweep for Krishna. This is the second time they've used the same clip to make it seem like Krishna was sniffing out the bullshit. But I don't know if it was... Hey!
He was the most extraordinary man in life. Now he's the most extraordinary cinder on the ash pile.
Okay, thank you for the tip. Thank you.
Reading age of a 9-year-old, you know, so you're trying to really kind of...
Really? I mean, is that possible?
Yeah, it is.
Allegations against Arday's work resurfaced recently when this former Cambridge researcher, Nathan Kofnas, published claims of plagiarism in the professor's work. Kofnas had his research role terminated over his views on diversity in 2024. He argued true meritocracy would push out black people in higher profile roles, including Harvard professors, to zero. ARDAY then...
No, they didn't say the funny line. They'd be perfectly suited to entertainment and sports. Get them doing running. Get them doing 100-metre sprints for entertainment. Anyway, that was actually not that crazy. Normally they go a bit harder on Kofnas in these reports when they bring them up.
Suffered a relentless campaign of coverage against him, with his stories making headlines around the world. There were articles asking questions about his life before academia. Was he really on a popular TV show, 7 Up? And how long did it really take him to run from Edinburgh to London for charity? The stories went deep into his personal life.
In the last 9 days...
Hang on a minute. That's fucking bullshit, bro. They went deep into his personal life because he put it on the table himself. Oh, God, that is disgusting framing, bro. No one would ask questions about his personal background if he hadn't have talked about it himself. When you make your business talking about your personal life, you will get scrutinized for your personal life, dude. God, it is so wretched, man, the way that they're framing some of this stuff. There was deep questions about his personal life. And he's there going... Yeah, couldn't read till I was this age. Didn't get, you know, it's like he's putting it on the table to be discussed.
There was 188 newspaper articles about Jason ARDAY, right? You do not see that same level of scrutiny, that same level of coverage about other cases of plagiarism, other cases of people exaggerating their CVs.
Is it because he was a black professor?
There is no doubt that the fact that he was a black man was a contributory factor.
Yes, it's true. It's because he was black, but that's also because that was linked to his hiring. Dude, these people are so wretchedly dishonest, man. They completely miss out key portions of the story in order to make it look more racist than it truly is.
Factor, if not the major factor, as to why the coverage that he received and the coverage of the case he received.
Some allege Conservative figures are targeting black academics in a war on diversity. Black professors make up barely 1% at UK universities. At the heart of it all is a personal tragedy. ARDAY's family...
Also, the thing is to bear in mind with this as well, is that's true. There is a war on black professors, but you never hear about it because normally, what's that guy's name, the American guy? The Jew that bangs on about this. What's it? One of you will know who I'm talking about. I think he's the one that exposed Claudine Gay. Who's the guy? What's his name? I can never remember. My name memory is gone. They're all Jews. No, this is a very specific and particular Jew that I'm talking about. Come on, someone must know who I'm talking about. Not Bill Ackman. Fuck. Someone must know. Someone must know. What's his name? He's not James Lindsay. He's not the sword guy. He's the other one that's like him.
Said last night they were in shock to have lost an amazing father, partner, brother, uncle and son.
Emily with her there. Now joining me is Kendi Andrews, who's an academic.
God, please tell me you've got a racist on to argue against this guy. This guy is a total fucking race huckster too. I remember an interview of him saying some crazy shit ages ago. Please tell me you've got a prominent racist on.
Specialising in black studies and a friend of Jason ARDAY. Kendi, first off, our deepest condolences, obviously. I understand you spoke to him yesterday, which must mean within a matter of hours before he died. What was his frame of mind, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I spoke to him on Monday, we had dinner, and I texted him over the week. And it was very clear that he was overwhelmed, he was upset, he was depressed, he couldn't...
Jason, the story's getting a bit too hot to handle. Can you do us a favour and just kill yourself so that we can use your corpse as a prop to further support the victim narrative?
See a way out because of this avalanche of stories. 188 stories on Jason ARDAY. It's a mob. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. And he didn't want to leave the house. When I saw him on Monday, he had lost lots of weight. He was clearly damaged by all this scrutiny and speculation around him.
And clearly emotionally isolated from what you've just said. Was he on his own yesterday when you spoke?
He's had people around him, and we've been trying to support him. But I do want to stress here, this isn't just a tragedy. A man was lynched yesterday. Like, when you talk about
Hopefully, let's go. We got the lynching. All these black professors calling it lynching, man. It's so based. It's so fucked. To me, I think, well, hang on a minute. What about actual people that got lynched? Actually lynched. Not bullshit lynched like you're talking about.
there was amount of articles, and you can't just blame Cambridge University. This is the media. This is 188 articles. This is constant scrutiny. This is people outside of his house, even today when he's died. This is unprecedented, and I want to stress this very clearly. If he was white, he would still be alive. This is the story, and I just can't believe how bad it's become.
A lynching?
What else could you call it? So you have...
Go on! Come on, call out this black fraud.
People like Nathan Koffnash, let's just say these are racist ideas, who put this idea out there that he's a victim of plagiarism. We still hear this. You did it today in the same story. Victim of, he was allegations of plagiarism. Those allegations were investigated and he was cleared. I read his PhD.
It's so funny to me how they keep pushing this, when if you look at the actual thing, they never said he's cleared of plagiarism. They said his PhD still stands. There's clearly a problem with the investigation process. The plagiarism is explicit when you look at it. Is it not true? Dude, these blacks want to come on and they want to be like, oh, they're coming for our black academics. They're coming for us, which I do agree that there is this push for a sort of checking of all these black. I agree that's happening. But then they come on and they say bullshit things and they defend plagiarism. I'm like, hang on a minute. Maybe you are a fucking fraud. Maybe you are a fucking fraud if you're defending obvious plagiarism, bro. I can look at it as a layman and see it clear as day. And you're willing to defend it. Maybe your work needs to be scrutinised too.
A year ago and said this is not plagiarism, and he was cleared. Yeah, that's still part of the story. And then all of this resounding pressure, media pressure around him, memes on TikTok. Okay. I would have said before it was metaphorically a lynching, but like I said, he's now dead because he's black. What else do we call that but a public lynching of this man?
Okay, that notwithstanding, we arrive at that situation, do we not? Because it is said by some that the duty of care, which not just one university, and you work in universities, but perhaps two more, didn't execute in the way that they should have done. Surely there is some responsibility lying there, and surely that needs an independent, truly independent, fully independent inquiry.
Oh, certainly there's I'm interested about the other universities. I would say they're part of the thing I always push back heavily. Being an academic, knowing how jobs get handed out, this idea that Jason was somehow not credible and given the job for the wrong reasons, there is no evidence of that at all. He was a professor at Glasgow and he moved to be a professor at Cambridge. Cambridge certainly have a duty of care. Cambridge did the right thing at first. They knew it was a smear. Dude,
there's no evidence of that beyond all of the absolutely, absurd and unnecessary press reporting about the, what was it? Youngest black academic in the height of Floydism. But no evidence of that, no evidence of that. Also, so you say there's no evidence of that? Well, yeah, we need to look into it, don't we? Don't we need to look into it and get emails and messages and, whatever the reports were? I don't know how it works in terms of appointing you as a professor, but that process and that procedure and the documentation that they took. Like, I remember when I used to work for, hiring salespeople in a store for selling telecom stuff, you'd have to document the interview. You have to write the interview down because you'd need to be able to justify one way or another if you took them on or not. And that was for some fucking shitter working in a shop, let alone Cambridge. So there must be documentation and, metrics and numbers and stuff you've written down that says, well, this shows this and that links to that and this means this.
He'd been working behind the scenes for 3 years on this, and they said, look, this is a smear, nothing to see here. But sadly, because of all the media pressure, they then bowed to that, and also from some academics at Cambridge, and said, we're going to launch an investigation. An investigation into what? Right. The allegations about him lying about running the marathons aren't actually precedent to his job. So
this is this other dishonesty that they do, where they go, well, that's not relevant. Well, it is relevant because it was the subject of a lot of press coverage, and part of his discussion around his Cambridge was his personal life and his background. And now you want to say that's not up for grabs for discussion and scrutiny. It's like just this bullshit fucking game they play.
Do you have a rape fetish? Chud, you are always banging on about how you used to work some job back in the day. I think you are pulling a Jason Arday and lying about your past.
If I was lying about my past, it would be a lot more elaborate than what I've come up with. But thank you, Cosmic Salmon, for the very generous 500 kicks. Thank you for that. Thank you. So it's like this guy gets to go on and make up these tall tales of preposterous claims in press. And then when later on it turns out he's a plagiarist and people start asking questions about his background, that's not up for grabs. Fuck off, dude. God, these people disgust me, bro. These people fucking make me sick. They make me fucking sick, dude.
They said they were going to do this investigation. That's what led to his resignation. But and that was a complete mistake.
Indeed. Just if I may just pick up on that point you made a moment or two ago, which is interesting. You said University of Cambridge had a duty of care, which you said they exercised at first. That implies you feel something went off the rails.
Yeah, I think it was because of the amount of media scrutiny. So at first they were very clear. They said, look, this is a smear. His PhD has been investigated, and they were standing behind him. And then I think it's because, and this is the sad thing for me, it wasn't just the right-wing press. The Guardian got involved, BBC got involved. It became this massive story that then Cambridge felt they had to respond.
It's so, dude, these people are just fucking allergic to scrutiny, man. They just can't stand it. They can't stand the idea that they're getting any sort of questions about what's going on and the fucking dynamics behind it. This guy in particular is massively invested in defending the principles that got ARDAY into the position that he's in. So he's obviously not going to fold on this. You know, his entire career is predicated on all this shit, isn't it? He's like a CRT, race theorist kind of guy.
And I do think there's one thing that Cambridge did do. Jason Arday was qualified for his job. There seems to be no doubt that then Cambridge used that as a PR boost. Look at us, we're not racist anymore. And unfortunately, when the PR narrative shift, it seems like Cambridge went, okay, let's throw him to the wolves, launch this investigation, and withdraw their support. Right. And they should never have accepted his resignation. They knew how bad his mental health was. They knew what he was going through. And there is no way they should have stood by and said, okay, you can resign, let's leave you to the wolves. That is.
Well, the problem is that's all too late. That's after the horse has bolted. The reality is they never should have taken him on in the first place. And if they did take him on, they definitely should have propped him up to the point where he's on mainstream news talking about a story.
And they should be accountable for, and I hope the family sues them for it too.
So the reality is, you know, for Jason Arday's faults, he was a convenient black man that came along at a certain time that Cambridge could use to their own ends, and the press, in the fallout of some of the Floydism shit, could prop up and you know, assuage their kind of guilt or feelings about some of this race stuff. So he was propped up and he was used to the ends of presenting a certain impression, you know. But you know, it's Jason Arday. I don't like I hate all the stuff, the reporting and shit. I think that's fucked, obviously, right? But it's like a cornered animal. That sounds bad. That sounds bad, man. He's like a sort of cornered rat, isn't he? You know? Just desperately lashing out at people that are gonna take the dude. He's got a little piece of cheese, right? And he's in a corner, and someone's coming along and they're trying to take the little piece of cheese away, and he's like biting them. That's what he's like.
Very briefly, Prime Minister says this should be a moment for national reflection. Reflection upon what is most important from your perspective as his friend?
It has to be the fact that the Prime Minister is talking about Jason Arday. This is somebody who previously was completely unknown, has become a household name because of a racist smear campaign.
What? He was unknown. Fuck, dude. These guys are disgusting, wretched, black fucking liar, bro. They just lie. They lie through their teeth, bro. It's disgusting. What are you on about? It's on the fucking news, dude. Before all of this, it's such fucking bullshit, man. It just makes me sick the way that they lie about this. Totally unknown. Meanwhile, in 2023, he's on all these press outlets telling his story.
From the right, which we should have pushed back on and said, this is a terrible story. But sadly, the rest of the media joined in, and now it's become, that's the story. How is the media reporting this? How is the media allowing themselves to be led by these racist right-wing ideas? That's what the inquiry should be about.
Okay, Andrews, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
It's very unfortunate they're not getting more racists on. Anyway, give them one of these. Someone go to Cambridge and paint one of these with Arday on the wall. That's what they should do. Give him one of these bad boys. Come on. Makes perfect sense to me. Have you seen the clip where Arday's missus repeats the lies? No, I can't say that I have. But if you guys have got any supplementary clips, do link them. I want to read this article, and then we'll do the harmful video. And unless there's anything else drastic, I think that will probably be it on the Arday stuff. As fun as it's been to cover. I've really enjoyed covering this, man. Oh, dude. It's been great, man. It's been great. The Gay Riddler. So what is interesting here? So the New York Times has now published an article. I think they've reported on it a bit before. But they've published an article which I'm told is very thoughtful and reasonable, talking about this. Okay? And people are mad about this. People are mad about this now as well. And I'm like, what, dude? You're just saying, oh, we can't talk about it anymore because he's dead. And someone made the very reasonable point in that you're siding with, like, the job of the press is to scrutinize institutions and question them and query their decisions and things that happen, negative things that happen as a result of their decisions. And now you're siding with, it's Arday, but Cambridge, against journos that are saying, what the fuck were Cambridge thinking here? You know? Okay.
It's a bit harsh, is it? Is it, Jason? Let me tell you, Jason, I know your name because your partner Debbie here has told us all about you. Okay. Debbie, what did you tell us?
Basically, that Jason's just an amazing guy. He has epilepsy. He learned how to speak when he was 11, and he couldn't read or write until he was 16. And he...
Wait, what? 16? 16? I thought it was 18. Bro, this is from 2012. The story's changed again. Oh my God. Oh my God, no way. This is great, man. That is quality. So it was a bit of a different story back then, but then it shifted. It shifted once the university angle came into play.
He found school quite challenging and quite tough, but he always sort of...
Oh, what?
16. And he found school quite challenging and quite tough, but he always sort of was so grateful to the people that helped him along the way. So he decided to give back. And he has dedicated the past 10 years to fundraising for people who are in need. And so this has been alongside sort of going to college, going to uni, getting a master's, becoming a uni lecturer. Wow. And at just the age of 27, he has raised almost £250,000 for charity.
That's increased to 5 million now. That's gone up to 5 million, but I guess you could argue he's been busy. He's been busy.
Some of the kind of statistics and the facts and the events that Jason's taken part in, this was the most remarkable thing. Not only the sum of money, but the amount of marathons and the organisations he's been involved with. Tell us some of those, please, Debbie.
So, sort of the main one, which was quite big, it was huge. He ran 30 marathons in 35 days.
Stupidity. It's not stupidity, it's generosity and a kind heart. That's what it is.
There's people that do amazing things day in, day out, and I'm just fortunate enough that I'm surrounded by people that appreciate it, so I'm very fortunate.
Well, what an amazing attitude to have. However, that's not stopping us wanting to do something nice for you because you've done so much for other people.
Too kind.
You don't even know what it is yet. We know you're going to love it. Jason, take a look at this. We're sending you to New York, courtesy of Teletext Holidays.
Bro, what? You got a free New York holiday.
Others compete in the New York Marathon. And that's not
what the actual fuck,
we know
man.
You're a big tennis fan, so we're sending you to see Grand Slam winner Andy Murray in action at the Barclays ATP World Tour Finals at the O2.
Oh, they're recording the TV screen.
Also get to meet the great man
Needs a bit of a clean. Dude, that's quality, man.
New York's like my favourite place in the world. Oh my God, I'm extremely grateful. Thank you so much.
Listen, enjoy meeting Andy Murray. Enjoy your trip to New York. Well deserved, Holly.
See, dude, that's what's so crazy about all these bullshit now. It is the Cambridge appointment that fucked him here. He could have just been a professor, and if it even got exposed he was a plagiarist, or, you know, it would not have got this cover. It's the Cambridge thing that really fucked him here. That's the problem, man. Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. He was straight, bro. Yes, dude, Icarus it is Icarus. It is definitely Icarus. Right, let's quickly read through this, and then we'll look at the harmful opinions vid, where I believe he's got the right opinion. You know? We will see. We will see. When Cambridge University interviewed Jason Arday for one of the most prestigious sociology positions in the world, he was an early career scholar and underqualified by the school's own standards. Cambridge requirements review. Oh, dude, they're getting into all the Cambridge stuff. This is based. This is fucking based, dude. Cambridge requirements reviewed by the New York Times called for an outstanding research record of international statutes and a proven successful track record supervising PhD students. Dr. Arday had a modest publication record and had bounced from one university to the next, not staying long enough to oversee a full 3-year or more doctorate. So what's this? You're telling me the standards were lowered for him, but it wasn't because of race? So what other reason was it that the standards are lowered that aren't explained by race? I wonder if anyone could maybe address this, because there's a lot of people that are suggesting that this isn't a racial-based decision. But what other conclusion is one supposed to come to other than it was because he was black and it was Floydism? I don't really get what other possible explanation there is for this. And also, that's another good point as well. Why did he have to bounce between universities? What was that all about? What was that all about? Why was that necessary? Why was that a necessary thing to do? Cambridge hired him anyway in 2023, making him at 37 the university's youngest black professor at a time when the school was under pressure to diversify. Oh, dude! The New York Times. This, by the way, this is the New York Times, okay? This is the New York Times. This isn't fucking New York Post. This isn't some slapdash rightoid shit. This is prestigious, left-leaning paper of record for the United States, okay? So this is pretty substantive that we're reading. And it's so funny that people are complaining about this. Does this, dude, does this not show you so clearly the outrage about the reporting and the coverage is not actually about the coverage. It's about that there's anyone asking questions at all. Because there's people that are outraged about this article. And there's no fucking way you can say that this is, you know, rightoid stuff or whatever, you know? And they are questioning this. They are fucking questioning this fucking shit as well. In doing so, Cambridge thrust him into the international limelight, giving him a platform at one of the world's elite universities to champion academic diversity and making him a target for critics. All true. All true. Dr. Arday was found dead in London on Friday, days after resigning from his job amid accusations that he had plagiarised chunks of his papers, embellished parts of his recently published memoir, and fabricated aspects of his life story. The controversy exploded along cultural fault lines, race, neurodiversity, and academic hiring. In his August 5th resignation letter, he wrote, "I no longer wish to feel as though I'm living under a constant spotlight where every aspect of my life is subject to public examination and judgment." He added, "This is not the end of my work, it's simply the end of this chapter." I really do hate that. It is the classic thing you see on the internet of people thrusting their personal life and all facets of it to discuss and talk about. But when people start to talk about it, scrutinise it, it's, no, don't talk about that. You can't talk about that. That's not allowed. Blah, 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 blah. Rewind. Don't talk about that. His family has said since starting at Cambridge, Dr. Arday had faced a campaign of scrutiny to undermine him. That became too much for him, they said. Questions about Dr. Arday's career are unlikely to end with his death, however, because they were as much about Cambridge as they were about him. The centuries-old alma mater of Isaac Newton, William Wordsworth, and Kings and Queens. That's hard to read, isn't it? Dude, that's fucking hard to read. Dude, that is pretty crazy to read. So, Isaac Newton, William Wordsworth are now a black con artist. Cambridge now faces deep scrutiny about its decision-making, even from its own faculty. While Dr. Arday was underqualified for his job, he had a remarkable story. A tale of being diagnosed early with autism and having such a significant developmental delays that he spent his entire childhood in a special needs school. In his account, he did not speak to 11 or 18, well, or read until 18. Obviously, we just watched a clip, and that seemed to suggest that it was 16. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that exactly. I'm not quite sure what angle to go with that, because it seems like the story is open to a little bit of change from the looks of it. Yeah, I don't know. That friend was just coping, I guess. Yeah, look, I'm sure that Arday, on a personal level, was like a nice guy. Like, he seemed like a nice guy. Like, I genuinely think the cornered rat thing, he's still a piece of shit for it, right? If a rat bites you, even if it's doing it to protect this little piece of cheese, you know, you should still be able to smack it with a hammer, right? But, like, what I'm saying is, I'm sure on an interpersonal level, yeah, exactly. He was, like, charming. He's like a charming trickster type character, isn't he? You know? Yes. Nice but a pathological liar. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Exactly. Exactly. And yeah, he had like a nasty stripe, I think. Anything that challenged the ego puzzle that he'd constructed, that's what led to this nasty stripe coming out and this sort of nasty lashing out type mentality. In his account, he did not speak till 11 or read till 18, yet he managed to earn his doctorate and begin giving keynote speeches on the academic circuit. Also, he had run 30 marathons in 35 days for charity, a feat that would have placed him among the world's elite athletes. If, in hindsight, elements of Dr. Arday's story seemed too good to be true, Cambridge ignored repeated warning signs. A review of internal Cambridge documents and interviews with former colleagues and associates shows that, in addition to passing over more... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, dude. No, no, no. This is brutal for Cambridge, man. This is what I was talking about the investigation of his hiring, and it's looking pretty bleak, man. A review of internal Cambridge documents and interviews with former colleagues and associates shows that, in addition to passing over more experienced candidates for the job... Ooh. Oh no! Administrators gushed publicly about Dr. Arday's scholarship and privately disregarded complaints about his work. They declined to investigate plagiarism concerns and accused his critics of a vile campaign to discredit him. So again, what is the response from the people that are claiming he's not a DEI hire? How do you engage with that and respond to that? What is the reason that they lowered the standards and overlooked more experienced colleagues if it isn't because of his race? I guess the argument you can make is because of his autism or because of his neurodivergency. I think the truer thing to say is it's all of it. It's the entire package. Neurodiverse, young black scholar. It's too juicy to pass up. You're getting into... Yo, Gape Noir, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. You're overlooking... You're basically getting the kind of black angle, but then there was this like push or aspect of neurodiversity. There's a neurodiversity angle that's very juicy too. You know, black neurodiverse professor. Oh, it's just too good to pass up, isn't it? You know, he's got the full package. He's got the full package. But the reason I think the black thing takes prominence in that dynamic is because you can't see that he's autistic. You can't see that he's autistic, but you can see he's black. He's black as the fucking ace of spades on the face of it, on the look of it. Okay. Dr. Arday's claims about not speaking were false. A former classmate... Oh, this is where I saw the speech professional thing. A former classmate and speech professional who worked with him told the New York Times. Oh, no, 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 no. No. His supposedly remarkable trajectory from non-verbal preteen to PhD had no precedent in medical literature, experts in developmental and speech delays say. Oh no. So it's like, dude, this is what I was talking about earlier. The only human being in history that has had this happen to them, ever. So much so that it is not like in medical literature. So even that was all bollocks. Everything about this guy was a lie, man. Oh, that's tough, man. That is tough. That should have set off alarm bells for the Cambridge hiring committee, which included a child psychiatrist who had done research on autism, experts say. Okay, man. Now, this is pretty rough for the he's not a DEI hire guys, isn't it? I mean, fuck me, bro. Each facet of this story develops, you're like, oh, that's pretty... Oh, my God. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Before Dr. Arday's death, conservative commentators seize on his fall as evidence of diversity and inclusion efforts run amok. They said that Cambridge had been so eager to diversify that administrators let their judgment be clouded. They seem to have been... Dude, this is Jacob Rees-Mogg. They seem to have drunk the DEI Kool-Aid. Jacob Rees-Mogg, a former Conservative lawmaker in Britain, said earlier this week. I listened to that, actually. Quite interesting. Quite a good one. Honestly, Jacob Rees-Mogg was very kind to Arday, and he was blaming it all on Cambridge. And he was saying he's like a sort of black bullshit artist or something. Anyway, prominent academics on the left agree that Cambridge must answer its decisions. They say that the ordeal has fueled racism and cast unjustified aspersions on accomplished scholars of colour. Yes. I do think that's happened, yes. I do think this is like, you know, all the blacks have now got a target on their back. I agree with this. I think that Cambridge's actions in hiring him and then covering up all the complaints has meant this has blown up when it didn't need to, and they could have investigated sooner and dealt with it. Cambridge said on Friday that it was deeply saddened to hear of Dr. Arday's death. An administrator, in a letter to the faculty on Tuesday, called the misconduct accusations an aberration and troubling. A spokesman separately declined to answer a list of questions about his hiring and his time there, citing a planned independent investigation. A difficult inquiry that will likely be even more uncomfortable following Dr. Arday's death. And that's the point. That is the point. One of the reasons that he's done this is for this purpose. He could not live with himself, knowing that there was this investigation. And this kind of selfish decision means that now it makes it awkward, doesn't it, you know? When it has to be done, this has to be fucking done. Dr. Arday, for his part, had worked hard to silence any questioning of his credentials. Yes, they go in there. When a journalist for Times Higher Education, a respected academic industry publication, asked about plagiarism last year, a prominent British defamation law firm helped kill the article, the journalist said. Dr. Arday later reported the journalist to the police. When a scholar from another university questioned his work, so this isn't Kofnas, this is someone else, Dr. Arday turned the tables and filed a racism complaint with the other school, according to someone with direct knowledge of the complaint. So another academic from another university questioned it. Nothing to suggest that he's a racist, and he filed a racism complaint. So this guy, this is why I think he's despicable, cornered rat. He was using mechanisms of power to suppress investigation of him. That's what is so fucked about this. And all propped up by the institutions too. All supported and propped up by the institutions. The person, like some others who spoke to the Times, spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid being dragged publicly into the controversy. Dr. Arday never squarely addressed the questions of plagiarism and fabrication. But what is clear from interviews and public records is that elements of the story would have been easy for Cambridge to check. Oh no! Oh, he's a black autist? Yeah, but some of his story doesn't add up. Don't worry about that. We need a poster boy. Get him in. Get him in. Don't worry about checking all the details. I'm sure it'll be fine. Dr. Arday, the child of Ghanaian immigrants, grew up in public housing in an ethnically mixed working class quarter of South London. Early on, he was identified as having learning difficulties. Dr. Arday... Oh, dude, I got sent this. What's it? I got sent this. This is pretty crazy. What is this? Breaking with Jason Arday's suicide note. To the world that never deserved me. Give orange, me give eat orange, me eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you. Give me orange, give me orange, eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you. Give orange, me give eat orange, me eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you. Give orange, me give eat orange, me eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you. The rest of you will have to live with what you did. I don't know, dude. Someone said it to me and I thought it was like, what even is this? Wait, what? Is this racist? Wait, is this racist? Surely not. Anyway, come on. Come on, stop mucking about now. Stop mucking around. Oh, Coco the Gorilla was another bullshit story. Okay, got it.
Nim's longest recorded sentence was, give orange, me give eat orange, me eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you.
Oh, dude, I didn't even realise, man. I didn't even know. I'm sure that's a reference to his autism claims, no? I'm fairly certain that's about his autism. Not about his blackness. Surely to God. Surely to God. Oh my God. Dude, I've never heard of it before. Oh my God, man. Fucking hell. That's so bad, dude. I really do shake my head at that. That is dreadful stuff. Okay. Dr. Arday has claimed that before age 11, he could understand language but not speak. In 2022, before interviewing with Cambridge, he said that he had been educated exclusively in a special needs school with other pupils that had very severe learning difficulties and physical disabilities. In his memoir, published on Tuesday, he gave a different account, saying he attended a mainstream school but spent time sequestered alone in the classroom, again without speaking. Both tales are false, according to people who knew Dr. Arday as a child and spoke with the Times before his death. A speech professional who worked closely with the young Dr. Arday recalled him having a language delay but speaking with both children and adults. One former schoolmate, Jonathan Stewart, recalled Dr. Arday cracking jokes and putting on playful accents in a minivan on the way to church activities as children. Oof. While non-verbal children can certainly learn to speak, even at a late age, the rapid development described by Dr. Arday has no precedent in clinical literature, 3 experts on autism and speech said. Oh, no, dude. And Cambridge were tricked by this, bro. Cambridge were tricked by this bullshit, and doctors are saying, nah, not possible. Nah, not happening. This is pretty bad, man. Cambridge are raped here, dude. Holy fuck. In over 40 years of practice and being very acquainted with literature, I've never heard of that happening, said Stephen Camerata, a speech science expert with Vanderbilt Health's Development Disabilities Lab. It just stretches credulity. Here's a joke, man. Here's a joke. Here's a total fucking joke. It's preposterous. It's also fucking tiresome, man. Oh my God, dude. Cambridge's youngest black professor. An established chair at Cambridge, a permanently funded position that comes with prestige and research support, is among the academic world's most sought-after jobs. Dr. Arday applied for an established chair of education. The university advertised internationally for the job and convened a panel of 9 experts to review the candidates. The panel selected 4 finalists, inviting them to Cambridge for 2 days of interviews.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yo! Sister Barrymore, thank you for the kicks. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. Okay. Dr. Arday was up against 3 more senior scholars, including 2 women of colour, according to a person familiar with the hiring process. Oh God, this is a tough read, man. Dr. Arday's published papers in his thesis had dozens of grammatical errors along with identical quotes attributed to different people. Oh no, how did that? Every facet of this is so fucked up, man. At Cambridge, the finalists were asked to submit just 1 piece of research according to the person familiar with the process. It is not clear which piece he submitted or whether members of the hiring panel reviewed Dr. Arday's speeches and interviews. If they had, they would have found elements of his story that stretched belief, like the marathon claim, or were demonstrably false, like his public assertion that he had been on the British television series 7 Up. Dr. Arday's spokesman recently said that the assertion should not have been taken literally.
So I just turned 18 and I learned to read and write. And I was part of a program actually, which it doesn't really exist anymore, but it was called 7 Up at the time. And 7 Up is basically when they follow you over the duration of your life. So they follow you at kind of 7, 14, 21. And I was pulled out of the project when I was 14. And basically, a lot of my childhood involved spending time with kind of behavioral psychologists, speech therapists. Basically,
What do you mean not meant to be taken literally? What is the non-literal part of this? You're just saying you were in it and you got pulled out.
I guess made all of these kind of predictions on how things would turn out and how things may end up being, well, not may end up, how they would be at some stretch down the road. And I guess yeah, that's kind of not how things turned out. But I mean, the things that kind of really moved me as a child was sport. Sport was a big thing, and I was fortunate to play football to quite a good level for a very long time as a kid, and then came out of an academy system, and then went into playing some professionally. But like, yeah, I don't know. My childhood was just interesting.
Okay, so that's complete bullshit then. The assertion should not have been taken literally. Why not? He was saying it literally. Dude, they're such bollocks, man. They're such bollocks. Oh my God, dude. This is damning. This article makes it even worse for Cambridge, man. This is shocking. This is shocking revelations that we're seeing right now, man. Experts said that Cambridge's hiring panel was well equipped to question Dr. Arday's very public claims about his childhood. Some committee members had published papers about teaching students with learning disabilities and about inclusion in education. One influential member of the hiring panel, the child psychiatrist Paul Ramchandani, had published a paper on music therapy for children with autism. Given his expertise, he would have been in a position to question Dr. Arday's assertion that he learned to speak at 11 and read at 18, said Howard Shane, the director emeritus, I can't even say that fucking word, dude, of the Center for Communication Enhancement at Boston Children's Hospital. That should raise a red flag, he said in an interview earlier this week. There's no question about that. Dr. Ramchandani and others on the panel did not respond to requests for comment. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The committee hired Dr. Arday in a decision that the Education Department's chair described at the time as unanimous. Cambridge's lengthy hiring announcement highlighted this remarkable personal story which garnered media coverage on both sides of the Atlantic. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Arday is a highly respected scholar of race. Uh-oh. At 37, he'll be the youngest black person, but notice the capitalised black as well, that came in after all the fucking... Oh my god, it's all so fucked up, man. Oh. Not good. They've even got his bullshit stories in here as well. Wow, great stuff. Cambridge had so few black professors that it was under pressure from faculty and students to diversify. It had set modest targets for increasing applications for people of colour for academic posts. On the BBC, the Education Department chair, Hilary Kremlin, told Dr. Arday that he was the best in the world in terms of the research he do. That's the person that shook the hand, and they had the kind of, you know, the paused moment on the white hand and the black hand clasping. That was that person. But she didn't respond to requests for comment. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oof. The first question surface. 3 months. So, dude, I don't know about the ins and outs of this. This is crazy. 3 months after Dr. Arday's hiring, 2 British scholars, Martin Hammersley and David Harris, privately wrote to Cambridge alerting administrators to potential plagiarism in one of Dr. Arday's papers. Dr. Kremin, the department chair, replied that she had met with Dr. Arday and that he had agreed to address concerns in the paper. She also mentioned his ongoing experiences of direct and indirect racism, along with significant health issues that had affected his work on the paper in question, according to an email, which was first reported on a former professor's newsletter and the academic integrity website, Retraction Watch. Dr. Harris, whose work had challenged whether racism is ingrained in society, responded by suggesting that Cambridge also review Dr. Arday's other papers in the thesis, Professor Arday badly needs critical friends, in my view not sycophants, he wrote. He never got a reply. Nor did Cambridge act months after journals appended corrections on 2 of Dr. Arday's papers. Then in September 2025, this is the real controversial one. Times Higher Education sent Cambridge a dossier of more than 60 pages that detailed apparent plagiarism in Dr. Arday's work. A reporter and editor at the publication, Jack Grove, had enlisted experts to review Dr. Arday's thesis. One of them, David Sanders of Purdue University, told the Times that, going into the review, he knew nothing about Jason Arday. But when Dr. Sanders sat down to analyse the thesis, he concluded it was extensively plagiarised. Oh no! I guess they're all just guys. They're all just racists. These people are all just massive racists. Cambridge continued to back its star professor, telling Mr. Grove that questions about Dr. Arday's thesis would have to be addressed by the school that had awarded his doctorate, Liverpool John Moores University. Concerns about his research, Cambridge said, would similarly have to be handled by others. Liverpool John Moores stood by his doctorate. At Cambridge, faculty members and allies hurriedly drafted a letter in anticipation of Mr. Grove's article. The integrity of a higher education is at risk if we do not take a stand and speak out against the systemic attempts to erase black scholarship. They wrote in the letter, a copy of which is seen by the Times. But Mr. Grove's article never ran. Dr. Arday's lawyers threatened legal action, and Times Higher Education spiked it. Dr. Arday also filed a police complaint against Mr. Grove which led to a harassment investigation that was later dropped. A scandal erupts. The plagiarism charges burst into public view last month when a former Cambridge scholar, Nathan Kofnas, wrote about them in his newsletter. Dr. Kofnas is known for his work suggesting that black people were genetically predisposed to be less intelligent than white people. The university cut ties with in 2024. Oh, that is actually probably the fairest expression of Kofnas's work I've seen so far. They're saying it how it is. They're not doing the silly little, he only thinks they should be doing entertainment and sport. That's actually the fairest representation that I've seen so far. Retraction Watch quickly expanded on Dr. Kofnas's reporting. But once again, Cambridge defended Dr. ARDAY, saying he was the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, which must stop, according to an email seen by the Times. After new questions surfaced, casting doubt on Dr. ARDAY's story, he resigned. Cambridge's tone shifted. But the fallout from Cambridge's enthusiastic promotion of Dr. ARDAY's story could last for years. This has really done some harm, Dr. Camerata said, the speech specialist said before Dr. ARDAY's death. He said that over the years, he heard from families of children with severe autism hoping for a miracle. I never want to take away anybody's hope, he said, but this story really has created some unreasonable expectations and false hopes, and I hate that. Dude, that's another angle that I hadn't even thought of with this. So he's got this bullshit, completely impossible story, and people are going to hear that and think, oh, maybe my kid. But it's like, no, your kid's a mullered little disabled kid. There's nothing we can do about it, sorry. But they've got this false hope off the back of the ARDAY thing. That's a bit fucked, isn't it? Heidi Mirza, an emeritus, I can never say these fucking words correctly, man, Professor of Education, University College London, who once mentored Dr. ARDAY, said in an interview this past week that he had been ill-served by university administrators' carelessness in their efforts to demonstrate their commitment to diversity. Oh! He's a pawn, she said, whose ambition made him vulnerable. Oh, no! Where's all these, he's not a diversity hire people. Just want... By the way, this is why these disgusting, lying, dishonest wretches refuse to engage with this and just say it's bad to release it. Because it's damning. It's a centre-left paper of record saying what rightoids have been saying, that he was used as an expression of diversity and was not qualified for the role. But it's not a rightoid saying it, it's this outlet. So instead they go, it's outrageous to publish this. No, it's not. This is totally reasonable. That's tough, man. That's tough. That is tough. Okay. Let's take a look at the Harmful video. I was hoping that Harmful might have the right take on this based on his tweets. So, let's see. Jason ARDAY will return. Jason ARDAY will return, dude. Oh my God, dude. Classic. I'll also say, guys, thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. As always, we're going to finish off the big debate next. The Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate after this. So if you want to support the stream, you can just by watching. Consider chucking some kicks away. We've updated the sound alerts. Hey, there we go. Hey, let's go. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Enjoy it, guys. Enjoy it. It's a classic. It is a classic. It is a classic. Oh, what's this? Oh.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Got to plaster his number. A man's going to come round and plaster some holes. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the kicks. Very generous. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Cambridge lolcow. See, that's an interesting framing.
Do you have a rape fetish?
He is. He is like a lolcow, isn't he? You know? He is like a fucking lolcow. Oh, let's see what all the fucking gay riddler's got to say about all this business. Oh.
This dog has been barking literally all day. Hours and hours and
Do you
hours.
have a rape fetish?
And it didn't stop, so I'm recording
Thank you for the
at
kicks,
night.
guys. Thank you.
Anyway, Jason Arday.
Wait, what was that?
All day. Hours and hours and hours. And it didn't stop, so I'm recording.
Hey! That was actually good. Well done, Harmful. Great transition.
At night.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Dude, Harmful just transitioned.
Jason Arday is dead. Thank God. What a relief. Is what I imagine his enablers, peers and business partners must be saying to each other right about now. The back and forth argument over who's to blame. Is it the people criticizing him? Is it the people making fun of him? Or is it the people who enabled him and put him in this position to begin with? That seems pretty serious, but it's not what really stings. No, what really stings is the kind of thing Jason ended it all over. At least for a certain kind of person. Well, for him, I mean, there was being found out, getting caught. But what comes along with that? Massive, massive ego damage, obliteration of self-image, loss of being able to feel above other people, at least to the same degree as you might have before. But it's not just the fraud who gets hit by that, right? It's anyone who fell for it. And this applies many times over. If the person who fell for it isn't some random bum, it's Cambridge.
Yes, yes. Yes, dude. Like, at the end of the day, if you're watching this guy on TV and there's some guy talking all this and you're some guy watching, and oh, that's a cool story. That's one thing, isn't it? You know? Or even if you're a journo that wants a nice feel-good story, you're not too scrutinizing. Okay, probably should do better, but whatever, right? We're talking about Cambridge, dude. Cambridge. Pirate Software would call him a rank 1 social engineer.
It's Simon & Schuster. Now, I've heard about this Jason Arday guy for a little while, but only vaguely. Something to do with plagiarism. Well, plagiarism plus some other stuff, and that's always, you know, thrown in like an extra. After his recent death, I saw a ton of tweets from people saying, like, he's not a public figure, there's no element of public interest in the coverage of him, so on and so forth. And I tweeted about it myself when I was saying, what are you talking about? Okay, Professor at Cambridge is a fraud. Yeah, it is to some degree a matter of public interest, okay? Especially when this guy, when he got his professorship, was bigged up in the media. They sucked this guy off.
Yes, what you don't realise is Harmful filmed this from my basement. He's trapped in my basement. He's a sex slave down there. I occasionally toss him the odd child to keep him satiated.
If it turns out he's not legit, they should cover it, and they should cover that, right? Especially since they bigged him up before. I think that just makes sense. However, I did decide today to actually look at some of the media coverage of this guy, and the picture you get from looking at people talking about it, a little bit warped. A little bit blurry, a little bit twisted. You hear things along the lines of, yeah, he did wrong, but this level of scrutiny is insane, right? If he was a different person, he wouldn't be scrutinized this much. Look, there are some other frauds and stuff. Okay. Have these people read the articles I've read?
Yes,
this isn't
dude!
Coverage of academic fraud.
Yes, dude. This is the thing, is it feels like people just haven't looked at it or they're lying about it, right? When you look at it, it makes perfect sense as to why it's got so much coverage, because of how fucking absurd and preposterous the whole affair is. Yeah, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Because, it is the definition of comparing apples and oranges. You're taking people who have got one plagiarism controversy that you could even say Cambridge dealt with badly, sure, whatever, right? But then you're comparing that to, it's like, you've got this here for one guy, and then this here, it's like, whoop, 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 and all this shit fucking cutting, you're like, fucking hell. It's like claim after claim after claim. There's tweets where people have done this list, and they've listed out all of the claims that he's made about himself, and it is fucking mental. It is just an absolute deluge of bullshit that he's put out into the world.
Or plagiarism or whatever, gone a bit too far. This is lolcow content, just, like published in The Guardian or The Times. This nut allegedly told The Guardian that Simon & Schuster paid him $1.4 million up front for his memoir. I'd love to believe that. I'd love to believe that's true, because that's even funnier than him just telling these crazy lies. But I bring up this on its face ludicrous claim in particular when there are so many to choose from for a specific reason. Like with lol cows, who get a lot of coverage every time they do something, every time they move, every time they sneeze, they get a bunch of videos on them. People are talking about how the amount of coverage is disproportionate. And the platform, because it's newspapers or whatever. However, while it was being covered, he was going to have a book out, and now he does. And
Dude, yes. I think this is actually a good way of helping internet retards understand this, I think. Understand the dynamics at play. It is very similar to a lolcow, you know? Where you get this extensive coverage, but you know, it's less than a lolcow even, because it's not like it's not like they're digging into some facet of their private life or something like that, or there's poo touching happening. But yes, this guy is making all of these kind of calamitous mistakes, and people are obviously relishing in talking about it and covering it, you know?
it's a memoir. People are trying real hard to say he's a private individual, but this guy has a book about his life published.
Yeah.
He decided to sacrifice that when he turned his existence into media. To say there's a limit on what you can say about all these claims.
Shut up, Baldy. Chud, seriously. Can you consider the angle John ARDAY was silenced and didn't kill himself? He was going to do an expose all on Cambridge.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. I mean, it's, you know, I thought there was this kind of meme circulating that what he could have done is he could have come out and gone, surprise, that was all a test. And Cambridge failed. I was intentionally saying a bunch of crazy stuff to see if I got in because I was black, and it worked.
How many times you can cover it, where you can cover it, is to put a limitation on talking about a book that's been about his life published. He decided to sacrifice that when he turned his existence into media. To say there's a limit on what you can say about all these claims, how many times you can cover it, where you can cover it, is to put a limitation on talking about a book that's being sold.
Yeah.
No. You drop a memoir in an alleged 7-figure deal, and your shit is wide open. Fair game for any
yes,
commentary
dude, let's go.
From anyone, wherever.
Let's go.
Forever. You have, in the pursuit of
We can see what you had for breakfast, Jason. Your asshole's like a dinner plate. You're gaped. You're totally fucking gaped, buddy.
Money and fame made yourself beyond fair game. It's part of the trade when you do that. But that also meant something else. Anyone who picked him up, anyone who helped him get into higher and higher positions, all of his enablers, everyone who fell for him, they're going to get ripped on forever. Because to talk about how much of a ridiculous lying freak this guy is to also rub in their faces that they didn't see it. In the case of academia, in the case of Cambridge, takes a bit of the shine off. That like really stings, I think. At least for...
Dude, this is disastrous for Cambridge. It really does fuck up their reputation a lot in a way that they might not recover from for some time. Because it's lost the veneer. They didn't see an obvious fraudulent bullshit artist when they're like the top tier elites. They couldn't fucking see it, dude. They couldn't see it, man. Oh my God. Also, the other thing as well that I'm noticing, which is good, is that the right-wing press are actually standing up for themselves, which I'm pleased to see, you know? They're actually saying, nah, fuck off. We're not going to be cowed by this bullshit. So I think that's good.
Relevant faculty. And so that's why I say, what a relief it must be that he's offed himself and the focus has shifted. But to be fair, I do find myself questioning how much people must have believed him. Because if you look at his life story, he's clearly disabled. He is a vulnerable adult, severely developmentally delayed. He's 41. Well, he was 41. So, you know, he had time to catch up, but there's always going to be a lag in certain aspects. And I would say they're very clearly was a lag in the social side of things and his resilience. The people around him would have known that he does not deal with scrutiny very well. He's dealt with it for 3 years, possibly more, and his reaction...
Yeah, dude, they were trying to stop the scrutiny, maybe as a product of knowing this, but you're just kicking the can down the road. You cannot... It's an inevitability. It's an inevitability that this is eventually going to get exposed. So the best thing they could have done is initially investigated this and then dealt with it, probably fired him and come up with some excuse. Talked to Jason Arday and said, listen, we made a mistake here. We've investigated it. You're full of shit. Let's part ways there. Let's call it a day there. Let's leave it there. And then we'll come up with some excuse as to why you got to leave. But they didn't. They just buried it for years until it became impossible to fucking ignore anymore. And then Jason himself was using these tools to go after journalists and whatnot, you know? God, it is fucked. It is fucked. Little cornered rat.
Have been quite extreme. If you look at the coverage, that's been documented. He's tried to use lawfare against people. You know, he's reported people for relatively minor things, claiming they're racist or whatever, and it clearly freaks him out a lot. And the people around.
You're a failed experiment, Jason. We're sorry. We need to put you down. Oh, what is this? Damn, harmful's recording in your house. Yeah, we've already made that joke, so fuck off. Joke's on you.
Him will know that. Well, you know what? Let me revise something. I started this little section by saying I think they don't actually believe him. What I mean is, I hope they didn't actually fully believe him, because they're kind of monsters if they did believe everything. Because you see, my question is, where most people seem to be asking, where does the blame lie? I'm left wondering, what did the people who were close to him, and in particular, I mean the people taking advantage of him, you know, letting him be their special man, the incredible professor, go on TV for that, whatever. Simon & Schuster publishing his book, hoping to make some money, knowing what they did about how vulnerable he clearly was. And in particular, when attacks on him and criticism of him ramped up recently, what did they actually do? I know there was statements of, you know, standing with him or whatever. What support structure was there for him, though? Knowing what was coming, knowing what was like.
Yeah, the thing is, it's almost like it was more kicking the can down the road. Rather than saying, okay, this is blowing up, this is going to be impossible to deny any further, and putting in place measures to help him. I mean, it just sounded they were like, oh, we gave him a call to see if he was okay. You should have done like catastrophe management stuff. Probably got him to come forward and speak on it. And I don't know what the exact procedure would be. But did you not, like, you acted like, oh no, don't worry, we're behind you. Well, no, you shouldn't have been. You should have been more real. You should have been like, look, this is it now. You're fucked. So like, well, you know, I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm your friend and that, but you've really fucked up here. We need to find a way to deal with this. But, you know, I don't know. It just feels like they were just coping to the end. Coping to the bitter end about this. They tried, but he said he was a qualified crisis therapist and could handle it. Oh my God, dude. Terrible business.
Likely to come, knowing how he deals with these things, knowing he is, I think, disabled. What steps were taken? What did anyone do for him? I would genuinely love to know. Because whatever it wasn't enough. When we're talking about not having something like this happen, I think it's just a hard no on the solution being limit how much people can talk about what's in a published book.
Yes.
No. I think the approach to stopping it should be more defensive. And ideally, those around an individual facing something like that would be what saves them. And I can't help.
Yeah. That's actually a good perspective, I think. You know, it shouldn't be the responsibility of people to stop talking about him. It should be the responsibility of those around him to take steps and actions to defensively protect him from the consequences of what's coming. You know? Let's go on a holiday. Let's put the phones away. Like, the thing is as well, I guarantee you that this guy was driven by ego. So he was just looking at everything that was being said about him, everything that was reported. He was soaking it all in, looking at it. He needed someone around him to say, stop, stop, stop. Don't look at that. Let's go for a run. Let's go on holiday. Let's go up to, you know, the Highlands and have no phone signal for a few weeks. You know, something like that. He needed people around him to stop that from happening. Because, yeah, I mean, even if you think the right-wing press hounded him, right? You can't stop that. There's nothing you can do to fucking stop that from happening. So why focus on that? Why not focus on what's in your control and in your power to actually try and get him away from the source of his pain, you know?
But suspect. I can't help but imagine, because this sort of thing was enough for this guy to end it.
Don't send him to the Highlands. I don't want to see some black liar wandering around. How would you know it's him? He has got quite a distinguishing face. That's true. That's true.
The splash damage from that, the hurt those around him might feel, because they get attacked too, of course. Not so personally, typically, but you know, the people who enabled him are spoken of a great deal, with great hatred. If Jason would end it over this...
Not trying to be funny, he was a retarded asshole. How many people want to sit down? No, he had people... No. He had people around him that were propping him up still and supporting him and signing letters. Like, dude, if you think about it, Jack Polanski's a piece of shit, man. He signed this letter without understanding it and then kind of softly disposed when he realised it was too fucking hot to handle. If you see what I mean. He sort of signed this letter, didn't really understand it,
Sadly,
and then when
you're
questioned
right.
about it, was like, well, I just said there should be a process. Yo! Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you very much, Mr. Rapist, for the sub. Thank you. So why didn't those people, instead of going, we support you, this terrible what's happening to you, it's tough love. It's tough love. Do you see what I mean? It's, this is going to blow up. There's nothing we can do to stop this. You're fucked. End of story. But instead it was, oh, don't worry about it. It'll be all right. They're all terrible racists. You know, hard truths over comfortable lies. That's what Jason Arday needed in that moment. But instead he got a bunch of comfortable lies. Dude, all the... calling him up. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. All these rightoids, am I right? Do you know what I mean? It's like, be real with him about how fucked this is. And stop buying his bullshit.
Maybe the people around him would resent him enough to not give as much help as they maybe know they should have. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying something that could be extrapolated out into me saying, if someone you know kills themselves, it's your fault for not stopping it. No, I think this is quite an exceptional circumstance. This is a guy who, regardless of how embellished or how much made up stuff there is in the story, this is a guy who is being used for his story in multiple ways by multiple institutions, multiple people, and that story includes him being very vulnerable. And as a result of him being used, he caught this heat. I think the people using him have an enhanced level of responsibility. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's unreasonable. And yes, many people have made the point that, like, what he was doing for his own gain. But there are other pieces in play. I'm just focusing in on one angle of many. I'm not sure has quite the right amount of focus with the level of specificity I'd like to see. So I'm amplifying that a little bit myself. If I was his friend, I'd tell him to do a heel turn. It's so goofy, it's so egregious what he was trying to get away with, that he could further get away with saying he was doing it to expose the left or something like that. That's a joke. I'm not seriously suggesting that advice would have stopped him from ending it. That's just, you know, something, a little comment off the top of the dome. But the response to this shouldn't have been reactive. People should have seen this coming. I don't mean him doing that. I mean the scrutiny, the attacks. And when it was decided to allow him to be a golden boy for Cambridge, to have his book deal, with the full knowledge that he's supposedly this really vulnerable guy, actually, anyone willing to use him like that, without a plan for what to do if something like this goes down, you're kind of fucking evil. Gonna be honest. Do you get what I'm saying?
Dude, yeah, I do it, yeah. Cambridge were falling over themselves at the juiciness of how it worked for them. They didn't think of how it would go for him. I'm sold, man. Cambridge are evil. Cambridge are not just negligent, they're evil. They are fucking evil, dude. They pounced on an opportunity to support what they needed at a given time with zero forethought into the inevitable consequences of the scrutiny happening down the line. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, man. This is like the ultimate tokenism. We'll call it fatal tokenism. This is fatal tokenism in play.
Saying, once your stuff's out there, you're fair game. And he was clearly being encouraged in his desires to be out there, when really any reasonable person who had his well-being in mind whatsoever would have advised him against it, probably wouldn't have gone along with it. He didn't get into this position on his own. And the people involved in putting him there are supposedly some of the most elite minds in the world, so I don't think there's an excuse. And if I'm going to jump back to describing the media coverage of this as lolcow content, Cambridge was touching the poo. Anyway, there's my perspective on it. Take it easy.
Wait, was it one of your harmful opinions or not? That was a good video. I like the angle as well. I hadn't really thought of the angle too, of like, surely the people that are there propping him up would eventually be like, listen, man, I've been your friend for a while. We've always got on. We played footy together. But I've always felt you're a bit of a bullshit artist, to be honest. Maybe it's time to come clean. Okay. Yes, harmful is a sex slave. One final thing, and then we'll finish this debate we started yesterday. Let's hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kofnas, Nathan Kofnas. Oh my God, what did he watch this?
And that sort of thing. Now, ARDAY was special. The reason ARDAY is getting a lot of attention is he took the plagiarism, which is fairly common in academia, too far. And he told these crazy lies about his personal life. And he had such an exalted position that the mismatch between the quality and the prestige was so enormous that there was a hook for a story. That was what was special about him. Not that he's a fraud, not that he's a worthless scholar.
See, basically, you've got like tier 2 racism, which is Kofnas thinks that blacks should only be in entertainment and sport, or whatever, right? That's like tier 2, and then that's based. That's tier 2. Tier 1 racism is, well, this guy's a Jew. Fuck this guy because he's Jewish. That is the elite tier #1 racism.
It's that there was a story. There was a basis for a news story that would capture people's attention. But, you know, there are so many cases of people who are just like ARDAY, but, you know, there isn't that kind of story potential. Well, maybe the lesson is this: what's happened if you don't give Kofnas a job, right?
Yeah, you got your own ways to retaliate. What are you going to do, do you think? You going to finish your PhD? Or no, you've already finished it. You're just going to...
No, I finished a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, so what are you going to do?
Well, I have the job currently, and I'm still waiting for the revolution to happen, and then
it's going to take a while.
Get another job. After the revolution, I'll be the... you know, the head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science at Harvard, maybe.
Dude, oh my God, this person's so autistic. Look at this fucking retard, bro. Nathan Kofnas, who broke the story. He says ARDAY gave him a chance for the story to retaliate for being fired and start a revolution against black people academia. After the revolution, I'll be head of the Department of Eugenics. He's obviously fucking joking, you autist. Bro, he's obviously fucking joking. And he's like, oh my God. This guy wants to set up the Department of Eugenics and Race Science. Holy shit, man. Oh my God, these people are fucking stupid, man. Dude, I love Kofnas. I'm a full Kofnas believer now. for raping and killing this black fraud. I'm a fool. Nathan Kofnas! Hail Kofnas! Hail Kofnas! That's what I say. Oh my God, dude. Okay, man, okay. Oh, there we go, guys. There we go. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Kofnas story. That is the Kofnas story. Well, the reason I like this story is because it is just so unquestionable. Like, you have to be a liar to have a problem. Well, not a problem with any of it. There's issues and chat, you know, you can point out certain things, but in order to suggest that Arday's innocent or there wasn't a story and so on and so forth, you just have to lie. And that's so delicious to me. The fact that you can't be truthful in defending him. It's impossible to be truthful in defending him. Very difficult position to be in. Very tricky position to be in. Oh, come on, PD. Chill out with the racial comments, guys. Come on, let's relax a little bit. Yeah, I know. I know. Very good. Very realistic, actually. Very realistic. Very realistic. Okay, let's finish this debate we started yesterday. Oh, wait, dude. Oh, my God.
Jim.
It's Cambridge finding Arday.
Call 911. Jim. Jim. How could you have done this? Jim! I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide? I can't help you out of this one, Jim. With all we've been through, I can't pull you out of this one.
And then, in a just world, this would be what happens at the end. When Cambridge gets exposed for their crimes. This is what would happen at the end. Is this what I'm thinking of? Yes, it is, dude. It is what I'm thinking of, dude. It is what I'm thinking of.
I want to be honest with all of you. I've been hacking into government and corporate systems all over the country. All over the world. I have discovered more information than any hacker ever has. Ever. What I have found will shock you. Here are the files.
Do you have a rape fetish?
And supporting documents. And supporting truths. The factual documents. I'm releasing these files to the public today.
Thank you for the kicks, guys.
Money, payoffs, and greed were always the priority of my company.
Diversity, equity,
like
and
many
inclusion
companies.
were the priority.
I'm afraid of going to prison. They now know my crimes.
I am resigning today as your senator.
Man.
The people who elected me deserve someone who cares about them and the country. Many of my other fellow incompetent senators must resign now also.
My releasing these files today will not endanger any innocent persons, but they will identify governments and corporations that have committed fraudulent and criminal activities against mankind. These people must be punished and eliminated immediately.
I resign today as president of the bank.
For their lying, their greed, their injustices.
We were all under pressure to operate in a deceiving way and cheat the customer. Goodbye.
Wait, pull the gun out there.
Today,
oh, it's too good.
I
man.
am submitting my resignation as Congresswoman.
I
no
and other insurance companies
no
are about to be indicted for crimes we've committed.
The people deserve much better. Our crimes are
I love
about
the
to be
cutaway to the
disclosed.
suicide elsewhere as well. Getting a bit sleepy. Justice is
Lying,
served.
cheating of our customers.
He hasn't even got anything in
Fraud.
his hand. He hasn't even got anything in his fucking hand, bro. Fucking leaning forward as well, dude.
Me and many of my fellow Wall Street brokers have been lying, cheating, and scamming investors out of their money.
We cannot continue to let them slip through our failed justice systems.
I'm leaving now, rather than going to prison for the rest of my life.
Oh my god, fucking body bags. You cannot be serious, man.
These files will prove to all of you, the political and corporate dishonesty that exists. They're systems that are there to undermine society's best interests for the purpose of greed and fraud.
No, watch out! No, the grassy knoll! The plastic bush!
You will be shocked and amazed at what I have here.
Oh, hang on a minute.
It will scare you.
Wait, who's shooting?
But you should be scared because it is the truth. You now have all the truths. The real truth. Act now. On your own. Outside of the corporate systems and these incompetent politicians. Act now. It's our only hope for the future.
We should watch the whole thing one day. Sorry, I should say react to the whole thing one day. Okay, guys. Actually, I've just realised I want to do a quick palate cleanser before we finish this debate, okay? So, basically, here's the situation, okay? The other day, I covered Jazza, what was his name? The artist guy. And we had a great laugh at his wife being cancer-riddled. Okay. Now, as part of the coverage, he had suggested he was going to make a song. The song was designed for people with cancer, and it's called We Are Warriors. Right? Now, I've got some good news for you guys. I got some good news. He's released the song. He's released the fucking song, bro. He's released the fucking song, dude. It's come out. We can enjoy it together. So let's do this as a little palate cleanser. Get ready, guys. Get ready. He's released the fucking song. Let's go.
Can't tell if my eyes are so tired from not enough sleep, far too much crying. 'Cause day after day as we aim for okay, this cold new reality takes it away. It's hard to stand when you're used to feeling tall. What do you do when you've already given it all? Will you give and you give and you give it again? And when life hits you hard, you just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight, and you're the toughest I know. So we fight this together, let's put on a show. 'Cause we're warriors.
Yo, let's go!
We are warriors.
Come on, you know the words, guys. Sing along at home. Sing along at home. Wait, hang on. No, that's only a short chorus. It's probably going to raise up at the end. We'll get into it at the end. Oh, God, he's crying. He's crying in the music.
I know you really don't feel like fighting today. 'Cause giving your all is hard, and it gets even harder when everything takes it away. I hate to watch you carry all this pain, but if you fall, I'll pick you back up again. And I'll give and I'll give and I'll give it again. And when life hits you hard, I'll just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight. And if you start to slow, I'm here in your corner, I'll take the next blow. 'Cause we're warriors. We are warriors.
Come on, guys, sing along at home.
And when time comes again to
yet.
go sit in that chair, to let go of more dignity, shave off your hair. When the future's uncertain and you just wanna hide, remember it's more than us doing this fight. We got the world on our side, and we all hold the line, and together we'll scream at the storm in the night.
Come on! I can't hear that note, it's too high for me. Get ready, it's gonna come now. We are warriors! Yes, let's go! We are warriors! Get ready, it's gonna, all the people are gonna come in now. Let's go! Oh my God! Yes!
And we'll give and we'll give and we'll give it again. And when life hits us hard, we'll just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight. If there's one thing I know, I'll stay by your side and I won't let you go. 'Cause we're warriors.
He's crying now as well.
We are warriors.
That was great, man. That was everything that I was hoping it's going to be. Let's have a little look at these cancer patients, shall we? Let's do a little cancer patient audit while we're at it, shall we? Oh my god, it's so cringe-worthy, dude. Look at this woman, bro. Where she's only got a tit. Oh my fucking god, why she got fucking tits out, bro? Why she got tits out for? What's going on there, man? Dude, also, wait a second. Wait, dude, wait a minute. Look at this guy, he takes his fucking glasses off. He takes his glasses off to show us he's only got one eye. Oh my god, why did he do that? Why did he do that, man? Why did he take his glasses off? Just to show us he's only got one fucking eye. And then you got the people with their family members. Oh, what, dude? Did no one send my clip in? How did I not get in on this? This is unbelievable. Oh my god. Well, this person looks like they got cancer or surviving it. This guy sat cross-legged on a chair. Oh my god, man. I'm too irony poisoned for this shit, man. Yeah, this person looks scared. They look a bit scared or something. I don't know. I feel about it. It's a bit harsh. Yeah, where's the other edit? Where's the other edit? Dude, he's even got the video. Look up here. That's his fucking wife, isn't it? He even got that video recorded of his wife. He stuck that in here as well. Oh my god. Oh, come on, man. This is too much, surely. The fist. We are warriors with the fucking fisting. Oh. Also, I love the fact that although he's done this effect of fading, he's still front and center of the video whilst everyone else is all around.
And we'll give and we'll give and we'll...
Great stuff, man. I gotta listen to it one more time. Sorry, guys, we're doing it one more time. Once is not enough. Right, try and get in on the chorus this time, guys, okay? Come on, all of you can join in. All of you can join in at home. Come on. Listen to the lyrics. Listen to the lyrics and understand what they mean.
I can't tell if my eyes are so tired from not enough sleep. Far too much crime. 'Cause day after day as we aim for okay, this cold new reality takes it away. It's hard to stand when you're used to feeling tall. What do you do when you've already given it all? Well, you give and you give and you give it again. And when life hits you hard, you just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight, and you're the toughest I know. So we fight this together, let's put on a show. 'Cause we're warriors.
Come on, sing along, guys. The cancer patients. We are warriors. Come on, guys! Think about the cancer-riddled people in your life. They're warriors, you're warriors, we're warriors.
I know you really don't feel like fighting today. Giving your
Think of the guy that lost his cock.
And it gets
Think of the
even
penis
harder
cancer guy.
when
Think
everything takes it away. I hate to watch you carry all this pain. But if you fall, I'll pick you back up again. And I'll give and I'll give and I'll give it again. And when life hits you hard, I'll just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight. And if you start to slow, I'm here in your corner, I'll take the next blow. 'Cause we're warriors.
Come on, sing along, guys. You know the words.
We are warriors. And the time comes again to go sit in that chair, to let go of more dignity, shave off your hair when the future's uncertain and you just wanna hide. Remember, it's more than us doing this fight. We got the world on our side and we all hold a line, and together we'll scream at the storm in the night.
Here it is, come on, everyone, now. I can't really hit the note, it's a bit difficult for me.
We are warriors. We are warriors. We are warriors.
Hit it, dude. You love it. We are warriors. We are warriors. Fuck cancer! Fuck cancer, dude! Fuck cancer! This person's got it right.
Give and we'll give and we'll give it again. And when life hits us hard, we'll just hit it back 10. 'Cause we're fighters, we fight. If there's one thing I know, I'll stay by your side and I won't let you go. 'Cause we're warriors.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
We are warriors.
Exquisite. Oh, dude, that was great. That was really good. That was. I love the fact they included a bunch of mullet cancer victims for us to laugh at. Oh, dude, that was great. That was wonderful, man. Well done, Jazza. You've nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Very good. Very good. Very good stuff. Guys, we're curing cancer with this one. We're curing cancer with this one. Okay, let's we're halfway through. Let's finish this stupid debate. By the way, I saw something somewhere. Someone was saying somewhere on Twitter or something. They were talking about fingerprints. Is it the case that they actually meant DNA? Is that what they were talking about? That the DNA was degraded? Because I've not followed this case one iota since it's all been going on. But that would, I guess, make more sense, wouldn't it? There's DNA rather than fingerprints that's degrading. Anyway, in any case, we're halfway through. Candace is about to be challenged on her claims. So let's see. We'll skip
all
the
right, you
ads.
guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around
So we're literally about to get into Candace's claims.
redlining.net/Owens.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a
allowed to ask the questions?
I've
God,
already
dude.
said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, Andrew's optics are all raped, aren't they? He's got the little shaking foot thing. He's got the reading off the phone at the start. He's got, you know, less sort of natural charisma. But I do think he's correct in the terms of his overall arching perspective. The problem with Candace is she's just asking questions, so it's kind of difficult to, you know, pin her down on certain points. She can just endlessly ask questions. What I don't think he's shaken with rage, it's either cigarettes. And also, the other thing to bear in mind too, is this is quite like a, you know, a big deal for Andrew, right? He's paid money to be here. He is representing the kind of less, what's the right way of putting it? You've got the kind of more conspiracy brain rightoids with the Charlie Kirk stuff that's represented by the likes of, you know, Candace Owens and some other people Mumsy was trying to show me. And then you've got like your Stephen Crowders, your Ben Shapiro's and so on and so forth that have got the moderate view that it wasn't a bunch of Israeli Mossad agents or whatever, you know? Yes, he paid $300,000 for this debate, which people have been mocking. And I get it. It sounds preposterous, right? It sounds fucking preposterous. Like you paid money for a debate. That's, to me, is like, well, I mean, I think that's like an investment. I don't know, man. He's going to make tons of money off of this and off of all the attention that he gets, you know? I don't know if you've seen, but the entirety of the right-wing ecosystem is obsessively
Do you have a
talking
rape
about...
fetish?
Thank you for the kicks, thank you. Is talking about this debate. You know? The entirety of all the rightoids are like, oh, who won? Oh, Candace is right. Fucking Andrew's right. Blah, 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 you know? And he's got like an in now with this TPUSA stuff. Because I think he goes on to perhaps, you know, defend Erica Kirk, which I'm a bit apprehensive about. I don't like Erica Kirk. I think she's a weird demon woman. But anyway, continuing on.
That we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
Sorry, I've just remembered. Who is Lance Twiggs? Wait a second. Who the fuck is Lance Twiggs? I keep hearing this name. Who the fuck is Lance Twiggs? Oh, that's the trans. Okay, got it. Okay. The trans boyfriend. Girlfriend. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? I can't remember which way around it is, to be honest. Mr. Rapist. Mr. Rapist. 4 months. Wow. Incredible stuff.
That would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
Let's talk about have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
This is so annoying when this happens. They're like talking about something. Oh my god, dude. They're talking about it rather than just fucking talking about it. Just talk about the fucking thing.
Is the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this.
Okay. I mean, that is just, I mean, that is a totally reasonable question to ask because she sounds like a schizo. She sounds like a fucking nutter. So totally reasonable to say, do you think this is true? She's like, yep. She sounds like mental. What is she on about, dude? The French Foreign Legion is tracking her down or something. Also, it's the French Foreign Legion, right? The French Foreign Legion is not some special ops outfit. They are just like a unit that takes on board foreigners and they fight for France.
I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation. And
Chud, you made no mention of Candace being bleached. You go on and about mud sharks getting black. To explain. When you say bleached, do you mean she's got a penchant for the BWC? Is she married to a white guy or something? Is that the idea? Is that what we're dealing with?
Write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively.
I didn't know. I probably did see this at some point, but I hadn't really entered my brain as crucial information. So it just kind of slipped my mind. WNWO, White New World Order, let's go. Do you need to do slave play? Yeah, probably. I mean, dude, I don't fucking know, dude. I mean, I don't know what the deal with Candace is. I don't know if she's into that level. Race play would be the kind of thing a lefty black woman would do, I feel like. You know?
Has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
Got on your email.
And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get.
Yeah.
Well, no, I do. Yeah, sure. I think that there's an effort to make her look stupid, right? There's an effort to be like, oh, you think the French Foreign Legion are after you? Yes. But then it's a pretty crazy thing to say, no? So, I don't know. It's fine to ask, I think. Why would that embarrass her? Actually, that's a good point. If you think it's true, why would it embarrass her? Yeah, if you believe it to be true. It's only embarrassing if it's false. Yeah, exactly.
Position's clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry, I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Oh, no.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like,
he's too eager to mount the black beast. Stop, chill out, Andrew. Stop.
When I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved, Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are
me like 1
various
minute. I'm
things that we're
listening.
trying
I'm
to
listening to
establish, one
everything.
being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would.
Okay. So he doesn't have anything. And the Chick-fil-A point's stupid. Why wouldn't you go to Chick-fil-A? Why wouldn't you go to Chick-fil-A? There's tons of people that have got, pro-LGBT views that eat at institutions that have got bad, overarching corporate policy on gay shit. But that's what I'm saying. It's a stupid point. Yeah, I know. Dude. You guys are fucking idiots, bro. You guys are fucking morons. I know that Chick-fil-A has got this overarching corporate charity policy given to anti-gay orgs. I'm saying it's a stupid point, you fucking morons. I'm saying, why wouldn't someone eat there? Not because I'm like, what's wrong with Chick-fil-A? I'm saying, just because someone is pro-LGBT doesn't exclude them in totality from eating at Chick-fil-A. Yes, people are inconsistent. They believe something and they'll do something that's against that exact interest, particularly when it's as, abstract as eating at a fucking chicken restaurant. Dude, you guys are so stupid sometimes. It's not a good point. It's a totally retarded point that idiots like you believe, because you're like, yeah, why would it go? Dude, tons of people have got like anti-Israel views and they get a fucking Starbucks. They want a Starbucks, even though Starbucks loves Israel or whatever. Like, it doesn't. I'm saying that your overarching belief doesn't govern every facet of your behavior, particularly if you're not an online individual or personality, So it's just a totally worthless point. It's a totally fucking worthless point. If there was some evidence of this guy saying, I'm never eating a Chick-fil-A again, maybe there's more of a point there. But even then, it's just a totally worthless, pointless thing. And now what is it? There was 11 Israeli fucking phones on the ground. Yeah, it's a right-wing fucking event in America. Why is that a surprise? Yeah, there's probably a bunch of fucking Israelis there.
Oh, obviously,
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be.
Also, the other thing too as well is, this is like 9/11 conspiracies. So they set up such a professional and sophisticated operation that was going to go off without this hitch, but they all forgot. We took our Israeli cell phones with us. Like, dude, what is this perspective, dude? They've got this ability to discreetly put something in his lapel microphone that blows his neck off. But dang, We didn't leave our Israeli cell phones back in Tel Aviv. Fuck, we're fucking busted.
Maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior.
Yeah, who does that? Who does that joke? Yeah, okay. All the preparations for the planned secret assassination are complete. Now, one more thing: the clues. We need to leave the clues. Yeah, exactly.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yo! Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
Or not the week prior. I think it was around August 5th or 6th.
I agree. The denial was weird. I agree with that.
6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative,
Thank
however
you
you
for
want to
the
say
song.
it.
Well, like positive evidence
Just
would
have a
be
conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So
yeah, she doesn't. I mean, it's fine if you got like speculation or whatever. But I mean, you asked for evidence, and you've got there's these. It's weird. It's all vibes based, dude. Someone said it perfectly yesterday. This is about like whether you value vibes based analysis over actual shit to prove. You know what I mean? It's like that.
So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Dude, what the hell, man? I feel like Andrew's fact checkers are all over this. Clearly an Israeli op, as they're plugged in way more and doing more shit. Candace Owens' team's sitting on their fucking thumbs, aren't they?
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Oh, so did Andrew make a fuck up there? Because I think he was saying that Candace said they were responsible, whereas she was saying they were involved. Now, there is a difference there, and the difference is that Candace is making it soft enough that it's kind of meaningless, isn't it, And then you just point to the weird things,
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional invitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government. But you don't have any
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, she's saying Israel's involved, and then the evidence that she points to that convinces her with confidence is there was Israeli phones. What was the laundry list again? There was Israeli phones. She reeled it off, but there was all these examples that she used, which are just potential coincidences or something like that. Nothing substantive, nothing weighty there to lead a reasonable person to think Israel are involved, you know? Yeah, it's so annoying when you ask for evidence of all my batshit views. I just want to talk about what I believe.
Every right to ask you about your claim,
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but,
Candace
like,
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
Well, because you think Israel's involved, and then it's like, what makes you think that? And you need more than just there was Israeli phones and the other things that she listed, if you want to think that. And then that idea is then kind of challenged, isn't it? You know? That's the point, isn't it? And you're not just some random, you're a, you know, a public individual making public comments at a public event. And so you should be able to surely back up some level of your belief about it, you know? And the thing is, I think if so, you know, if she'd have said it offhand or, you know, as a one-off thing or, you know, just in passing said, oh, maybe I think Israel's involved, that's like one matter. But it's the fact that she said, like, with confidence, I think this. You're really putting a fucking pin on it and saying, no, this is what I stand by.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
Going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish. Sure. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence.
Also, the Israel thing is I don't think well evidenced, but I can at least understand why someone would go down the Israel conspiracy route, because it is too juicy, right? Charlie Kirk's changing his perspective on Israel, saying that Jews are pissing him off, knocking on his door about it and shit. But France is personal. France is Candace Owens theory crafting because she's got this beef with the Macrons. It's totally preposterous and nonsensical. So that in particular is mental. Clearly, she's weaving in a narrative where France are involved to bolster her own beef, comments, issues with the Macrons. It seems quite obvious that's what's going on, you know? What's the thing with the bees? What's the deal with the bees?
At least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent
that.
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to.
I don't what? She's just declaring herself the victim. I don't think that at all, bro. Well, I've won. And it's fine if she's done so, but I don't really think that she has. And I'm coming at this kind of thinking more Andrew's side. But I'm not like, you know, if you showed me something compelling that was like, oh no, Israel did it or whatever, I'd be like, okay, fair enough. But there's nothing. She's shown literally nothing of any substance.
It's not pertinent because our debate
these are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you, I explained at the beginning of this, why I think
She's tense. Look at her tendon. Sorry, I had to move my my fan. What's this? Her tendon there. That's interesting. So you think she's seized up?
Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that is?
The B cult conspiracy stems from Candace Owens' recent claims of a communist-linked group using bee symbolism, such as the satirical site The Babylon Bee, representing hive mind collectivism and esoteric rituals to infiltrate US institutions, especially Utah schools. Well, I tell you, one of the issues of this is my mumsy watches Candace Owens, and then I have to put up with mumsy trying to convince me that Charlie Kirk isn't dead. Mumsy thinks Charlie Kirk's still alive. That's Mumsy's view on this. So I have to put up with this shit because of Candace Owens' bullshit nonsense.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I...
Okay. But then why should anyone else accept or believe you? If you're saying, oh, I've got this source, high up French government, can't name them though. Well, that means it's completely impossible to discern whether or not you're telling the truth or not. So it's a literal trust me, bro.
Then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate.
Is it regulating to say you have stated this? What is the basis for this? Did you impress your mother when you told her you talked to this guy before? No, I didn't even mention that to her, to be honest. This debate didn't come up. I didn't actually know the ins and outs of this until people started asking about it, and I was like, I'll give it a watch. So I didn't really know that it was my old good friend Andrew. Hey, way! Andrew, notice me, Andrew.
And say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted me to
You
say
just kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, okay, so she is saying French Foreign Legion. I mean, that is preposterous. That is just completely unbelievable. The French Foreign Legion are like a traditional military on the ground, boots on the ground fighting force, just as foreign soldiers. They're not like a special ops spy org. Like, what is she on about, dude? This is fucking crazy talk. By the way, my super high CDC contact told me Candace is a raving lunatic. Disprove that.
Pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump.
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And can
information.
Yeah, I mean, presumably they just thought you were a nutter. They thought, what the fuck? You could presumably know who she is. They thought, what the fuck is Candace Owens talking about? She's gone fucking doolally.
Ask a question. If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's.
It seems reasonable, and so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
Okay, but the problem is this is all cloak and daggers. It's all cloak and daggers behind closed doors shit. How is anyone watching supposed to make anything of that, dude? We've just got to trust all of this process. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, man. It's like a farce. It's like a fucking circus, man.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out?
By the way, I'm interested actually, just briefly, what was Nick Fuentes' views on this? Because I know that he's been quite critical of Candace, but he doesn't really like Andrew. I don't think he's, you know, there's like a bit of a beef there, but I don't think it's that. Like they're not at each other's throats all the time, right? But I'm assuming he thought, because I think he said that this idea that Israel did it is kind of stupid, right? And I'm pretty sure he's used it as a jumping off point to say, whenever stuff like this happens, we can't always blame Israel. It looks ridiculous. Nick thinks Andrew won. Right, okay.
To you.
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys?
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well,
I feel like this is a bit of a silly game we got to play, where we've got to act like the Trump administration is competent. Do you know what I mean? We've got to sit here because obviously Andrew's a Trump guy, right? Everyone's got to act like Trump's competent, and so, you know, we've got to sit here and be like, oh yeah, well, you know. And I just think either they're totally retarded and missed it, or alternatively, maybe they looked at it and thought this is a waste of time and didn't pursue it further, you know? But it's this idea that the Trump administration handled this in like the correct way from their perspective.
I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and
executive
then I'll go
office,
to you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, Is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me ask one question. Let me just ask one question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Also, the thing is as well is, just because they didn't contact her back doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't look into it. It's not the case that they need to ask her the name of the person. They could independently investigate this claim through diplomatic channels or whatever with France, and whatever they need to do, maybe outside of that too, if they're worried about getting fed a story. So it could be that they looked into it as well and just were like, no, we'll check it, baseless, discard. But you don't necessarily need to speak to Candace to get a name.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence, I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So.
Okay, but just because you drop pictures of a car, what does that mean that a source in the French government is legitimized then? Like, you've got no credibility, but you're pretending that you have. Because what picture is she talking about as well? My sources claim that Chud Logic did it. Very true. Yeah, it just feels very, flimsy. But it gets propped up because people love a conspiracy, don't they? They love a conspiracy.
And then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because for example, when
No, this is coke, dude. The reason people keep watching is because they like a conspiracy, because they like the idea that the boring world they exist in is explained with elaborate stories of French Foreign Legion and Israeli mobile phones being there. It's people want something a bit juicier than we caught a guy that's a crazed lefty that shot Charlie Kirk. They want something more elaborate, more fun, more enjoyable,
I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize?
Actually,
well, it's not his.
This is a really good point. The right wing in the US is just raped. That this is even a hot debate is pathetic. I think it does speak to how taken by conspiratorial thinking some aspects of the American right have become. You know, it used to be, I don't know what it would have been like, you know, more reasonable, moderate debate, but now it's, was Charlie Kirk murdered by the French Foreign Legion? Like, yes or no? It's like, what the fuck are you on about, dude?
Debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes,
Dude, Peter, your links are fucking rape, bro. I can't see what you're trying to show me, but I'll get it from the headline. Candace Owens exposes photos, blood-soaked vehicle, Charlie Kirk Hospital. I mean, the fact that she can obtain photos of Charlie Kirk-related matters when she was friends with Charlie Kirk and presumably has got people she knows in his circle doesn't mean that all sources she alludes to are correct. And in fact, because you do have those sorts of sources, you can give yourself fake legitimacy by going, oh, look, I've got this. And by the way, this French government guy said this. But just because you've got A doesn't mean that B is true.
okay, when she says that she has these sources,
stupid, you know?
clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions.
Reminder that Goydrew sells debating courses. What's that got to do with what you're saying here? I don't understand. It just feels like you hate Andrew Wilson, which is fine if you just hate the guy. Sure, I get it. He's a very obnoxious, you know, vitriolic individual that you might have political disagreements with. But it doesn't really matter, does it? To like whether or not he's right in this debate.
Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair.
Yeah, honestly, man, it is, you know, it is just difficult to debate conspiracy theorists because they can endlessly just fucking morph the argument into whatever they need it to be. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm hoping that he gets to defending Erica Kirk soon because I'm pretty certain I'm going to dislike that.
He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the
I think
crowd...
that's a good read. You have to actually be able to prepare to demonstrate how the conspiracy mindset works, and Andrew's probably too close to that universe to actually be able to do it effectively. Sure, yeah, like he's he probably believes a few conspiracies himself, eh? Like God, hey, atheists, we're atheists, let's go with that.
turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR, I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said
I remember, didn't she meet with Erica Kirk? I thought they buried the hatchet and smoothed things over. But then I guess the money from banging on about her being involved in her husband's assassination was too juicy to pass up.
Is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying...
What? Why would Turning Point USA benefit from Charlie Kirk dying? What? I mean, there's probably some initial benefit they can obtain. But surely the long-term impact of Charlie Kirk being dead. I mean, I don't know how their show's doing. And Charlie Kirk is the center of it. Have they changed their name yet? No, but I'm saying that what benefit is there to him being dead over him continuing to be alive into his 50s, 60s until he retires? TPUSA, yeah, I mean, I would assume that their viewership has probably dropped off and they're not doing as well as they used to because Charlie Kirk was TPUSA. So if I'm a Charlie Kirk fan, why am I churning into TPUSA to watch a bunch of fucking second stringer losers bang on about some rightoid shit when I can go and watch a personality of similar charisma or whatever you liked about Charlie Kirk? You know?
Is his organization it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor,
Yeah, but
that's fine.
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica.
Dude, imagine if Chud Logic died. What would happen to the Chud Logic podcast? There would be an empty chair here. Be an empty chair here, wouldn't it? You guys would hate that, wouldn't you?
Is complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance?
Yo, thank you for the kicks.
How could you sit up there and say,
thank you.
Yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Puppy, thank you for the kick.
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and debate. So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Eric.
The trouble here is you can't deny that Erica Kirk was moving weird. After Charlie Kirk got slaughtered. You can't really deny it, man. It was all a bit odd, wasn't it? The fucking dude, the memes and the WWE entrances and shit like that. Yo, Shaky Booty, thank you for the kick. Hello, Pappy, thank you for the kicks. Ollie, thank you for the kick. The fireworks, the pyrotechnics, it was preposterous, wasn't it? So, that being said, it doesn't prove a conspiracy or something. Yeah. I put it down to her being like fucked in the head off the back of all this happening or something, you know?
When she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her...
Yeah, fucked in the head and pressured by people around her. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is to think about is Turning Point USA employs people, and the head honcho, that's the face of the business, getting slotted, is probably quite a disarming type. You're probably going to be like, fuck, man, what's my job going to be? So there probably is a lot of pressure on you to do something to try and keep things moving, even though the face of your brand is in a coffin, you know?
Mannerisms were weird and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's not...
Well, she's just a demon. She's just a demon puppeted by Israel. Is that what you want to fucking hear?
Convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now.
How do you explain doing weird Jewish glamour magic with her eyes? She's a reptile. She is just a reptilian individual. No, I remember all the stuff about it back last year. But yes, she's a very reptilious individual. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, dude. I just don't think it was Israel. Personally, I'm goy walked on the Israel Charlie Kirk question. Now, the problem is, dude, it's just some lefty nutter shot Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's literally it. End of story.
I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you.
Well, the problem is it is complicated because... Well, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's obvious that he did it, but she doesn't want to, she when someone gets slaughtered like this, it's difficult to imagine what that's like. But she probably wants some level of peace. So even if there was questions over who did it, like this happens a lot where someone is arrested and charged for a crime. And even if they didn't do it, the person is like, yep, they did it because they obviously want peace and to move on from having to, consider it and think about it. But also, yes, she probably does have some level of access to the case as an interested party, as the partner of the person killed. But they're going to give us some little tidbits, little bits and pieces and, little snippets of evidence here and there. So I just find it very hard to believe that. And it could be, she has been shown stuff that she can't show you and can't give you because it's relevant to the investigation.
She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
If she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, How would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy.
What? That's not really what complicit would mean to me. Oh my God, man.
Was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem
strategy.
like I said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your.
I mean, I think Andrew, I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, but he has like defended his idea that, hey, there's this evidence. And this is what I think demonstrates it. I think the trouble is it's got too much into Candace's world and conspiracies. Do you know what I mean? That's the issue, is you're too deep into the rabbit hole where you're probably better off being in your world of reality and things like that, you know? But yes, the meta talk, man, the endless meta of talking about something too is very obnoxious.
Your claim that it was overwhelming evidence, so now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know,
Yes, we watched the clip yesterday, yeah. Where the fake Mama JF called in. Classic.
I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that, I'm sure.
In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find.
What, pray tell, was going on there, eh? What was that all about? Charlie Kirk dipping into the chocolate sauce, was he? Oh, what did Erica think about that? No wonder that Erica is so upset with Candace. Because he had that stanky dick when he got home from his 4-day travels with Candace. This debate is so unstructured that Candace just wins. There's nothing to keep arguments in check. Yeah, I agree with that.
Love of my life, I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double date?
She could smell Candace's snatch mask.
It's you, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four
I
of you?
was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and...
Yeah, do you think the baby comes out looking kind of nondescript, but then as the kid gets older, eventually it starts taking on the features of Charlie Kirk more and more? Like those memes where they Kirkify the pictures. The kid's going to get literally unironically Kirkified as time goes on.
Him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I don't.
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters?
Dude, that's a pretty rough response, isn't it? Just I think we're retarded. But the thing is, from a debate perspective, that's not very good, is it? I mean, come on. You know, it's funny, it's based, it's funny, but like, come on, it's not really backing up your idea, is it?
You were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
Also, the other thing that you guys aren't recognizing here too is that this is very awkward now, isn't it? So this is what I'm talking about with the kind of, the boisterous vitriol. It looks great on paper, but when you're on a big stage debating this and you're on the side of Kirk was murdered and you're calling his widow retarded, it's one of those, that looks bad on paper moments.
Do you
know
have
what I mean?
a rape fetish? Is she just upset that wretched snow bunny stole her BWC hubby?
Yo, they were the gigs. Thank you. But I mean, surely that's going to be a bit like wincing. Like, oh. What's Erica going to think about that?
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on.
Hail,
That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk.
What did Owen Benjamin? Wait, what? I remember Owen Benjamin from back in the day. He was like a rightoid commentator guy that turned into a nutter anti-Semite kind of dude, and he was banging on about the fucking Holocaust all the time. I remember that guy. What did he say? Was he calling the N-word or something?
I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with.
What's that even involved, man? You're like a room full of students and you're saying, listen, tip number 1, women are retarded. Remember to say it. I don't fucking know, man. Oh. The idea of debate training is just kind of gay, isn't it, really? It's just kind of gay. It's just kind of fucking gay, man.
Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
Debate
So you
over.
didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that
Hey Grok, what was Candace Owens' original name when she lived in a tribe in Africa? When British Lord Farmer purchased her, sight unseen, for £3 of gunpowder and a tin of rubber bands? Was her name Click Click Grunt Sound, or was it Clint Grunt Sound Click Snort Sound? The thing is, this is all lowbrow racism, okay? But this is funny. That part of the joke I appreciate. Okay, that's good. It's quite creative, yeah. And although it is quite lowbrow, the way he's done it is good. The African accent, the African sound thing is lowbrow, but he's done it in a good, funny way. You know, he's enhanced it. Well, dude, it flashed red again. He's enhanced it by going into this level of detail, you know. So, well done, Owen. Well done. Well done. Owen Benjamin's a funny racist. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Okay.
When I went to the TPUSA HQ, and I talked to Erica briefly while I was there, the first thing I did was what I think every normal, moral human being would ever do. I gave her a hug. And I told her how god-awful sorry I was that happened to her. Like, could you even imagine how that's got to feel for her? Especially now that she has tens of thousands of people accusing her of murdering and conspiring to murder and then cover up what happened to her own. I mean, that's like mind-boggling psychological torture.
Was he? Wait, did he lie there? You said you didn't know her. Well, no, okay. Just because you meet someone once briefly and hug them because their husband got slaughtered to pieces doesn't mean that you know them necessarily.
On a level that I've never seen.
Yeah, and hindsight is 20/20, but given the reaction, I think it probably would have been better for her to like lay low for a little while.
1000%.
The going out with the sparklers was not a great idea. Like all that was not a great idea because it just seemed insane. And maybe sometimes in grief or when, you know, you're trying to show that they're not going to hold us back.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Someone prepared the pyrotechnic display so I can come out and look cool.
People make choices that could be interpreted in a very bad way.
100%. The interesting thing is I asked her about that. I asked her, like, what's the deal there?
What's with the sparklers?
Well, what's with the aberration in behavior? And she's like, look, I was put in like the worst spot I could ever think of. I was the background character. I was just there to support my husband. That's it. The only reason I even really got involved is because Charlie was so pro-marriage, you know, and he wanted to demonstrate to the world you can be married and have kids, and this is the good life. So when he dies, she takes over. Right? This moves over to her control. She says, well, the first thing I want to do is honor his last book. You know, that's the very first thing I want to do. I want to honor his legacy. And she's like, I don't know exactly how to take this position. At the same time, there's expectations for the organization my husband built that I want to honor. Right? But, you know, I'm also in the middle of grief. And it's like, I don't know how you balance that position. Who's been in that position ever?
Right. And especially who's been in that position that's not accustomed to being scrutinized in the public eye.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I've got a very different view on the Charlie Kirk stuff. But the point being that is quite compelling for me. I can definitely see that. I think it is a very traumatizing time. You're not going to know the best thing to do. It's hard, man. It is hard. It is hard, isn't it? And you're at the center of this, and it's your husband that's dead, and you've got to be the voice of reason, and blah, blah, blah. You know, whatever.
People have been asking for, you know, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out, and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith, and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps... they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, you know, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you.
Andrew also got played by Erica Kirk. What's this?
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Wait, what?
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a minute. Slow down, slow down. When was he murdered? No, I don't think Andrew's a liar. I think these are speaking to different things. I think that, you know, Andrew is highlighting that there was this overall concern about the lefties coming for him, but Erica is saying that he wasn't in some sort of deranged state. I think that, yeah, it's like saying there's not this kind of crazy. Dude, it sounds like I'm trying to cope about this, right? But to me, it's clear in my head, but I just can't fucking say it, dude. What am I trying to say? It sounds like Erica is debunking the idea that Charlie Kirk was crazed thinking about this. But the text message demonstrates that he had some concern that the left were coming for him, and it's probably true. Something like that. That's my rough take. That's my rough take.
You as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in good
Let me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how
Okay, that seems reasonable to me. I'd heard that he like massively defends Erica Kirk, but I don't really see that. Maybe it's later, but I mean, this all seems fairly reasonable within the remit of, you know, a rightoid that likes Charlie and, you know, believes he was killed by Tyler Robinson.
you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything you've ever
Have
said
you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've
Speaking about himself, though, aren't you, Chud? Going to vote Restore. Okay, dude, whatever.
met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Yes, I'm voting Restore. Yes, I'm racist. Yes, I hate blacks. I hate blacks. I hate blacks. I hate minorities. I hate browns. I hate immigrants. I hate them all. I bloody hate them all.
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
Yeah, Andrew's position on this is like not red pillars are right. He's got some agreement. Basically his view is that women are only able to exist as they do in society because of the good grace of men, because men can basically overpower women whenever they want. But that the red pill stuff is not a good way to live, and you should seek out, you know, a good woman and settle down and not sleep around and you know.
Then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office 6 days later.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of footage of Erica Kirk, and I think she's like a deranged demon bitch, whatever, right? But like, what do you do in that situation? What do you do? They wanted to keep the money train spinning, didn't they? I mean, obviously they frame it as it's about the legacy. They wanted to keep the money train going without Charlie Kirk being at the forefront. So I think she was trying to kind of muddle her way through as best as she could. Something like that is probably the way that I'd look at it.
Both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified
there's always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do.
What is fucking Andrew's position on Israel anyway? I remember that was actually during the JF Garapy fake wife thing. I sort of there was a pause and people coming on. I asked him, he was like, "I'm not talking about that now." I was like, "Fucking hell!" He didn't even want to get into it. I think it was just after October 7th or something like that. Is he zogged out? Doesn't talk about it much. I mean, I would presume that he's got a sort of America First position, but hates Muslims. That's my guess as to what his position is.
If you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your
get
team is asking
to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously.
Got eaten. I don't know why, but I'm just imagining some sort of bizarre dynamic of Charlie just swallowing the bullet as it comes his way. But no, I think this is to do with the idea that it went in his neck and destroyed or something, right? It like blew up in his neck or some shit.
Than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this.
I don't think that's what was, I can't imagine that's what they said. I'm guessing that he had sort of, you know, good bone density. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. I feel like that's a sort of bastardization of what was truly said. I find it hard to believe that that is the exact thing that they said. Oh, he ate his vegetables and his bones were like fucking Popeye's bones or something.
This is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
green flag.
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels
Thank you, Todd. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the update. Now, the trouble is I'm trying to balance. Obviously, it's like 3 hours long. There's a certain level of reacting you have to do to actually get through the fucking video. It's quite long. But I do find it interesting seeing Candace getting bizarre conspiratorial shit getting pushed.
If you, Andrew, don't support Israel, that means you support Islam. Boy, that's...
Okay, I don't really care about that. I get the gist. I think I've got an understanding of his position. I think I get it, yes. So, not really a massive Israel supporter. Probably has some sort of appreciation for them being against the Muslims, but doesn't agree with America funding them. That's probably his...
middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory...
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think...
Wait, John Bryan. I'm pretty sure that's the person my mumsy was trying to get me to watch talk about this. I'm pretty sure mumsy was like, you got to see this guy, and there's some American dude talking about a Rode microphone, lapel mic, being filled with a little package of C4 plastic explosives.
That's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the...
I guess the argument would be that you have an amount of explosive that you don't get like an invisible explosion, but it goes like, and it punctures the neck. I'm guessing that's the counter argument.
Shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed.
Yeah, dude, I love the idea that PTSD-riddled soldiers are like, Matt, you should be listened to on... Like, dude, obviously they're not all fucking nuts. But clearly, there's a lot of chance for them going fucking doolally with all the, blowing up brown kids for years in the Middle East. They come back. I'm not saying we should just instantaneously believe what they say. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, okay?
In his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6?
See, the problem with all this gun talk is say what you want about each party here, but I think Andrew probably knows what he's talking about. I'm probably just going to be like, yeah, Andrew probably knows what's what when it comes to guns. Yeah, Candace is trying to do these with no knowledge of how it works, these in her head calculations of gunshot. It's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it, you know?
Being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000, I'm pretty sure, pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go...
Okay. What is this? Examine the exploding mic theory.
Exploded. I'm going to now show you just a static picture of the wireless mic up close so you can see it. Okay, that's the Rode mic. And more crucially, there's a clip, a magnetic clip that is used to hold it. So that's the clip. And you can see in translucent here is the microphone. That clip is what you see on the outside of Charlie at the September event. That's a magnetic clip. It stays on Charlie the entire time. It never falls off of Charlie. Apparently, it holds like an incredible amount of weight. So the actual microphone, the Rode mic, is on the inside. So that's something new as well. So they got the microphone, that's the magnetic clip on the back, and on the inside of that is going to be his Rode microphone. Assuming he was using Rode, I think it's Rode that he's using, but that's going to be that Rode wireless mic on the inside. I know that's a lot of explaining, but I feel like it really helps people who aren't into tech like me. It's also important to understand how, because if we're talking about an explosive, we talked about that yesterday, and people lost their fingers and they had shrapnel on their face. It's important to understand how could an explosion travel directionally, right? How could it be contained, so to speak, if it's not like a bullet? You're saying, okay, his microphone is rigged. You're saying it exploded. If you're like me, you're thinking, well, wouldn't that just go everywhere and cause severe burns to Charlie? Wouldn't we be able to see severe burns onto Charlie in the process? So I want to make clear to you is not necessarily, because this isn't just like blowing up a bomb. Okay, obviously that's explosion as well.
Yeah, the idea is it's shaped in a certain way that when it detonates, the force of it goes in one direction. Right, that's the
This would be what is known as a shaped charge. I've learned this recently, and John Bray was trying to explain it to me on X, and I was like, I don't comprehend how it could operate like a bullet. And he kept saying it's a shaped charge.
Well, because a Claymore mine, I think, is a shaped charge, right? And the force is designed to go out in a certain direction. It doesn't blow up and, shrapnel goes all around. The shrapnel goes out in a certain direction if you step on it, right? No? Is that not the case? Oh, it's not a shaped charge, but it is directional. Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of this side towards enemy. Obviously, I got no fucking clue about any of this, dude. I don't know anything about any of this shit. So what would a shaped charge be in reality? What is a shaped charge then? What is an example that I would know of that's a shaped charge? Breaching charges used by special forces. RPG rockets have them. Oh, yeah. Because when an RPG gets fired, people expect it to go boom and blow up in like an explosion of smoke and flames. But when it hits a truck, it penetrates and goes and like goes through and fucks it up, doesn't it? When you see it in real life. Okay, that's the Battlefield 6 wiki.
The shaped charge. And finally, after I got into this Butler assassination, I suddenly found myself researching detonation cords and shaped charge. And now I comprehend what he meant because
okay, no, I'm sorry. I don't know, man. Seems a little bit bullshit, no? Okay, sure. I see the video, I get the gist. But the thing is, even with a shaped charge, you're suggesting the shaped charge is so minuscule that it just penetrates the flesh in an imperceptible way so it looks like a bullet. Which I guess is the concept, which I'm assuming is highly unlikely, if not impossible.
Functionally, it is like a bullet, okay? A shaped charge is just a specialized explosive device that is literally designed to focus the blast of energy in a specific direction rather than it just dispersing in every direction, okay? So we're going to pull up this Wikipedia page because it helps to see a visual. It just says you can literally, and you can go down the rabbit hole yourself, shaped charge, and it's just showing you here, okay, it would have a ballistic cap, an all-filled cavity, a detonator, and then it's going to have that high explosive. So we're going to imagine PETN explosive that's in there. And it tells you, it also tells you, sorry, if you can go back to just the Wikipedia page, that there's all different ways to form it, right? Typically, people are going to use copper. You can use...
Also, I'm assuming these are quite big as well. So nuclear weapons, penetrating armor, or perforating walls in the oil and gas industry. So these are like big explosives. It's just that the explosive force is focused in a specific point so that you get maximum penetration in that spot. But they're trying to act like you could have the shaped charge in a minuscule microphone in comparison, like this size, that is shaped in a way to penetrate the skin, which is kind of inconceivable, I guess.
Lead, think of it as just a little capsule that's kind of holding the explosive, but it allows you to direct it in a way so it doesn't go everywhere. So yes,
No, sure. So that I'm not saying they're like going to be massive, but they're going to be of a certain size. I guess what I'm asking is it possible to have a shaped charge like this in a device that small in a way that could cause someone to make it look like a bullet is shot or something?
Pretty much functions like a bullet, but it's not a bullet. It's not going to have that same power to pierce through a neck like a 30-06 bullet would if it's delivering 3,000 pounds of heat and energy into your neck. Yeah, and it's going to cut clean through it, but it is going to penetrate and it is going to kill you, especially if it hits an artery.
No. I've seen videos of the pages, and there is a noticeable explosive force that happens when it goes off. There's that one video of the guy, and it goes off, and it's like, yeah, a little explosive just went off on that guy's hip. Whereas in this case, you're trying to argue that an explosive was detonated that was shaped, and it looked exactly like he got shot with a bullet. Right?
Okay. And I also want to be clear that it's not going to be exacting. So they can get that shape charged in there. They can get it directionally to go one way. But they're not going to be so precise to go, I wanted to hit his artery and his neck. And frankly, when I think through it, and this is just totally me speaking in my opinion, I don't think they wanted it to hit his neck. I think that is what went wrong. I think the best case scenario, if I'm, just as an example, if I'm theorizing here and I'm the Israelis and I'm ringing his device, I want it to hit his chest. I want it to be here and I want it to hit his chest and I want people to think they hear a shot and then I want blood to come out and everyone will go, Charlie Kirk got shot in the chest.
This is like utter schizobabble, but this is exactly what Mumsy thinks, dude.
And the reason is because it gives you more wiggle room, right? If Charlie had been shot in the chest and they came out and said, oh, it was a miracle or it didn't go through, there's so much more happening here that you could go, okay, maybe a 30.6 didn't go through. If it shot Charlie in his chest, maybe it went sideways. Bullets can do weird things. The neck, as Alex Jones said, that's like chicken bones. That's it. You can't just do that. You can't just be out here telling us that, no, this was a miracle and he ate salad and he.
Okay. I mean, was it what bones are they talking about that stopped it? Because there's some pretty significant bones in your neck, isn't there? And also, didn't it fuck a bunch of shit up too? His spine. Oh, dude, this is fucking I'm not going to listen to all of this, man. This is absolutely fucking preposterous. Let's see the actual expert talk about it.
The contractor that was unexpectedly brought in to help pave over that scene called over on the weekend. Charlie gets shot on a Wednesday. They want this crime scene paved over on a Sunday, and he's going to explain who he was told made that call. Take a listen.
I get a call, and I don't answer my phones on Sunday. They left a message, and the gentleman said, hey, this is kind of weird, and he was kind of hemming and hawing on the phone.
This was 5 days later then?
Yes,
You said it was on this Sunday? Okay.
Yeah, on Sunday. And he says, we've got a paver emergency. So I texted the guy. I said, look, I don't work on Sundays. My guys don't work on Sundays. I'm happy to call you on Monday. What's a paver emergency? So he sends me pictures of right where Charlie was murdered. And he says, we need to put pavers in this place. So I called him, and the guy seemed like a genuine good dude. He says, look, we don't have a whole lot of answers.
So sorry, who is this guy? And what am I supposed to be taking from this? I'm a bit confused. Paving is in paving over, as in paving stones to cover up the thing. Is that what this is? I mean, if someone got shot and there was some sort of blood or damage, or I don't know, would you not want to fucking clean that up if it's a campus? I don't know what it looked like afterwards. Was there like a bullet wound or something somewhere? I don't understand what the point of this is.
We're told by, people above us that we've got to put pavers in, today and tomorrow. It needs to be in by Monday. And we've never done pavers. We've never installed them. And we want to make sure we do it right. And he says, would you come help? I said, 100%. So I went and got my trailer. I started calling my guys, and none of my guys answered. And so I started calling my other guys, my brothers. And then I called another, so I put together this ragtag team, of guys that we showed up on that Sunday, within an hour and a half of when they called us with our trailer. And we met with a couple of dudes. I was telling you there wasn't a whole lot of information. There was two guys that were kind of in charge. One of the guys was in charge of a state-owned facility in American Fork, and the other guy was in a maintenance groundskeeper on a facility in Provo. And these are the two guys I'm corresponding with.
Hey, that's the
first stuff. Guy, the second guy that I hadn't talked to on the phone basically said, hey, look, we're not talking to anybody. We're not saying anything to the media. He says this is above our pay grade. The FBI and the state, the governor and the FBI, that's what they told me. The governor and the FBI said they want this done by Monday, and we need to get it done. We're not asking questions. We're not talking to the media. And so I said, okay.
The FBI and the shady governor want this done by Monday. It's a paver emergency. He asks an appropriate question. What is a paver emergency? Like, was there just like a hole in the galaxy that?
So, I mean, I don't even know what this guy's deal is, but my assumption would be there's some sort of blood or damage or something where the police have done their work and investigation that they need to do, but then they need to prepare it because you can't have students walking over a bloody paving slab or something. I don't fucking know, dude. This just seems a bit like, if you're a conspiracy tard, this is like, oh my God, and it's some random dude saying, yeah, we were hired to fix the damage that was caused from this shooting that happened. Okay.
Upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I mean, and I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you that.
How could a bullet move closer if it's the neck? Because when the bullet, I mean, I don't know, I vaguely remember physics class at school, but there's energy in the bullet moving, and the energy, when it hits you, that movement, the air gets displaced, right? And so that would puff out the t-shirt. I can't remember the shooting and what happened exactly. So I don't think this is particularly crazy or controversial, unless you're some conspiracy theorist.
If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check.
Robert Neal is a liar. His story's changed so many times regarding the Bin Laden raid. People in his former unit don't even believe him. Yeah, having like 5 people come forward and said, I shot Bin Laden, I shot Bin Laden, I shot Bin Laden.
It's complete.
Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question, other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debate.
And if you watch footage of that, it's clearly an explosion going off. You can tell that an explosion has occurred. There was that one video of it, and it was like, fucking hell, that's crazy. What the fuck, dude?
You should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. I can't show it just to be on the safe side, but there's a puff of smoke and the sound is coming from where the explosion happens in a very evident and clear way. And it's obvious because there's a puff of smoke that comes out as the explosion occurs.
That's fair.
For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Oh.
Rob, and good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern.
I mean, this guy is clearly just saying what the conspiracy tards want to hear for attention-seeking purposes. This is obviously just some attention seeker.
For his life, it seemed like...
Wait, isn't he the guy? Is he the same guy that talked about turning the libtard TikTokers into concubines? Is this the same guy? Is this the same fucking guy? I remember Chud watched Kurt get shot 9 angles at the same time, frame by frame. Now he can't even show some kaboom. Well, yeah, dude. I'm being cautious. I don't even say the N-word anymore, just to be on the safe side. Got to be careful out there, dude. Got to be careful. I don't want to get banned on Kick.
Clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there.
Dude, this guy is he's like a bullshit artist, isn't he? Yeah, and I don't know the ins and outs of his claims. But I just remember there being this kind of controversy where I'm pretty sure it was him that said, I turn you all into my concubines. It's just, yeah, it's just saying, oh, that doesn't look right. He's just going, that don't look right. And everyone's like, oh my God, it's a conspiracy.
So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Wait, sorry, I got a bit distracted there. What? Sorry. I'm locked in. I'm locked in now.
At full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying
In America, over the last 10 years, counting or not counting gang violence. Great. In America, over the last...
It's just so obvious the shirt is moving because the bullet force thing makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me, man. But people are want to say there's a charged explosive, and meanwhile that microphone is doing nothing. There's no smoke. There's nothing. There's nothing to suggest that that's exploded. But yet people are gesturing. No, look, you got to see the shirt. The shirt. The shirts.
saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we.
Yeah, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, dude, wait, dude. Okay, fuck. Okay. No, it's okay. I'm probably not going to risk it, just to be on the safe side. Let's play it safe, okay? It seems there's something going on down there we don't want to be looking at. But yes, I saw what you're trying to show. Yes, the bullet goes in and the air from the shirt goes, because obviously it's quite a light fabric, isn't it? So it's going to be movable quite easily by the air.
Can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you, then.com. That's code Candace at fieldofgreens.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that.
Yeah, the moderator's done quite a good job here. I think he's like, I mean, maybe could have moderated a bit more, perhaps, but this is a kind of casual, like, or not casual, but I don't know, dude. I think he did a fairly decent job. Yeah, I don't really.
Testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
on the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times.
Wait, so okay. So from what I understand, they were banging about prints earlier in the debate, but I'm pretty sure they actually mean DNA, not prints. I think I'm pretty certain. Oh my God, it's all very confusing, isn't it? It's all very confusing.
I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, is it not? I mean, it's just, I got to get it right. Maybe Erica doesn't want to talk publicly. Maybe there's something there. But of course, her comments are going to come up in this because you've been very forthright in your perspective that Erica is somehow involved in the assassination of Kirk, right?
Up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath.
You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
I mean, the problem is if Andrew's going to say, well, I think she's retarded, that's tongue in cheek. She's obviously using that logic, you know, in the other direction, isn't she? So I don't really think you can take much of an issue with that, realistically.
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something,
hey, if Erica Kurt doesn't want to fucking hear it, she can log the fuck off, stupid bitch. Has she got? Also, oh my god, I just triggered the memory. Do you remember Charlie Kirk's corpse and Erica kind of like grabbing his hand and stuff? That was fucking weird, wasn't it? I again would put it down to, you know. Wait, what is this you're linking me? Why? What is this? Well, that was a waste of everyone's time, wasn't it? That was a fucking waste.
something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing is
junk.
If you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
Yes, dude. Oh, God, dude. There he is. In his famous red tie. It's so mental.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. God bless you.
Whoa, dude, it's bigger, it's bigger, it's bigger. I didn't mean to make it bigger. You can't explain that way with, oh, she's just traumatized, didn't to move forward. She thought a good way to move forward was a video corpse or whispering shit into the mic. I mean, trauma is the absolute best way to explain that, no? What other explanation is there? What other explanation is there, dude? She's obviously racked with fucking fucked up shit. I mean, it's mental. Yeah, I agree with you. What, you think she did that for Israel? Like, what's the fucking alternative perspective on that? Or doing it for money, sure. Doing it to prompt something, for, you know, some sort of mentality. I could agree with that, maybe. Views, whatever. Yeah, sure. I could see that. Okay. Guilt's the wrong word. I mean, racked with trauma, racked with grief. That's what I was thinking of. Racked with grief over her husband getting shot to ribbons. Something like that, surely, is a better explanation than... Well, I think another legitimate explanation is... Yes, she was doing it to capitalize on attention for the purposes of the organization or something like that, perhaps. Yeah.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally.
I think that's been overstated. I don't think he's like. I mean, he has somewhat defended her, but the way it was presented was he was going, "Erica Kirk's fucking amazing. I fucking love that bitch." It's not really that energy to it. It's more so, you know, he's here on TPUSA's behalf. Well, in that he is defending the position that Charlie Kirk was murdered by the guy, the Tyler Robinson guy. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's given her the benefit of the doubt. Exactly, because of the traumatization. But he's not. I was expecting a lot more explicit hardline defending of her, you know? Yeah, exactly, Joe, bro. Yes. Dude, don't think it's wild as just this bitch killed her hubby. Yes, exactly. But there's some people that have bought into the idea she's responsible. That's too much to bear.
We have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
This the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just
quite a few
you
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
Just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which
But-
is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well, that was
the thing is expressing skepticism and jokingly saying she's retarded, but you think she's too retarded to do it. The issue is that you would then be expected to provide evidence as to why you think Erica did do it, and the evidence is obviously quite lackluster, isn't it? You know. So, I mean, I do think the response is a bit lackluster from Andrew, but you know.
One more clip they want to play from 7 days ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Okay. Are we supposed to be seeing this? They're just watching it, dude.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Oh, they're looking.
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
Oh my god, dude, the fucking meta stuff, man. Ugh. Talking about stuff. Holy fuck, man.
Conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Candace one, but see, I disagree with the 300k point. I think that it's actually a fortuitous investment. I think he's going to make multiple times that back off the back of this, based on just the fact alone that all of the rightoids are debating and talking about this. It's been the talk of the town for the last couple of days, you know? So he's trading capital for attention, which I'm guessing he's hoping to transform into money in the future, right? That's my assumption. It's like a long-term bet, yeah.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
that's what I heard.
mean, the thing is, did he have that cash on hand? Someone mentioned that he was asking his chat for money. Dude, is that true? Yesterday, I remember someone saying, he was like, "Oh, can I have some money, guys? Guys, can I have some money, please? I need to pick up the 300k."
Heard. Okay, there we
Come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I
Twiggs
can't hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear it. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've considered
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read, just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text.
So you're going to.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It sounds bad. It does sound stupid or bad or whatever. I get it, right? Oh, you paid $300,000 for a debate and you got raped. That's the mentality. But I don't know, man. I think that there's. I mean, the very fact alone that everyone's talking about this, and I think he had some connections already. But he's like talking of Steven Crowder and all that fucking lot. Wasn't he driving around with Steven Crowder? I saw a clip in passing on Twitter. You know.
Read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence.
Chud swimming for his boyfriend. I don't think. I mean, I've got no. You know, I've not spoken to Andrew for fucking years. It feels like at this point. But I just think there's a lot of people who fucking hate Andrew, and it's completely raping their perception of this conversation and the dynamics of play because they just hate the guy.
You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. The second biggest clip Candace fans are sharing is a clip where Candace straight out lied. Not only was Tyler Robinson not the most degraded, but on multiple parts of the gun, it was the major find. Right. So Andrew should have known that, and maybe, yeah. Okay, so he's fucked up by not challenging that, I guess. 1 trillion times more likely to have come from Robinson and one other unrelated person. Later Tuesday. Also, they were talking about fingerprints, where it's DNA. not fingerprints, right? So I don't even, you know, I've not followed this case at all. So that makes more sense, though, I think. Twigs is believed to be the minority contributor on both. What upper echelon of debate content is there for Andrew to go into? Well, he just debated Dinesh D'Souza as well. I mean, I don't know, man. He seems to be getting a lot of, you know, on the circuit. He's getting in there, isn't he? And just getting attention from the big conservative guys is you know,
Andrew
worthwhile.
become her white sissy pig for this peanut butter complexion Nubian queen, his sissy nub leaking all over the place during the debate.
Okay, thanks for the tip, but that was fucking weird.
That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like that's.
Oh, hang on a minute. I think he's lying about that. Oh. The thing is, this is such a cheap gotcha moment, but it looks great. It looks fucking great in a debate. It looks fantastic, and Andrew's trying to save face by saying that he knows. But there's no fucking way that he knows all of the charges. I mean, it's not even unreasonable. You know, just because you think a certain thing about a given crime doesn't mean you're going to know all of the charges. And now she's going to ask him to name them. Oh, that's tough, man. Optically, this is disastrous.
Can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not
but
following it.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage, you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's...
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the.
This is the pickle jar moment of the debate, isn't it? This is the pickle jar situation all over again.
Case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, I'll name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time.
So, I mean, Andrew is just reaching, isn't he? He doesn't know the charges clearly, so he said murder. Right? And the Candace probably, I imagine, doesn't know all 7, I'm guessing. But it doesn't matter because you got your clippable moment, you know? So Andrew is raped on this.
Time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
Oh no, dude, if she answers all of these, oh no, Andrew's going to look so raped, bro. This is cookie jar moment. I mean, pickle jar moment all over again.
Just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know.
No. Andrew's getting his pickled as we speak.
All 7 of them. Then and I'm going to say again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next two charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next two charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be
Okay. There's another moment like this with Andrew that I recall where he did the, what is it? Oh, there's the breakfast hypothetical. He did the breakfast hypothetical on someone, right? And he said, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? And the person said, I didn't have breakfast this morning or something. And the idea is you change it to, well, how would you feel if you did? And then you say full. But he didn't change the conditional or something. And then he just ended up repeating himself, even though the person had said, oh, I actually didn't have breakfast this morning. Because the conditional is met or something, you know? So it was something like that. And he just looked stupid saying the same thing again and again. Do you remember that? If anyone's got the clip of that, I'll show you what I'm talking about. But it's actually closer to that, where he thinks he's got a gotcha, but he doesn't have a gotcha and fucks it up, you know?
A-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it.
And all of these debate bro people were pointing out, because they're all fucking nerds about this stuff, but they were saying, no, that's the wrong way of doing it. What you should do is change the conditional to, what if you did have breakfast this morning? But he doesn't. Yes, exactly, Segfault. You just rephrase the question, but you kept repeating the same question, thinking it's a gotcha. Exactly.
So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you can't even. You can't.
No. You just got to admit that you're raped on this point, and you just got to say, look, you got me there. Be a bit humble here.
Not say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport.
The problem here is on substance, Andrew is correct. But that's obviously going to, I mean, I'm sure that's been clipped and put about the place because it's so juicy, isn't it? You know? It's a juicy little snippet.
I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time.
The thing is, as well, is she's won this interaction and it gets clipped. But that isn't necessarily true. In that you don't necessarily have to know the charges off the top of your head in order to, because at the end of the day, he is on the stand for murder, regardless of whether or not aggravated murder, what type of murder, you know, it's adequate, isn't it? For like a kind of passing thing. But then he makes it worse by going at her for not knowing, but she does know, you know?
That he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm,
no,
obstruction of justice,
Oh,
which is
tough,
counts
man.
3 and 4, 5 and 6,
Andrew's
tampering with a
raped it.
witness,
Totally raped.
and count
Nope,
7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
Totally
minor.
raped. Totally
Yeah.
raped.
So 5-6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
Oh, God, now he's... fucking hell, man. Why is he making it worse? Why is he making it worse for himself, dude?
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
Oh,
about the violent charges or anything.
No.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need
it's
to
so
read it.
painful to watch.
Any other
that.
text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too.
Dude, this is towards the tail end of the debate too. Fucking hell, dude. Good Lord. That's tough. That is tough. Yeah, pickle jar. Except someone got the clip that I'm talking about, where he doesn't change the propositional or whatever it is. Andrew BNWO Sissy Wilson. Wait, what?
I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have.
Also, the other problem too is, yeah, she just looks like she is more concerned. It does look like she cares more because she actually knows the detail. Even though you don't need to know the substance of the debate, it looks awful. Total optics raping on this point.
My other question is about
Mm-hmm.
the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
Yeah.
Yes, this is all people will see since it's at the end and stick with them, and Julians will think Candace won. Yes, exactly. How did that happen, by the way? How did that occur where it got to that stage? Did he bring it up or did she bring it up? I can't actually remember. Like, what I'm saying is, did he sign his own death warrant by making a stupid decision to go there, or did she bring it up?
I don't
Yeah, do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I
Oh, she brought up the charges. He made this mistake of saying he knew them. Yeah, when he could have just said, not off the top of my head, no. We should have said, oh, I actually don't know them off the top of my head. Easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. But instead he had to try and front knowledge and then was challenged on it and got raped. Very unfortunate.
said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent.
She asked him about the charge Tyler's guilty of. Oh yeah, it was a definite gotcha attempt. It was 100% a gotcha attempt. But Andrew made it worse by lying about knowing, and then made it worse by trying to challenge her that she didn't know, but she did. Dreadful business. Yeah, you could, just say, look, I don't know the charges off rote, the top of my head. What's interesting to me is whether or not he shot Charlie Kirk. The details are not as relevant to me, but he's obviously on for murder, aggravated, whatever. Boom, that's enough.
Of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was
Yes, that's a really good way of putting it. He's too distracted by the hint of blood he might smell and didn't see the trap coming. Yes, exactly. It's like, Candace has set up punji sticks underneath his, just in front of him. And he desperately moves forward to grab at her. But he falls and pierces his leg on a feces-smeared bamboo spike, unfortunately.
referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is,
agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline. that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the
BPF lost this completely. What, this point or this debate? I think that, you know, I do think that he gave a better fight early on. I thought this was going to be him hardline defending Erica Kirk, but he didn't really do that. But then he did fuck up that whole charge thing tremendously, creating a very clippable, optically raped moment.
the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's.
just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm
the
just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added
down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we get
can do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler
Yeah,
Robinson?
the thing is, if you've got, what's it called? Is it exculpatory evidence? Is that the right term? But basically, a piece of evidence, like an alibi that shows conclusively that they were somewhere else where the crime happened. That was dynamite. No, sorry, exculpatory evidence is if the prosecution's got evidence that would exonerate the client. They need to hand that over or something, right? I can't fucking remember. But in any case, if you've got an alibi, you're fucking laughing, right? If you've got bulletproof evidence that you were somewhere else where the crime allegedly occurred, you're in there. You're fucking in there. So if it was indeed the case that this steakhouse proved that Tyler Robinson wasn't there, you're fucking laughing, aren't you?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof,
Is he, dude? Oh my god, he's he's so stupid, man. He's doing a little test. He's trying to test her on her knowledge. Come on, man. He's trying to be like Columbo. He's like a retarded Columbo. Remind me, what was his first name? And then she knows. It's like, oh my god, dude. Oh, it comes across as desperate. Yeah, it does come across as desperate to get a win. So this is rough. The last 20 minutes, the last 20 to 30 minutes are definitely like a massive L for Andrew. And then it's all the time that people are going to remember because they're not going to remember everything else, you know?
talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
Oh, Candace, just one more thing.
Who do you think planted it?
Just one more thing.
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
the
a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
This is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be
Just
official.
woke up. This schizonegris still yapping about babyface Kirk getting blasted.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Yes, but after this, by the way, guys, I was going to do the honey vid today, but I think I'm just going to skip that and do body cams and then play the Gears game. You can watch me get raped in Gears and laugh heartily.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you for the kick, Scrimping. And Smoky Guru! Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you.
To your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owner.
The honey stuff's kind of sleeper. Yeah. I think it's one of those that I'm not super invested in. So I don't think I'd do a particularly good react to it. So I think we'll just do some body cams. But I am due to be streaming these next 2 days. So I might do a little PIP investigation tomorrow. That might be my content for tomorrow. Looking at some of the sickfluencer stuff and the sort of PIP. Here's how you fill out the forms to look like a total retard.
Of steakhouses and having a conversation, you're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney.
No, to be honest with you, the black stuff is, I want to find body cams that have got a bit more to them than just, black violent guy. Do you know what I mean? I don't just want to do black violent guy. I want to find stuff that's a bit more different angle or funny or something like that, So I found some what looked to be quite good ones. So I think we're going to have some fun with them. Including, we've got a British one in the mix today as well. We've got a British pedo. Not me.
For all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux.
Also, you might have missed it because it was right at the start of the stream, but I already took a look at a little bit of Black Tent earlier because we talked about Michael Brown because who is it? That representative, one of the woke Justice Democrat people, said Michael Brown was murdered. And there's a literal Department of Justice Obama-era report that says, no, he wasn't. The police officer could not be proven to have they acted in self-defense or whatever.
Murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular...
Oh, no, dude. He's so bitter about the... Oh, no. No, why is he doing that? You need to make it look like that's effortless. You don't care about that. And he's bringing it up. Oh, no. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. He's turning into a pickle. He's turning into a pickle.
Your receipt. They could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, The requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me.
So basically, from what I understand then, there was this presented, and this alone was used to back up the idea that he went to a steakhouse, even though I guess there's no identifying information on here that would suggest that this is anything to do with Tyler Robinson. Very fucking weird. I mean, again, it just speaks to how insane it is that you're debating a complete nothing point that's complete conspiracy-driven shit.
Like not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would.
I'd go to that steakhouse too, especially if I just slaughtered a prominent American conservative influencer. I'd probably be feeling a bit peckish for a little cheeky steak.
Here for your
because
timeline.
You were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
no hard evidence.
Is your top man's getting raped by a based, lying, gaslighting negress queen? Yes, unfortunately so. What was the verdict on ARDAY? Was he lynched? Yes. I'm convinced. The press need to stop talking about things just in case someone kills themselves. Cancel the news.
The AI slot police game from yesterday was awful. Should have listened to chat and played Sleeping Dogs or Dark Souls. Whoever suggested Dark Souls 3 yesterday is a LARPing faggot. Dark Souls 1 is the best in the series.
Thank you for the 420. Thank you. Well, the police game was fun for like an hour or so as you fucked around. But I mean, the actual game itself, playing through it, sucks. You're literally just issuing fucking parking tickets. I mean, what is that, man? Oh, not quite parked on the road. Uh-oh, you're in trouble now. Parking ticket time. And the moment you try and shoot someone, they say, shift over, police brutality.
Anyway, yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your house.
What? There's another ad break at the end. You cannot be serious, man. They literally stuffed it in, didn't they?
Fan. And you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down and before the final.
Yes, Crispy, exactly. Like, this is the thing. Online debates are fucking, it's for literal team sports football stuff. That's it now. That's it. And then if your side does badly, you just cope about it and go, oh, well, we had a bad ref. Oh, we had the wrong wind on the day or something. It's fucking stupid, man.
Final thoughts. I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate
I
this?
agree with that, yeah. I think this does look awful. The fact this debate is happening shows that the rightoid is just fucking nuts. It's nutty. It's very nutty over on the right at the moment. There's all these nutty things happening. You're talking about these preposterous ideas and giving them. I'm not saying like you can't platform it. You can platform whatever the fuck you want. But it's more so the fact of platforming, it just shows how nutty the right wing has become. That you're talking about steakhouse receipts and, you know, exploding lapel mics. You know, all sorts of preposterous things.
Great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything.
The right is kind of broad, yes. And the entirety of the broad right has been talking about this debate for days on Twitter. Okay.
Do you have a rape fetish?
The sexiest thing you can do to attract the affection of an honest-to-God schizophrenic black woman is die suddenly and tragically.
Yo, thank you. Thank you very much for the kicks. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions.
Chud will call American politics sides cards, team sports, while he watches some gross old woman or queer on the LBC and just soy nods like a total fucking bitch. That's quite fun. I'll give you that one.
But you know what?
Funny.
I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did.
No. And then no, dude. This would hit so much better if he was more humble when it happened. No, dude. He's fucked this up totally, man. Ooh. Ooh.
But what has been made very
yeah, the humility is too little too late. Yeah, exactly.
Clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that.
I mean, he's right. He is right that she didn't really have anything, but he just got raped so bad on that case point that he just looks owned. No, he is right. Candace didn't have anything. He is correct. But optically, he's raped. That's the debate. That's the fucking debate here.
Is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the...
Yes, exactly. You could just sit here forever and just say, weird, 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 constantly. How do you engage with that? And then when you get challenged, you go, well, that's just what I think about it. Like, you know, it's just kind of an unassailable position, isn't it? So... yeah, probably just I mean, I think he's going to benefit tremendously from all of this in the end, financially, but I think it is just bleak for the right that this is a topic of conversation, you know? Oh, what can you do? What can you do?
Conversation.
Yes. In a post-truth era, it's all optics now. You can be on the correct on the facts and still lose.
I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also...
dude, this is a great one. Andrew Wilson claims to be a Christian, yet he disregards dreams and vibes. True.
Stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the
Yeah,
audience
that's the other
won. And
problem
again,
too.
from the beginning, all of this
Is let's play out
is
the
because
bit.
of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk,
Andrew's
a
been
great man
saying
that's
AI
no longer
said he
here with
won.
us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here.
Wow, Gollum, you and me agree on something for once. Anyone who thinks this wasn't a financial positive over for Andrew in the long run is just retarded. Well, people like to have these little things they focus on, right? Like, oh, you paid 300k, because it just sounds like you're getting one over on him by pointing that out. But in reality, yeah, that is going to benefit him tremendously. Well, not tremendously even, but I think there's a strong chance of benefit long term from this. You know? There's no official winner of the August 14, 2026 debate, but public consensus heavily favours Candace Owens. Well, the reason it's saying it favours Candace Owens, well, I'm assuming you got it from Grok. But Grok will pull sentiment from Twitter. And Twitter is obviously full of conspiracy tards. Gemini.
The audience,
oh, no! I'm owned. Yeah, sure. Candace Owens won based on her presentation and stuff. Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's true. But Andrew Wilson was correct on the substance. You know, he's just right about his position. But Candace Owens is a lot more charismatic and came across better at multiple points, particularly the the case thing, the specific charges.
You also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
I enjoyed that. I'm glad we came back to that. That was fun. That was a fun little react. That was a fun little cheeky react that we did there. Well done all. Well done all. Okay, I'm going to do a few body cams and that I've got lined up already. Okay. So if there's any... Well, no, I'm going to stick to what I've got because I think these are going to be good. And then I'll probably play Gears for a few hours, I expect. That's the plan. That's the plan for the rest of this chilled out Sunday stream. So let's start here, guys. I've got a little something here. Okay, we're going to actually... Okay, I've got an order. I've got an order figured out. Let's start off with the most fun, most jovial, entertaining, and light-hearted one, shall we? Okay. Let's begin here. What the title of this one, man? Mum realises she killed a newborn. Guys, trust me. Trust me, guys. This gets funny. This gets funny in a bit. This gets really funny, okay? You gotta trust me. What did you do? Fucking sit on him or eat him?
Tell me exactly what's happening.
I don't know. He's not breathing. Please, my baby.
Did you say he's not breathing?
Not breathing. Please, 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 hurry, please.
All right, the help is on the way, ma'am.
On June 8th.
Let's give it a chance, guys. Give it a chance, okay? Give it a chance. You've got to sit tight and it will get funny real soon.
8th, 2022, deputies in Evansville, Indiana raced to save the life of a newborn baby. Unaware they're about to cross the threshold into a waking nightmare. The following footage has never been seen before. By the time a deputy arrives, paramedics have already begun attempts to revive the infant, Wade Wilson, who is just 13 days old. The deputy heads...
Well, then now we get into a bit of a tricky scenario, don't we? Hey, 13 days. If it was literally exactly 2 weeks earlier, the demon rats would say this is fine. But because it's now a bit late, all of a sudden there's a problem.
Around to the back, where he's led into the home by the infant's mother, 26-year-old Taylor Smith.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Please.
26.
It's all right. We're gonna sit down.
26 stone, maybe. What?
Sit down. I understand. Sit down. What happened?
What is that? Dude? She's guzzling some milk. Just randomly guzzling some milk to calm down. There's your problem. Swinging on milk when you're stressed.
I will come in. Okay, hang on. No, answer.
So when did you find him?
This morning.
Like when?
It's right before God.
Okay.
Yes.
So just wanted to make sure. So you guys went to sleep.
Down.
So you guys went to sleep. He was with you, and whenever you woke up,
yes,
that's whenever you found that he wasn't responsible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He hasn't had any other medical issues as far as you know before today.
So he hasn't had any medical issues, unless you count me grabbing the little bastard by the neck and throttling him until he was choking. Does that count? I don't even know what happened here, so who knows? I don't know if she did that, what the situation is, to be honest.
Yes, sir.
But this isn't entirely accurate, and the truth is deeply unsettling. In the living room, paramedics continue to perform life-saving measures on the newborn, while the deputy brings Taylor outside. They're joined by the infant's father, 47-year-old.
Oh, no! This baby didn't stand a fucking chance, dude. Just total infanticide situation lining up here with this fella. Good Lord. Not a capable parent to be seen amongst them.
Old Timothy Wilson.
So what's going on with your arms? Huh? You're a picker? I'm gonna ask a question, and
I'm a picker.
It's not to be insensitive or anything like that. Are you on any drugs? Honestly, because you're gonna be tested.
Oh no. Are we dealing with a train spotting situation? Are we dealing with a train spotting? No, dude. No, let's not play that clip. That's terrible. That's absolutely awful. Oh dear.
But the good times couldn't last forever. I think Alison had been screaming all day, but it hadn't really registered before. She might have been screaming for a week for all I knew. It had been days since I heard anyone speak, but surely someone must have said something in all that time. Surely to fuck someone must have.
Alison! Please! Cool, dude! Everyone's gonna be just fine.
Nothing could have been further from the truth. In point of fact, nothing was going to be just fine. On the contrary, everything was going to be bad. Bad? I mean, everything was going to be even worse than it already was.
They show the baby, don't they? Point of view, you're a police officer turning up to some wedding. Oh my god, I forgot how bad it was, man. That's horrendous. That is fucking horrendous, dude. It's a great movie. It's a great movie. Like, there's other funny bits in it. It gets funny. That movie gets really funny. You got to trust me on that one, okay? You got to trust me.
I'm telling you right now, you're going to be tested. Okay, so be honest.
Okay, today 504.
Okay, what are you on? What are you on? Okay, when was the last time? Were you doing it while you were pregnant with the baby? Yeah. Okay. Okay, hang tight for me. Let me pass that information to them so they have an idea on that, okay? That'll help. That's something they need to know. She was doing meth while she was pregnant with him. Of course, meth now. So, he is a meth baby.
Okay, dude, oh my god, this is savage, man. Oh, good lord. Honestly, I saw the title and I thought it was going to be funnier.
But this is just one of many horrifying revelations to come. Backup is called to the scene, and the deputies head inside to clear the house, leaving Timothy seemingly on edge.
Why are they doing that?
What
happened to my son? What happened to my son?
Right now, they're making sure nobody else is in the home, and they're making sure there are no animals in the home, and that everybody's okay? That's what they're doing. Okay. They're just securing the home, all right?
I'm sorry, I know. Just like, maybe you think, what happened to him?
Whether the kid makes it or not, you're going to need somebody here. I'm sure we're gonna find drugs. So
there's needles, look like heroin.
What a fantastic place to bring up a kid. Lovely, lovely stuff.
K2, all back here. There's at least 10 needles here.
I would be willing to bet you, because I didn't see Dad.
They found the shooting up wall crevice. This is sick. What do you want from me, dude? I thought it was going to be a bit more entertaining. Unfortunately, it's just about some wretched, drug-addled parents slaughtering their infant. How was I to know?
First, didn't even know he was in here. He
Trust
came
me,
out
it gets
like 2
funny
minutes later. I bet he
soon.
grabbed
It'll
me.
get funny soon.
Yeah, this bed looks stripped too. So
Yeah.
A detective is soon notified and a search warrant gets underway. Outside, Timothy and Taylor receive an update on their son's condition.
Here's what we got going on, okay? He's not breathing, he doesn't have a pulse.
Oh my God.
We were supplying that for him, and we're not getting anything back, so we're gonna have to call it. I'm terribly sorry, guys.
No.
Stay calm.
No.
Stay calm.
No.
Sit down, please.
No.
Stay calm.
Please try
Stay
more.
calm.
Please, God. Please try more. Please. What happened? Please, God.
There's nothing else we're gonna be able to do.
Please.
I'm really, really sorry. I really hate to tell you, give you this.
I mean, look, if there's a meth baby, what happens with meth babies? Do they grow up all mullered, like if they're a fetal alcohol? Is it that sort of dynamic? So, I mean, it's, you know, sad, but probably for the best. Probably for the best.
No, please. No, God, no.
But exactly what happened to the infant and what ultimately caused his death remains unclear. Taylor and Timothy are taken into custody and separated into 2 interrogation rooms. Before questioning begins, both are given drug tests and both test positive for methamphetamine use.
Were you the custodial parent of Wade?
Yeah.
And why were you the custodial parent of Wade?
Because she failed a piss test at the hospital.
But it wasn't just Taylor who failed a drug test. Her own infant tested positive for methamphetamine, triggering an investigation by the Indiana Department of Child.
The fuck, dude? Were they giving their baby meth? I don't know how it works, or is it just like accidentally gets on the baby or something? Slipping the baby some meth as a treat, just sprinkling a bit in the bottle. Oh, in the breast milk. Got it. Okay. So they didn't get formula, or they did get formula, and they mistook the formula for meth, and they got them mixed up. So they were injecting baby formula whilst giving the baby a cheeky bit of meth.
Services. Taylor would tell DCS that she had used drugs throughout her previous pregnancies and that her other children had been removed from her care.
Where were you supposed to have him at?
I could have him wherever I want, you know, but
Okay.
like she wasn't supposed to be around him.
How long has she been around him?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday or the whole time?
Yeah, but you know,
Just tell me.
we was gonna have a family, and
Yes?
they made it so
Oh
hard.
God, Dudley, give her a... That's not funny. That's disgusting. Okay, listen. The chat seem to be enjoying this one and getting a good hearty chuckle out of it.
You know, lost me to do with Steve a little bit, you know. I wasn't let her see her son, you know.
Right.
I know she wasn't supposed to be around him. But it is his mother, you know.
You know that we did a search warrant over there on Oregon.
Yeah.
Found a little bit of meth. And you tested positive today with DCS.
Yes.
Again.
Despite a court order requiring the infant to live with his father and paternal grandmother and prohibiting Taylor from being alone with him, Timothy brought the baby to her residence where the living conditions were beyond deplorable.
You already get. Oh my God.
They brought the baby into the meth house. God, it is just troubling that anyone can just have a baby, can't they? Even total meth heads that are going to slaughter it are just allowed to have a kid. And there's nothing you can really do about it.
That's a nice smell in the bathroom.
The home is without running water, and the only working toilet is filled with feces. Fly strips hang from the ceilings, attracting swarms of insects feeding on rotting scraps of food scattered throughout the house. In various rooms, investigators find syringes, spoons, pipes, straws, and drugs, including synthetic cannabinoids and methamphetamine. Trash litters the stained carpet floor where the
Okay. I mean, Aspen Gold's room's worse than this, isn't it? I'm not saying it's good, but it could be worse, no? Dude, good lord. 9 new syringes, bag containing crystal substance, possible methamphetamine, 2 bags containing a green leaf substance, cellophane in 3 baggies with residue, spoon with cotton and residue, featuring possible methamphetamine, glass bowl pipe with residue, broken piece of mirror with a razor blade and crystal substances. Yeah, I think these people might have been doing a bit of meth. I don't know about you guys. But yeah. Yo, a whole year of being subscribed to Chud Logic. Let's go. I'd never let my child anywhere near my meth syringes. Terrible parents.
Synthetic cannabinoids and methamphetamine. Trash litters the stained carpet floor where the 13-day-old infant was declared deceased. As questioning continues, investigators learn what ultimately led to his tragic demise.
Happy anniversary! What a great time to be here. What a great time for you to be here. Sorry, I missed that. What did they say?
Trash litters the stained carpet floor where the 13-day-old infant was declared.
God, man. In these stories, there is little things, you know, being a father, that I see that just, it does twinge and makes me feel sad, you know, like the Spider-Man thing. It's just like, oh God, man. Just so horrendous.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Okay, dude. Let's chill out a little bit with that alert. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
Declared deceased. As questioning continues, investigators learn what ultimately led to his tragic demise.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Look at the fan.
And methamphetamine. Trash litters the stained carpet floor where the 13-day-old infant was declared.
Yeah, they're 13 days old, by the way. Just in case you wanted to feel extra bad about this. But anyway, if you support abortion, you should be happy with that. What is going on with the fan? What is this fan supposed to be? Why is there just a fan there? Dude, yeah, she was just speedrunning Parenthood. Jealous Stars, yes, that's the angle. She was just speedrunning Parenthood. Oh, God. 13-day no-clip. She did the 13-day no-clip Parenthood run. What's the problem?
Deceased. As questioning continues, investigators learn what ultimately led to his tragic demise.
Yeah, I heard her screaming and it woke me up.
What time was that?
I don't know. She knows baby. The baby. And I woke up and I seen it.
You saw him where? Was he on the Were you?
No. Oh, fuck. There's a movie about this. Oh, there's a movie kind of related to this somewhat. I can't remember what it is, but I think it's it's one of the Saw movies. And basically, everyone has got this dark past, and then one person isn't revealing what the dark past is or lies about it, and says that their husband rolled over onto their baby. But then it transpires that she actually went mental and killed the baby and put the baby on the husband and like rolled the husband onto the baby, making the husband think he killed the baby, and then he killed himself. Least evil woman presented in the movie. Do you remember that? You remember what I'm talking about? For some reason I thought of that, but in this case, this woman just was in a meth-addled haze and just rolled over onto the kid. So the thing about the crushing was correct. To those of you that voted that she crushed your infant to death, well done. You've won. You won, guys. Well done.
On him when you woke up? Okay. So was he still breathing? He wasn't breathing when you woke up?
It could have happened to anybody. I don't know why she could have been mentioned. It could have been bad.
Well, there was no place for.
Oh, I can't remember the exact plot of the movie, but yes, Jigsaw's just you know, he moves different, doesn't he? Jigsaw just knows what's going on. He knows everything that happens.
That baby sleep in that house, right? No crib, no bassinet.
According to police records, a CPS worker recently visited the home and was shown a pack and play the infant was supposed to sleep in. However, it had been tossed into a bedroom and was filled with junk, blocked by an upright treadmill.
Right, what is going on with CPS, dude? They took a look and were like, yep, No issues here. How are they not like, this is mental. This is absolutely crazy. Stop, stop, stop. Get the kid out of here.
Well, today here's my plan for you, okay? First of all, as a mother, I'm truly sorry for you. I've lost a child myself. It's a horrible experience. Yeah, it's horrible as a mother. As a detective, I'm getting ready to tell you what's going to happen, okay? You're going to go to jail today for neglect of a defendant resulting in death. Okay? No. Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's what's going to happen. You understand that you weren't supposed to be by that child, right? Yes. You know that. Yes, ma'am. Do you understand why now? Yes, I do. It's a little late for you to understand, but you do understand. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, this woman's real bad.
Medical personnel and
Fill a
DCS
pothole
workers had
with
previously given Taylor extensive education on safe sleep practices and explicit warnings against co-sleeping, especially while using drugs. The coroner ultimately determined the infant's cause of death to be positional or traumatic asphyxia.
I'm sorry, wait. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry.
Following their interviews, both Timothy and Taylor are formally placed under arrest.
Oh, God, dude.
After living
So
for
good,
just 13 days, baby Wade William Wilson was laid to rest following a private graveside service. In place of a photograph, the obituary published by the funeral home shows only the image of a teddy bear. According to court documents, 47-year-old Timothy Wilson...
This is so fucked, man. What the fuck, dude? I'm like, yeah, go on, it'll get funny soon, I'm sure of it. It's just this horrific ending. What's wrong with me? What do you mean? What are you on about? I made a misjudgment. I made a misstep. Okay?
And accepted a plea agreement in which he pled guilty to neglect of a dependent, resulting in death. He was sentenced to 20 years.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
In prison, with 5 years suspended and to be served on probation. 26-year-old Taylor Smith left her fate in the hands of a jury that ultimately found her guilty of neglect of a dependent, resulting in death, possession of methamphetamine, unlawful possession of a syringe, and possession of drug paraphernalia. She was sentenced to 30 years in prison, with 242 days credited for time served. Watch our full videos as they...
Okay, guys, I know that was a bit of a tough one, okay? But don't worry, the next one's about a prolific pedophile. Guys, don't worry about it. The next one is about a prolific pedophile rapist. So I reckon that we're probably going to be able to, you know, we're probably going to be able to get something out of this one, I'm sure. Now, trust, okay? Trust. And plus, if that doesn't tickle your fancy, it's about a guy from the UK. So we're going to give this one a shot. It's kind of body cam-esque, okay? But the thumbnail is what got it going for me. For obvious reasons. I think we all know where, you know, I think, yeah. Yeah, I think we all know it. It does look like me when I was like 20, I must say. I did have a very similar look about me with the hair and that when I was 20 years old. I have your nudes and face pic. You're going to do as I say. This guy really pulled the... This guy really pulled the... He pulled the... You know.
Your little pussy belongs to me. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
He really pulled one of those bad boys, didn't he? Anyway, let's give this a crack and see how we get on, okay?
Everything. I had like pretty loose internet reign, I guess, since I was little. It's like the whole world is right there and you're curious about everything. I played a lot of games.
Oh, I think I know this case. I think this guy was like just a very prolific abuse guy. Like he would just message them and get their nudes and be like, your little pussy belongs to me. And then get them to do whatever he wanted.
Watched just a lot of videos. Then sometimes like I would just like talk to random people because why not? Virginia Beach was a pretty conservative town, and it wasn't the town that you wanted to like come out unless you knew for sure. Like, you shouldn't be open about it until you know, because then you'll just get made fun of. Okay, this is so stupid, but I would like Google like girls kissing because I was like, like what is this about? Like my other friends don't get like curious when they see two girls kissing, but I am. What does that mean? But it was late at night and I was surfing the web and a pretty girl wanted to talk to me and that's what I wanted. And
oh my God, he was pulling a blinder. He was doing the lesbian catfish trap. Oh, what a genius. What an absolute genius.
Then it was not a pretty girl.
What's a catfish?
No comment.
Come on, Alex, you know what a catfish is?
It was, now I've got this one picture. I will send these to your friends and family unless you send me more.
The first download shows me the largest number.
So we got a little twist of the tap with the lesbian catfish, a little shh. And then he was like, now I've got your pics. All right, let's see what else you got to offer. Dude. Oh. I mean, this guy's just got it all figured out, hasn't he?
First generation images to be captured on a device.
That guy that was my friend, he is a monster.
Alex's exploitation of these girls is getting worse and worse and worse.
Very dramatic, isn't it? The Predator online killer. Oh, and I think some of the people commit suicide, if I recall correctly. I think some of the children involved taught themselves too.
I masked this person and they were like, oh, I'm 13. And I was 12, so that's not like crazy. And we talked for a little bit. I think I said I was from like New York or something. I usually lied because I don't want people to know where I'm from. And there was like friendly conversation at first. But escalated pretty quickly. Things get sexual. Pictures from like the waist up. And I'd never sent pictures like that before. And I remember they were really insistent on having pictures with my face in it. It was a little strange. But then I received a picture with their face in it and I was like, it's fine. And I sent one with my face in it, but...
Wait a second, you know what this guy was doing, don't you? He was robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. In that he'd get a message, he'd get a picture from one minor, and then he'd send it to another minor in a sort of tapestry of dishonesty, so that he was just basically passing off all this CSAM to each child as himself. Wow. Probably had some sort of spreadsheet to track it all, you know?
Then it was not good.
Oh dear, Chloe's a catfish.
I was just like, this is bad. This is bad.
Oh God, man, it is horrific, isn't it? Very, very bad coming from this Chloe account. I don't take no for an answer.
That's crazy, actually. Why would you do that? Get these pictures are blasted all over the internet. I don't want to live in that world. Like, that's terrifying. And I was just so scared because I was 12 and I was...
It's honestly insane now. You have literal internet cults like 764 who do this type of shit en masse. Well, in many ways, I suppose this guy was the kind of inspiration, wasn't he? You know, he was kind of inspiration for this sort of thing. I do recall this case, I think.
Smart, and I had friends, and I thought I was gay, and I don't know. It's like, it was just actually crazy.
Pioneer in his class.
It was, yeah.
He was a visionary.
I woke up in the morning and I was like, this is bad. And I feel like someone should know about this. Like, I don't want anyone to see my pictures. I didn't really care about anything else at that point. I went downstairs. It was before school. I was ready to get on the school bus. And I was like, Mom, I know you're going to be mad at me, but I sent nudes to someone and they were not who they said they were. I'm being blackmailed and I don't know what to do. And then my mom was like, well, damn. And so we went to the police officer that was stationed at our school. And it was really upsetting because it opened a lot of judgment in a conservative town. Like, well, why were they sending pictures to a girl in the first place? And like, blah, blah, blah. My phone got taken by the cops. And then Mom got a call from the Homeland Security people. And they were like, this is bigger than you thought it was. And we need to talk to you.
My name is Paul Wolpert. I'm a special agent with Homeland Security Investigation.
Norfolk, dude, I always get confused. I'm like, what? Norfolk? And it's like, no, in America, because you copy all our fucking place names, didn't you? You're like, oh, we like that place name. We're going to call this place Norfolk.
In Norfolk, Virginia. July of 2019, I was contacted by one of our local detectives. They had gotten a complaint from a mother. Her daughter being contacted online by somebody who was threatening the release of her images if she didn't make more images for this individual.
It's almost like we're a former colony that raped you. Yeah, and guess what? We rape back. We rape back at the most vulnerable targets.
We got the victim to come in with her mother. My primary reasoning was to identify who was on the other end of that conversation. We don't know who it is or what else activity that they're doing. It could have been another female. It could have been another kid. It could have been, somebody that was playing around. The local detective learned that the subject on the other end of the conversation had resided in the UK.
Whee! National treasure. We got our own little British Epstein. Let's go.
Our office in London let me know that Northern Ireland had an investigation of an individual that had been using the same IP address. I contacted Detective Neil McInnes. They had identified a subject named Alex McCartney.
I've got a victim who's in Scotland, got a victim in New Zealand. And then the information starts coming through about a victim in Virginia Beach. What's the quickest way for me to get him charged? Because if I know he's in prison on remand, he's not doing any more harm. Okay, let's go. 6 or 7 of us got the warrant and drove out to Newry. It was about 6:30 in the morning. Rock up at the house, knock on the door, no answer.
6, 7.
Decided we'd kick the door in. He's fast asleep in his bed, and next to him is a smartphone. Tap the screen of the smartphone, and there it is.
Is he allowed to do that? I guess he's got a warrant or whatever he needs. He was asleep in his bed, so I decided to get a bit of street justice. So I've raped him to pieces. Anyway, dude, all right, I used a fake camera snap app. I have your Facebook and nudes. You were going to do as I say just for tonight, and then I'll leave you after. But if you don't, then I'm uploading everything online for everyone to see. Understand? Fucking hell, bro. This is particularly bad pedo that we're dealing with.
Snapchat camera open. 2.5 hours earlier was his last victim. Told him to wake up, get up, you're under arrest. And again.
No, well, the thing is, at least other pedos have got a more leisurely and appealing vibe, you know? Like, some pedos actually get the kids to want to do it, but this guy is forcing them to do it, you know? There's something a bit worse about that, I think.
This stands out really because it's so big and so complicated. The defendant had been spoken to by police before, and that had not stopped him. And when he was arrested in March, his phones were taken. But when police went back in July, he had just got new phones and kept going. So the pressure was pretty huge.
Oh my God, he just kept cracking on. You're not going to stop this pedo. There's no brakes on the pedo train for this lad.
He's not going to stop until we make him stop.
Addicted to the pedo
What we had to do was uncover enough of the iceberg that we could go to court to get him remanded into custody.
You can see why he's a pedo. He looks pretty rugged.
So he went to prison. And that gave us the time and space to keep working on the case.
July was the end of stage 1, the point we had to reach to get him in remand. That was just the start, really.
Oh, that's cool. Taking apart the
The
device.
MO was really apparent really quickly. Vulnerable young kids, 10 to 14 years old, always females. Location didn't seem to be an issue.
Well, if we're going to see a silver lining in all this, I think we all know. We all know what the silver lining is, don't we? I think we all know what the silver lining is in this case. I think we all know, don't we?
Alex seemed to be targeting young females that were either bisexual or gay.
God, dude.
By
oh my God.
sending an image of an
What is this, man? Hey.
By
13 female lesbian. So years girls snap me. Smiley face. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud.
sending an image of another victim. He enticed them to send a new picture of themselves.
Hey, dude, I was right. I was right about the tactic. I called it.
Or gay.
The pedo tech.
By sending an image of another victim.
Yes.
He enticed them to send a new picture of themselves.
Ordinarily, whenever you use Snapchat, it notifies the user you're making a recording. He used a program to mask the fact that he was actually recording his interactions with them, which is not something I've seen before.
I wrote the book on that.
So he starts in a conversation of like age, sex, location. They chat back, and then he sends a nude to them, and then they send a nude back. He screenshots that.
Chud, there are three main types of pedo. Do not try to quote the dark magic to me. I'll say when it was written. There we go. That's good. That's a good one. The child lover thinks kids could consent. The sadistic who enjoys stealing innocence and loves pain and suffering. The final type, the family pedo who seeks out a pedo to procreate or adopt and then fall into category 1 or 2. There's a great YouTube channel that's gone now that covered this really well. The three types all argue on forums about who's the bigger monster. The war of the pedos.
Without the child knowing.
He said this wasn't going to be funny, eh?
The key thing here is the threat that he's using on each occasion.
Yeah.
It appears that he has a document that is potentially copied and pasted.
All saved.
He's
All right,
got a
catfish, I have your
document.
news.
Bro, he's got a fucking document of his best lines. Just copy and pasted it across.
You're going to do a save for tonight. I'll upload everything for everyone to see, understand. The only reason he's got that on there is for speed.
Oh,
you know, he's probably in conversation with 4 or 5 children at any one time.
He's saying that like it. He is very prolific. He's trying to throw kids at once. That's called efficiency. That's efficient nonsing right there.
You seem to have this fascination with this name, Chloe. What is the relevance of Chloe?
No comment.
You don't tell any of these children that you're a 19, 20 or 21-year-old male from Newry sitting in his bedroom.
No comment.
I know you're sitting there and you say no comment, but I'm giving the opportunity now, Alex, to speak about that.
This guy would go crazy if doing this shit nowadays with AI. Imagine a Chloe bot seen unleashed into the wild. Well, no, maybe it would be a demolition man. This is like the second time I've referenced this in 2 days. It'd be a demolition man type situation. Sometimes you got to send a pedophile to catch a pedophile, and he'd be unleashed on some advanced high-tier pedo, and he'd have to use all of his tricks of the trade in order to, you know, outsmart him and capture him.
This, to be honest, to account for things. You learn to deal with no comments. It's very rare that you get somebody that's going to talk to you in an interview and be honest. He knows what he's been doing. He knows that he's caught. He knows when he was arrested what other information we're starting to gather and, you know, what's coming down the line for him. He was slumped down in the chair and head in the hands and, you know, never spoke a word, never said anything.
How did you know to make contact with this girl in New Zealand? Thousands of miles away?
No comment.
How do you do it, Alex? How do you get in touch with all these people? Do you remember your cousin? Because she was terrified. She was scared of what you were going to do, Alex. Do you remember being in conversation with a 13-year-old from Virginia Beach?
No comment.
Does she look over 18, Alex?
What's the crime
No
of
comment. Not a chance,
socialising?
is there? He seems to become a different person when he's on his phone on Snapchat. If you laid a map on the floor, it just seemed to go from one time zone to another time zone to another time zone.
Yeah, dude, there's going to be all this vast evidence. And you're sat there like, oh. Well, the thing is, you always do the no comment. I think there's like 3 types of interview that you do. You do the no comment interview, you do the written statement and no comment, or you can do the answer questions comment, the no comment thing. But in this situation, because you are just guilty as sin, you're just going to go no comment, no comment, no comment, no comment, you know? But yeah, I mean, I do remember this, yeah. This guy was like reported on in the mainstream news as a gigapedo. This was quite a big case over here. And I'm guessing it probably touched on America too, because there were American teens involved.
And then when he ran out of time zones, he slept. And then do the same again. Chloe, once again, has sent a picture of herself. Where has that image been obtained from?
No comment.
Could it be that it's an image of one of the 3 that we've just discussed there?
No comment.
Alex's level of exploitation of these girls is getting worse and worse and worse. The depth of depravity took on a whole different level. Really started to ramp up.
Where's the
No
wood chipper
boundaries.
when you need it, guys?
This is an ongoing investigation. At the moment, we have 266 victims. There's 6 in Australia, 2 in Belgium, 12 in Canada, 1 in Colombia, Croatia, Denmark, Germany,
Mr.
Italy,
Mr.
Latvia,
Worldwide. They call
Lithuania,
him Mr.
Mexico,
Worldwide.
Netherlands, New Zealand,
Oh,
Norway,
fucking
Poland,
hell.
Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, and 214 in the USA. Those figures are going to rise.
Neil had told me about the amount of victims that we potentially were running into. His examiners are finding thousands of different victims. Because of the volume, I offered up to help further the victim ID process because Snapchat's a little bit more responsive to US-based law enforcement. The investigation just kept growing. Another device was looked at, and now we have more, and then we have more, and then we have more. But where kids are being victimized, you don't want to sit on that. We are going to track them down and figure out who they are. There was over 100 agents that identified and set up interviews with these victims. I'm going to pull up some documents here for the identification of our victim in Oregon. What was unique is the volume. About 2 weeks of activity. We identified her based on her internet history. And Snapchat came back with some information on her account. She was cooperative when they came. She was willing to speak about her interactions online.
The first thing is you are not in any trouble. It's really important that we both tell the truth today. Okay, so you promise to tell the truth while we're talking?
Yeah.
Okay, and so do I. So tell me what you know about having to come here today.
I know that it's about some person who blackmailed me when I was 14.
I want to show you image number 1 of a girl. This girl is not wearing any clothing, but I have her chest and her general area covered with that post-it note. Tell me everything that you
Oh my God!
about this photo.
So this is of me.
This is a conversation with a 14-year-old. She's in Oregon. This one's unusual because it goes on for such a long period of time, 2 weeks. But this girl, he forms a real bond with her to the point where he does tell her that he loves her. Occurred between the...
Oh, what? He fell in love with a girl he was noncing and blackmailing. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? This guy's a true romantic at heart, clearly.
The 30th of November 2017 and the 11th of December 2017. And the Snapchat user was Chloe1313X. You can see the size of the conversation, Alex. Can you look at that, please?
No comment.
I'm not asking you to comment, I'm asking you to look at the size of the conversation. Alex, give me the courtesy of looking.
Look at it.
Do you remember this conversation, Alex?
No comment.
I guess you don't.
Because I would say 90% of that conversation is you telling her about your feelings for her. You're like really possessive. or certainly Chloe 1313X, who I believe is you, is really possessive. Constantly telling her that you love her, constantly asking what she's doing, about your future together, how you're going to meet, how you want to marry her, you want to cuddle her, how you perform sexual acts on her.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, okay. We're going to get through this, guys. But this has taken a bit of a dark turn. Oh, this was taking a bit of a dark turn, hasn't it? Come on, let's make it funny again. Come on, BBC, you can do it.
It was a surprising conversation to find. It's the only time that I've seen that in all the conversations that I've read. I actually think Alex believed they formed a relationship.
The other problem with this as well is EDP's funny. He's got that black guy funny energy. This guy's just kind of dour, isn't he? And depressing. He's not physically funny and jovial in how he's going about it.
All these horrible acts of manipulation, and yet he then is having a normal conversation thread into the middle of that. And he was 20. How did he ever think that was normal?
Because he's a
My
pedo.
favourite colour is pastel purple. Favourite animal is an otter. Do you remember all this, Alex?
No comment.
You talk about TV shows, you talk about all sorts of
Oh.
childish rubbish, to be quite honest.
Wait, what TV shows did he like? Wait a minute, what was his favourite TV show?
All meaningless. Well, it obviously meant something to you at the time. And significantly, Alex, this is the child that you use as your profile picture, then going forward to entice all these other kids. All the ones that we've spoken about. It's almost as though he is infatuated with her. And this is the girl whose images he would then go on to use to send to all the other victims. I don't know if it's that image or that one, or is it that one? She looks really young there, doesn't she, Alex? You really did have feelings for her, didn't you, Alex?
Was that cringe or crying? Or was that cringing or crying?
No comment.
And then you
Pretended to be her.
And then you pretended to be her.
Okay. I agree. I'm on board. 100%. This is AGP. He wanted to be he wanted to be the child. He wanted to be the female minor. 100% AGP. This guy just needs some estrogen stats. We check your browser history, Alex. Why have you watched 900 hours of someone called Chud Logic? Is this some sort of pedo ring?
He used my photos to catfish other girls, and it does make me angry. I think doing this will help me a lot, too, to feel closure. Just feeling like I'm wrapping up, like, this chapter of my life, like, and then once this is out, I'll just feel relief. I had sent new photos with my face in it. That's how it started, like, the blackmailing. My, like, heart dropped out of my chest, and I just felt like my whole world.
Dude, the other thing as well that's so pernicious about this is these kids that are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever, and they've got these feelings, you know, these same-sex attraction feelings. It's like, it's ultra vulnerability, you know? There's an additional layer of vulnerability that this guy has, you know, very handily capitalized upon, recognizing that he can really take advantage by being like, because obviously, you know, there is probably some, like, I would imagine that the lessons tend to be based around, watch out for, if you're like a little girl, watch out for the big bad male pedo. Do you know what I mean? You're going to be primed to look out for the male pedo, but you're not necessarily going to be looking out for the more common than people would like to admit, female pedo, obviously pretending in this case. But yes, there is obviously going to be a less of a thought process of there could be a girl or a woman that's going to be trying to take advantage of me, you know? Yes, there is a lot of pedo female teachers. Very true.
collapsing around
Very
me.
true.
This is the end. Those photos got out. It was very scary. Chloe wouldn't want me to leave the chat, so I had to leave the chat open. I felt like I was always on my toes. I did everything she told me to, but I would try to get out of it by saying, like, you know, my battery's, it's almost dead.
Ever wonder why To Catch a Predator never had females? Very good question. It's because it was an effort to smear men as pedos and act like women never do anything wrong, because it was a very misandrist operation that they were running. There was actually lots of female pedos that turned up, but they cut them all out the show. Would you believe it?
Like, I need to go charge it just to try to get her to stop. But she was threatening to send them to all of my Instagram followers. I just felt dirty. Tore some of my innocence out just by sending those photos. I did feel trapped, and I didn't feel like I could talk to anyone. I was kind of just asking myself, like, who's doing this? Is it someone I know? At the time, I was questioning if maybe it was people from my school doing this to me as like a prank. It felt very real. I don't remember like the timeline. I just kind of remember it ended. I do still feel paranoid every once in a while, and I never knew if they would
Don't worry, guys,
contact me again or if they knew.
Listen, this one's turned a bit dark as well, but the next one, okay, is about a dog getting torn to shreds. It's not really. It's not really. Trust me, the next one is going to be good, okay? The next one is it's about a little dog getting into an industrial accident where they get sucked into that spinning machine. So it's going to be really good.
Possibly where I lived.
No, it's not really. It's not really
I'd
about
have
dog. Don't worry.
Dreams about her. Nightmares. I remember one where she was like trying to get into my house, but we were like on the 3rd floor, and she was somehow coming in through the window. I would just see her face, and it'd just be that. There wouldn't be anything else. Chloe
Trust me, guys.
finding
Trust
me in
me.
real
Just
life.
trust me.
I think that was what I was most scared of, like this happening face to face. Yeah.
Vida gets crushed under the tire of Ford Fiesta.
We looked
This
at
is
all.
cool, though. This is cool. You don't really think of this side of it, but it is cool. The idea they strip down the phone and then there's presumably some sort of hard drive. This is why if you are engaging in any illegal activity, little top tip for anyone engaging in digital illegal activity. Have a dead man switch set up in the phone, so if it opens, it just goes and gets like blown to bits.
The devices and the escalation in his offending, he is really learning his craft.
You'll never ever get the impact of what he's actually done unless you see it.
Wait, what? Who's learning their craft? Are they talking about the pedo?
We looked at all of the devices and the escalation in his offending, he is really learning his craft.
She is talking about the pedo. He's talking about the pedo's expert craft.
What's the matter, chatter? You've hardly touched your infant death, pedophilia, or animal mutilation. What's the problem?
Very good. Thank you for the 333. Thank you.
You'll never ever get the impact of what he's actually done unless you see it. The pain he's causing them physically and emotionally by the actions he's making them do. It's just constant demands. It gets worse and it just goes on and on and on. The depravity. It was just relentless. Absolutely relentless. We're now entering into a whole different arena. 10-year-olds, 2-year-old siblings.
No.
No level of degrading that child was ever enough for him.
Oh God, dude, what?
And how long have you been using each of these accounts?
No comment.
And why are they all in female names?
Oh, okay. What the fuck is that, dude?
What's the need for a fake camera on a computer?
No comment.
Do you remember that child?
No comment.
How old do you think that child is, Alex? Alex, do me the decency of looking at the screen.
Oh my god, dude.
I've got every single photograph and every single video.
Please no, please no. It's so bad, dude. It's so awful. Oh my god, it's so sick, man. Oh my god. Oh, this guy's bad. This guy's bad news, I tell you. Good lord.
Why do you do that?
No comment.
Is it for sexual gratification?
No comment.
Oh.
Is it for power?
Oh, goodness me.
Is it because you can do that? Because you can manipulate these young kids?
It's a dog, no. Not the
This is a
doggo.
14-year-old child.
Not the
She sends
doggo.
you a number of voice clips.
I literally just want to know what I did wrong to make you do this.
Oh,
I
no, not the voice, not the voice.
Okay, I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what to do, and I don't understand it.
That's quite
I
powerful,
don't
though.
want it to get uploaded. Just don't.
Although, to be honest with you, you might be making a bit of a tactical error here, because by all accounts, this could just be this. He might just be getting turned on by this.
And you just haven't stopped.
Oh. Damn, there's a little bit more, it seems. Hey! Let's go. You got
A 21-year-old Newry man has appeared in court accused of a litany of online child sex offences.
Oh, this is me.
I was just sitting in my room playing games, and I got a message on my phone from my friend saying, check the TV, Alex is on the news. And I was like, what the fuck? The first thing your head goes to when somebody says something like that is he's been hurt, he's been in a car crash, something's happened. Then I turned on the TV.
No.
And I remember just feeling numb.
Don't worry, he's okay, in a manner of speaking, until he gets non-spashed in jail. Until he gets fucking prison and napalm poured all over his face.
To cry. My mum had come in, she'd heard me, and she was like, well, what's going on? I said, Mum, it's Alex.
Alex is a
I just remember
pedo, he's a
wrapping her arms around me,
pedo!
and I just cried. And it all sort of went into a blur after that, and I don't remember.
Typical performative guy. Dude, what a performative guy. What, this is just so performative, isn't it? Oh, I cried because my mate got out as a pedo.
Next few hours.
Among the charges Alexander McCartney faces are possession, making and distributing indecent images of children and sexual activity with a child.
Denying bail, District Judge Eamon King said the court has heard that this is the largest investigation of its kind in the UK. There are no bail conditions that could manage the risk.
I do remember this, it was crazy.
When all of this first came out, I near felt guilty reading it. Nobody felt like they could talk about what Alex did. Just didn't
Who's this, their mate?
speak about it at all. All the charges are alleged to have been committed on various dates between March 15th, 2014 and July 31st. Would have made him about 15 when it all started. He was still a teenager. The child abuse images, some with children forced to put their underpants in their mouths, were just the tip of the iceberg.
All right, stop reading
Mental.
it. Stop reading it. It's fucked up, man. Come on. I've had enough. I've had enough.
I didn't know that he was pretending to be girls. The target age of children from 10 to 12 years old, and mostly females. I didn't know that they were that young. I didn't know that they were that young.
Oh, great. Another performer. We got another performer on our hands. Give it a rest, love.
I'm so sorry. I just think about it like one day I'm going to be a mum. I'm like, imagine finding out your 10-year-old's been asked to like put their knickers in their mouth. Those poor wee girls.
They're what? They're what? Oh. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Okay, this one was a bit of a miss. Okay.
January
Again,
of 2021,
thought
I'm
it'd be
thinking that
funny.
we're almost done. We've got everybody we think identified. We're going to be able to. The end was in sight. And then pops up a 12-year-old that lives in West Virginia. Viewing the images, you could see this little girl where she's happy, the threats start, you can see the scaredness in her face. She eventually is crying. So you can just see how her emotional state degrades. So it was important that we find her. I was able to finally get her name after multiple subpoenas for internet account information. We finally actually get a real name. And when I do a search of it, I get a news article that was very concerning. This kind of changed things. After that, it was contacting Neil in Northern Ireland to let him know that things have escalated. I really wanted to make sure he knew as quick as I found out, because that was going to turn things a little bit more serious. It wasn't just the online communications. McCartney created a situation for this individual, and it went as bad as it could get.
Victim, pretty bad.
Alex, he'd been on remand just over 12 months. I'm in court on the 22nd of January, 5 o'clock. I get an email from America. It was like my worst fear coming true. One of the victims has taken her own life.
Ah, yes, I remember this now. Yeah, one of the victims. Dude, this is dude. I did mention this earlier. I did mention this earlier, didn't I? That one of the other things is that one of the kids killed themselves.
Shot herself? Okay, we have help on the way. You just stay with me, okay?
Why?
Oh, God, dude.
Why
Come
was
on,
the
man. Come on, show the picture of
biggest
the kids
question?
here. That's too much.
Why?
Just did not fit the facts of our life.
Anyway, guys. Okay. Oh, that one didn't really hit quite right, did it? Okay, guys, don't worry. We've got one more shot on the barrel. Okay, we've got one more shot. Okay. The ending, a kid killed themselves. Okay, terrible stuff. One more. Please, come on. No. I got one more. Here. I got one more. Now time to see a dog get turned into paste. No, don't worry about it. It's an animal that you're not going to care about, so it's all good, okay? And let's go. Cops catch TikToker after he decapitates a seagull. Let's go. Okay, this is going to be good, surely. This is going to be a cracker. This is going to be great.
Come on, dude. I was standing here fucking attack. My daughter's almost 2 years old. And she's standing there screaming. What do you think I'm going to do?
A 4th of July weekend of family fun turns horrifying when a father kills a seagull with his bare hands, leading officers through a series of shocking moments, almost too strange to believe.
Dude, this reminds me of a story in the UK where this old biddy, this old coffin dodger, grabbed a seagull and smashed it against the wall because it stole one of his chips, one of his fries. He just went ballistic and threw it against the fucking wall, killed it.
On July 6, 2024, the North Wildwood Police Department is called to Maury's Pier in New Jersey after the staff is alerted to a gruesome scene inside one family's seaside cabana. Officers go to approach the father, 30-year-old social media influencer Franklin Ziegler.
You guys want him out? Will Maury had the opportunity to throw him out. He didn't throw him out, so just want to make sure he understands the severity of what he did, which I don't think he does. Seagull came down when we were eating. Okay. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Attacked my daughter. Okay. I just grabbed, and I'm like this. And one seagull. Okay.
Franklin set off alarm bells after he asked his waitress for a trash bag so he could...
Dude, what a beast, man. He was protecting his kids from an evil bird. And he's getting in trouble for it now. What's the problem? And then he wanted to put it in a trash bag. Yes! I told you this one would be good. We done it, guys. We done it. We done it, guys. Don't sweat it. It's all good.
dispose the seagull carcass. But the way the bird died immediately raises questions.
You saw the seagull.
Yeah.
Where was it at, the seagull? Did it have its head on it, or was the head off of it?
Head off.
Where was the head at?
You hold it in hand.
In the other hand?
Yeah, like all together.
All together. But it was deep, but the head wasn't attached anymore. Did you go get him a trash bag?
No, I just went for the managers.
As Franklin explains his side of the story, the officer's request for his identification causes tensions to brew.
That's fine. I'm still need to grab all your information.
For what?
Because, you know, you can't just be ripping Seagull up.
I didn't rip a Seagull up. I grabbed him off my daughter.
Listen, I'm going to get it one way or another. I'm trying to be very chill.
You're not being chill at all.
Yes, this guy. Man smashed Seagull against wall after it tried to steal a chip. John Llewellyn-Jones from Cardiff caught the black-backed goal by the leg and smashed it against the wall after it knocked the chips out of his hand. It's got a picture of the bird as well. Very good. Come on, you do the same thing. Come on, if a bird tried to nick your chippies, you'd probably do the same thing, no?
I am being chill. I'm being very, very chill.
Come on, dude. Christ, look.
I understand. Listen, okay, we're not going to... I didn't say one thing to you yet. I just got here. I didn't bother. I'm not trying to scream. I got it. You're not getting charged anything at the moment.
So what do you need my information for?
What don't you trust me for? What did I do?
I don't trust none of you guys.
Okay, what did I do?
So I'm going to walk you through exactly what happened. Your camera's on.
Yeah, that's it. You're good.
My daughter was sitting here eating fries.
Okay.
It was bitter on her face.
She was standing here. I was standing here. She was standing here. All of a sudden, all the seagulls came out taking pictures of her. It was like
10 seagulls.
10, 12, 20, whatever it was. They came. She was screaming. I just grabbed and I went like this. Boom.
Okay. That's fine. So listen, what I'm saying is that you need the information just because you're not getting charged. To kill it, yes, it is. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting to you. If it's something for that, it's not going to be a crime.
Listen, I'm not. He's talking.
I'm not like trying to make an issue with you.
I understand that, but I'm asking.
Yeah.
Why the do you need my information?
Because of what?
So the thing is, it sounds ridiculous, and like you can kind of think it would be a crime. But I don't blame someone for not thinking it's a crime to kill a seagull, right? And here's the other problem too. So you kill a seagull and you're in trouble. But you can commit a fly genocide. Or you could commit an insect genocide and no one would think twice about it, right? But a seagull, everyone gets all fucking precious about it. Oh, you can't kill a seagull. You can't kill a seagull. You can kill an ant. Or a mouse. Or a rat. You could grab a rat and just smash it against the floor and no one would fucking care. But a seagull, everyone loses their shit.
Man, okay. So
was there a complaint?
Yes, there was. So listen, man. Someone complained. So when you're in a family,
we're fine. You can take her off.
Yeah,
fine. It's just me.
I'm going to come back and he's not going to be here.
I promise you, I am not arrested.
They would already took me.
I promise you, I am not. Okay, that's fine. You can sit here, but
I'll handle it.
That's fine.
Franklin begins voicing his own complaints about the staff. After they learned about the dead bird, they entered his cabana while he was at the water park. This will soon lead to an explosive confrontation.
My belongings in here that are worth more than the felony charge.
Okay.
So I want you to go let them know that nobody comes in here the rest of the time.
Okay, yeah, I'll let them know. They're not kicking you out.
There's no reason to. I just depended my daughter's. What do you think I did?
No,
snatch the seagull out of the sky.
Look,
how hard is it? I'm out. But listen,
right next to the
I know. But listen, what do you think?
No,
I just jumped up and snatched the seagull out.
Honestly, I think that this guy's going to get in trouble for this. But I kind of can see that, like, if there's birds on your daughter, I could easily see freaking out and like, oh, and then but all of a sudden you got a fucking decapitated bird in your hands. Like, the bird was clearly aggressive. It was an aggressive bird. It was an aggressive seagull, and this guy took matters into his own hands, literally. And now he's getting, you know, criminally harassed for protecting his daughter.
This guy,
I don't.
Head off.
No,
what do you think? Superman?
No, listen, I don't.
Look, he's laughing. He's a joke.
According to one witness, she saw Seagull take food from the table inside Franklin's cabana. She then saw him grabbing the bird with his bare hands.
Oh no!
The food and beverage manager says they stepped in after Franklin.
Okay, I might be too generous towards this guy. It turns out it's just for dude. It is the British guy thing again. It's the British guy thing again. It's the same thing. He tried to nick my fries. It's that.
Waitress reported the scene to him and other staff members.
We obviously were all like in shock. Like, we didn't even know like what to.
When the seagull was The garbage was on top of the garbage can. Was it decapitated?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, where was the head at?
Right next to it.
Okay.
Yes, dude. Look, it's this. With the one we just saw. Pensioner kills a seagull by grabbing its feet and swinging it into a wall in front of crying children at popular seaside resort after it stole his chip. Shouldn't have pinched my chip. Simple as. Yes. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't have the aura to pull that off. Also, reporting a dead seagull to the police is crazy. Can we just be honest about that? Who the fuck does that, man? Who goes, I need to call the police because someone's ripped her head off a seagull?
Yeah. You know, so he did that in front of his daughter, too, which is awful.
What happened next caught the attention of other visitors. One witness claimed that after Franklin decapitated the bird, he and his girlfriend then took photos and videos of the dead animal and showed it to their toddler.
Come on, dude. I was standing here ready to fucking attack my daughter's my daughter's almost 2 years old.
And that's why, dude, what? Okay, toddler's a bit young. Toddler's a bit young, right? But I remember once, right? There was a dead rat on like the back garden, and I got a stick and I started poking it to make my boys laugh. I was just poking it with a stick, and they were laughing. They thought it was hilarious. You know, it's little things like that are funny, little funny things like that. But a toddler's too young. A toddler's way too young to show that sort of thing to, you know? I didn't kill it. No, I didn't kill it. It was just dead. I think the cat had killed it or something, you know? And we were just having a laugh. And another thing as well is I think you can't, you obviously don't put a video of a dead bird in a toddler's face. But if you, like, for example, there was a time fairly recently, we were like, walking down the street. And there was this like mouse, and it had flies all over it. And obviously, you know, you don't let them go near it for health and safety reasons. But they're like, oh, look at, they're like that. Oh, look at that. Oh, what's that? And you go, oh, that's just a dead thing, and the flies are laying maggots in there, and blah blah blah. You know, you sort of just tell them a bit about what's going on because it's like nature, isn't it? You know. But yeah, dude, just poking it with the stick. It was funny. It was a funny thing. No one, they don't love Holocaust videos, okay? My son thought it was funny to put on a Nazi video because obviously he's learned about the Nazis at school. It's nothing to do with me.
They're screaming. Who do you think I'm gonna do?
Yeah. Did that happen from
this? What, this?
The bird? Like, did that happen with that or no? I don't know if it bit you.
Got cast after.
I didn't know if it bit you.
I got cat. Hold on.
First of all, I didn't see the fingers. Okay, well, let me talk.
You think I got cast after?
I didn't see the cast first. I thought you just had it wrapped up.
Jesus.
Just I know if you're
put this boy back in training.
No.
Franklin tells the officer that he got the injuries after wrestling with his friend and insists the seagull wasn't responsible. As his girlfriend returns to the cabana, her attention shifts elsewhere, while the question of whether Franklin will face consequences still lingers.
Will they take a beer?
What's up? What you put the flag up for? Did you want something?
Yeah, we were trying to get
We're going to let this matter get resolved first. All right?
For the moment, Franklin and his family are free to enjoy their day at the pier, but only if they can stay out of trouble.
Look at me. I'm not playing.
Oh, so they got away with it. So they got away with it at first. That's interesting. So I guess decapitating a seagull isn't as big a deal as they thought it was going to be. The police don't even fucking care.
Not bringing the in here.
Relax, Franklin.
Alright, you guys have a good one. Let's enjoy your day. Have a good one.
Oh my god. You guys, listen, okay. Guys, take the rest of the stream off, okay? We are having a complete and total shutdown on Gooner pervert comments. You guys have gone too far with this shit. Okay. There's one. There's one. And there's another one. There we go. Oh, Todd, unfortunate to see you in this situation again. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for the kicks, thank
With
you.
the seagull incident temporarily behind them, the family heads to the boardwalk. But it isn't long before Franklin, seemingly irate, comes face to face with the same officer again, this time to file his own report.
So let me watch Miss Rachel. Put Miss Rachel. He goes, let me see Mama. I went and got my phone. My phone was still there. And my phone's gone.
We'll report for it. I'll see if they have cameras.
Thank you.
My phone's got more.
Yeah. You have Find My iPhone on it?
No.
Okay.
But I have that on.
What do you do? Calm down, man.
I don't give a
No, that's so yeah, that's fine. You can
huge
drink.
social media page.
Yeah.
Huge social media page.
Okay, that's what I'm
Pay me
saying.
a lot of money.
So,
my phone's gone.
Okay, so that's your girl's phone?
Yeah, it's her phone.
Okay.
Franklin, a popular social media user with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, claims his iPhone was stolen. But things quickly escalate with the responding officer.
So listen, I don't give a
Okay, give him out there.
Does anyone know who this guy is, or have you seen his videos before? That's pretty decent following, isn't it? Yeah, he's a TikTok influencer. Yes, it's in the title. Yeah.
Give me my pen back. I'm gonna sign it.
Okay.
Yeah. Dude, shut the f up. Listen.
No, I'm not. You're gonna sign this, and then I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, my tax dollars pay you. So
Okay,
shut up and
that's
listen
fine.
to me.
You want to go back to your girlfriend and your daughter?
No, time out.
So relax.
Time out. That has my name on it.
Yes,
I'm
it does.
legally allowed to grab that.
No, you're not. We're not doing this. Are you going to sign it?
Yeah,
Can you please,
Yeah.
try to get him to calm down? I'm trying. He's making this very bad.
Alright, stop.
Where's my phone?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you're gonna find out where my phone is now. But they would have found out who killed the bird.
How am I supposed to just find it out?
Enough.
After minutes of arguing, the staff decide Franklin isn't allowed back in the park, but they let his girlfriend return to the cabana to search for his phone.
Dude, the problem with all this stuff is I just never understand. I've never been kicked out of a place like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like you cause all this ruckus and these problems for what? You literally just ruin your day for literally no good fucking reason. Like, what is the fucking point, man? You're at this place to have fun, and then you just fuck around and get kicked out. And it's shit for the kid as well. I've seen it happen where someone kicks off and stuff and it causes a ruckus, and you just think, just calm down for the sake of your kids. They're having a good time and you're trying to fuck around and get in, an argument or some shit with the staff. It's a total waste of time.
And although officers tell him he's free to go, Franklin's outburst is far from over.
I'm gonna wait right here.
Okay.
You're waiting with me, you're waiting with me.
No, we're not.
We are. This your case?
Tell worker how to.
Oh, the worker had my phone!
What are these gay little uniforms about that they're wearing as well? What is that all about? Why have they got little faggoty ass uniforms on? Why is it all like fucking t-shirts and shit?
Listen to me!
Stop screaming right there.
Yeah, stop!
No, stop. Don't follow it.
As officers move toward Franklin, his continued shouting prompts them to take further action.
You turned around one more time. Get over here. Let's go. No, take his phone. Put your hands behind your back.
No, dude.
Relax. Put your hands behind. No. Listen. I get, bro. Turn around. Dude. Put your hands behind your back.
Getting arrested over
Stop
nothing.
resisting. I'm gonna take you down on the ground in a second, man. Keep walking.
Yelling at you? Just keep arresting you for yelling at you? Yelling at you? It's for yelling at you, right? It's for yelling at you, right?
I've given you every chance.
How's this kid? You must arrest me. What is it for? Huh?
Get out of my face, dude.
What's it for?
Get out of my face.
Come on, dude.
Come on, Frank.
So you're getting arrested, you've ruined the day, you go into the station, your kids are shit. It's just so fucking wrong, man. Oh my god. For what, dude? For what? What a waste of a day and a pointless exercise, and your time is valuable and you're just wasting it on this.
Let go. I'll go with him.
Oh, can you give me your rate real quick? I'll just keep with me.
Honestly, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have the same aura as the British guy that slammed a seagull into the wall. He just doesn't have it in him.
Let me hit this thing on.
How you gonna hit that?
Come on.
I can't let you hit it.
Dude,
come on,
let me hit it.
Here, I'll hold it for you.
Hey!
You good
Yo,
now?
he's letting him hit the bait.
I'm good with you, dude.
Yeah, okay.
These yes.
Hey,
hop in there, Frank.
Hey, that's a cool copper. Letting him hit the vape.
Franklin is arrested for disorderly conduct,
Benjamin.
and the transporting officer is briefed on his behavior. But Franklin is quick to reveal his role in the other incident that had everyone at the pier talking today.
I killed a seagull. You're the one that killed the seagull? Yeah, that's me. One time. Wow. It's girlfriend. You know what I mean? You know the animal lovers now, Frank?
According to his Instagram and TikTok pages, Franklin posted content addressing the seagull episode. On April 12, 2026, he shared a rap video on both platforms titled Seagull Freestyle, attracting thousands of views.
Killing a bird, now I'm on TV. Off with his head.
According to court,
Total AI slop, man. Total AI slop. Oh, God, did I tell you about one of the tradespeople that was here? And, oh, God. We obviously got talking about like what I do for a living. And I'm like, oh, I'm a streamer. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. And then like another moment, they were like, oh, I do like rap music on Spotify. I'm like, okay. And he proceeds to get the phone out and he's like, you know, like AI. I use AI for my songs. And he started playing it and it was like, you know, AI content, AI everything. I was just like, oh my God. And I had to sit there for like an excruciating minute whilst he played me this music. And I was like, great, good luck, mate, good luck. I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah. I was like, that's cool. Because what do you say, bro? Because the thing is, you know, it's antisocial to be obnoxious about it. And also, they're fitting your carpet and whatnot. So you got to be nice about it. Do you know what I mean? You got to be nice. Otherwise, they might fuck it up because you say something mean. But it's just excruciating when you got to sort of pretend. And I'm just like, oh, God, dude. Don't give up the day job. But he's like, you know, wants to share it with you. But I think, you know, I need to stick to what I do. If I really am not interested in getting into it, I just say that I work in digital media. And most people don't really ask more than that, you know. That's enough to satiate someone's interest. But often when you say that you're like a streamer or something, obviously it's understandable, but people want to ask about it and they want to understand it. And you're just like, oh, you know, it's a bit like, okay, having to explain it. It's like, you don't necessarily want to get into it, you know. Yeah, next time I'll just say I'm a convicted paedophile. Like fucking Harvard Opinions did that one time.
Documents as part of a plea deal, Franklin Ziegler pleaded guilty to animal cruelty. He also pleaded guilty to assault by auto, aggravated assault on a domestic violence victim, and criminal restraint in separate cases that predated the seagull incident. After the seagull incident attracted national attention, an animal protection group launched a petition calling for a maximum sentencing of 3 to 5 years. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 5 years probation and was ordered to complete treatment, domestic violence counseling, and a mental health evaluation. According to police records, Franklin was banned from all Maury's Pier properties. Watch our full videos as they were originally made, with no...
That one was better. That one was better. Okay, that was good. We salvaged it at the end there. Have you heard of map advocacy? What, as in like a map you move around in? No. Not that. Oh, please don't be fucking AI slot, man.
To all the seagulls, I'll knock you out. The funny thing is...
I have not had the opportunity to say anything, but I just wanted to say, rest in power, Saint Jason Arday, patron of black academics, long-distance runners, mutes, fundraisers, billiard players, book writers, autists and juvenile football.
Very good. Thank you, Baldrick, for the $10. Yes, I've extensively covered his situation and untimely death.
Up in here today. Let's see how it tastes.
To all the seagulls, I'll knock you out. The funny thing.
Yeah, this guy kind of sucks. This guy kind of sucks, to be honest. Anyway, guys, that is it for today. I will be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what we're going to be getting into. I might do a little bit of a look into the Pip thing. Chud's Window Bill, you said you like my mixtape, Chud. We made love to it several times. Were you lying when you said you loved Window to My Gaping Hole Freestyle? I thought you loved my raps. Oh, very good. Very good. So I'm going to be switching over and playing some of the Gears of War beta. Okay. But I'll be back tomorrow. And I've got no idea what we're going to be getting into. It'll probably be sort of a chill stream. We'll maybe do some of the Pip stuff. You know. I'll be live, but I don't know what we're going to be doing. We'll figure it out. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. No, the Call of Duty, the Gears of War beta, I don't believe is on PlayStation, no. Also, I've got either a pedo documentary or a police shooting documentary that I'm thinking about doing too. But we will see. Okay, here we go. The police game was fun, but it's not one you could play extended because it's only fun in as much as you can sort of fuck around and buzz people out and stuff like that, you know. But I do need to go make a coffee, and I think I'm going to play on controller too. Controller's a lot better way of playing Gears. I got this new emo and I don't know what it means. Me neither. Me neither, to be honest. Not sure, not sure. Any ideas? Any ideas, guys? Dude, look at the grey hair, man. Can you see it? Fucking hell, man. That is scary. It means nonce time. It's over. It's over, guys. They call me Salt and Pepper Chud. That's what you can call me now, eh? That's a good one, isn't it? Police game was shy. It's not fun to limit what players can do by shutting it down with a reset. Would have been way better if cops came out to arrest you and you had a chance to run and be the felon. I agree. Shall I get just for men? Is that the move? Oh, what's going on? BRB. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Compiling shaders. What is the fucking thing here? Oh my god, dude. There we go. What is this music? Anyway, new controller. New controller. Let's get it open. Oh, lovely. Look, they put it in a little. They put the batteries in a little pack now. Got his little little Duracell bad boys out. But yeah, I went and bought a few controllers because I wanted to play Xbox games with the kids. And I said to my daughter, like, will you play as well? She's like, yeah, and never did. So I thought I'd just use this as my stream gaming pad. Insert the bats. Oh wait, you can use a Switch controller on PC. Well, I actually got the Elite controller. This is just a normal one, but I got the Elite controller. It's actually pretty good. But I said to the kids, do not touch the Elite controller. Something, you know, because the thing is, they eat sweets and they play games and it's just gross, you know. So you need to tell them to think on. God, this is annoying, isn't it? Why the fuck, dude? Isn't this Unreal Engine? Isn't this a specific problem with Unreal Engine that you end up having to wait and wait and wait for the fucking shaders every time? Yes, the Elite controller's got the extra buttons underneath, but I've not figured out how to map them correctly, so I need to like figure that out so I don't end up with silly, nonsensical controls. Yeah, it was an Elite Series 2. They're pretty good. It just means that if you're playing, you don't have to take your fingers off the thumbsticks if you need to crouch or do whatever, you know, whatever you want to have on there. It's related to GPU driver architecture. But yeah, because I got a Switch, a Nintendo Switch, like the Pro Controller thing, because I got Super Smash Brothers for the boys for their new Switches, and I wanted to play it myself because I used to play Smash, not in any sort of, you know, serious way, but I always remember playing it, you know, and unlocking the characters and stuff. I always found it quite fun. But it's quite hard, to be honest, even against the computer in my old age. Actually, I'll tell you what we can do while we're waiting. Let's do this. Let's go to pairing mode. And let's... Oh, connect. Oh. Oh, it's come with a thing. That's cool. Hey, let's go. But yeah, it's you know. I actually, do you know what I did actually? I'll tell you what I did the other day. I sometimes let them play Halo multiplayer, you know, and they just kind of like, I made them take turns in the tank and stuff and things like that, so it was fair and they have a laugh with it. But for the first, I tried to get them to play co-op before, but they didn't really like it. I think because they were playing together. But we basically took turns playing missions on the original Halo, and they actually really enjoyed it. They got into it, you know, because I was probably a similar age. Actually, no, I was probably a little bit older, I think. But it was a similar sort of age as to when I played Halo when I was growing up. And I made them play it on the original graphics settings so that they could have the same experience that I had when I played it, you know. And one of them was like, "This, no, put it on the new side." I said, "No, play it on the old graphics settings." And they were like, "But it's too dark, I can't see anything." It was on the library. I go, "It's too dark." I said, "It's fine. Turn your flashlight on, you'll be fine." But yeah, I think, you know, they enjoyed it. Kind of inspired me, I think, playing Campaign Evolved. But I wouldn't, you know, I would not want their first introduction to the campaign to be Campaign Evolved, because Campaign Evolved kind of sucked, to be honest. At first, I was like, okay, this is fun. But then, as time went on, I was like, they've changed things that make it more of a slog. The graphics aren't really right. And there's just a bunch of issues with it, you know? But the original's still really good. I mean, why would you ever, you know, I was having great fun playing through the original, even though I just played the latest one. What reason is there to replay the remake? There's zero. There's no reason. Whatsoever. There's no reason that you go, oh, I'm going to play campaign. You just play the original. And I'll tell you another thing as well, is the other reason I was not really... I tried switching a bit to the new graphics, and like the Flood were wrong. I was like, no, that's not what the Flood looked like. They've done too much with the remastered graphics in the original Combat Evolved Anniversary remaster. They've done too much with it. It doesn't look right. Yeah, the Flood doesn't look right, you know? And I can't remember what Halo 2 Anniversary is like. Did they mess that up as well? I think the thing is, you play it and you think, oh, it'd be cool to see it in updated graphics, but the original graphics are just where it's at, you know? There's a good Belly News video on the new Halo and what happened to its development. It was mismanagement. They ran out of time at the end. Oh, really? What happened at the end then? Yeah, you do need to wait for the shaders to load. But to be honest with you, I've only played probably about 10 games of this in the whole time the beta's been out. Which is crazy, because I was like a massive Gears of War fan back in the day. Are there any good remakes other than like the GameCube Resident Evil? Well, I think when they did a remake, or a remake really, more than a remaster, there was some love and care put into it, you know? Whereas now it's just slop, isn't it? Like the new Halo remake is just slop, just put a veneer of graphics onto it. No, they've, I mean, it's changed. Back when I played the original Gears, it was all, well, I played Execution. And the movement in this game, people are praising it. I don't know. I've found it. I've struggled to kind of get into it, so I'm probably going to get utterly gaped to your amusement. And plus, there's loads of sweats, man. There's like tons of sweats that have just played it, and you're just like, oh my god, and they're fucking mastered all the fucking tech, and you're just like, oh, it's bouncing around all over the place. Oh, speaking of, I've been meaning to watch the new Master Cheeks video about the Halo TV series, but I keep forgetting. We'll do that tomorrow, that'll be fun. Because I tried to watch some of the Halo TV series, it was the action scenes, and I was like, oh, this fucking sucks, man. That should be fun tomorrow. Oh. Oh. There's controller support, right? Wait, what? How do I get controller to work? Hang on a minute. Yes, connected to Windows. Maybe if I restart it, will that do it? It's on Bluetooth. It's connected on Bluetooth. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. Let's try again. How do I get controllers to work on the PC Gears beta? It's just work with Bluetooth, okay. Okay. Here we go. Right, get ready, guys. Get ready for some high tier plays. It's the one now. Oh no, still not. Is I supposed to be able to skip this?
Sadly, you're raped.
Yo! New generation, thank you for the sub, thank you. Finding shaders again, okay. It didn't even fucking work, man. Am I supposed to do a setting in the thing? Oh, dude, I don't have a cable to hand. Does anyone know what to do? It's not accepting the controller. Controller connected. Turn off Steam input. I'm not on Steam, I'm on Xbox. It's connected in the Windows settings. You have to connect it. Well, it says it's connected. It always just works automatically. Oh, it's a game problem. I'm just using the normal Xbox controller. Nothing fancy. Is it just a problem with the game? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, fuck it. I'm just playing with mouse and keyboard. Fuck it. Fuck it. If I play badly, that's why. Yes, I play inverted. What of it? Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing here, like settings-wise. Okay, let's just get into a game. I'm not left-handed. What are you on about? I'm not left-handed. Oh god, man, I've not played this. Oh, for fuck's sake, I've not played this on controller, let alone mouse and keyboard, man. It doesn't feel right on mouse and keyboard, I'm telling you. No! It's gone to the wrong music. Oh, for fuck's sake. Test. It's gone to the wrong setting.
Ready up, man. Teach these grubs a lesson they won't soon forget.
What is going on, man? What's going on with the frame rate, dude?
Little help here.
Oh, dude, the frame rate's all fucked up. The sound's all messed up. Oh my god, dude. What is going on with this game, man? It's all fucked now.
Son of a bitch. Not nearly tough enough, though.
The frame rate's fucking me up, dude!
Under fire!
The frame rate, dude! The frame rate can't take it! Why is this so bad? What is going on, dude?
Could use some help.
Is it because V-Sync's on? Let's put it down to the high. Is that it? Is that the problem? Oh, that's better, that's better. Okay, come on, we got this now, we got this, come on. I'll reset after this and hopefully the sound should be fixed. Well, hang on, wait, I've got a fix, Hang on.
That's one. That's one.
No, dude, no. No, I need to turn it down more.
Target neutralized. It blasted us. Not a hair out of place.
Excellent, it's gotten smaller on the screen so picture resolution. Don't worry guys, I'll fix this.
Our very way of life is on the line.
Don't worry guys, there we go.
Or be annihilated.
Perfect, we got it guys, we got it. Is that good? Is that good? Come on.
Reminds me of the good old bad days. Gotta reload.
Whoa.
Focus.
Whoa!
Taking fire!
Oh my god!
You're done!
I'm a bit out of practice, okay? Plus, I'm not playing on controller. Plus, the sound's putting me off, okay? Don't worry about that. Check this out. Watch this. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get up. After this, we'll reset the game and it'll sort the sound out, hopefully, okay? And then I'll be playing much better. Right, here we go. This is the one. Come on. Also, I'm trying to get used to the no roadie line thing. Whoa! Hey, yo! I missed the first shot. Where we got him? We got him. Oh, there we go. Now we're okay, what happened with that slide? What happened with that slide? I feel like the slide just kind of went. Aren't you supposed to slide quickly into the wall?
Revive me!
I'm sure you're supposed to slide quicker than that. Anyway, come on, this time. This is the one. We got this time. Come on. Is that no! Dude, the frame rate glitched or something. I don't know what happened.
Pop and smoke!
This time, come on. Now get the respawn in, let's go. Was it clear? So was it? Oh, lag.
Now watch this.
Come on, this time. Oh, that was smoke. Shooting with the smoke, are we? No! Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. I know how to fix it. Yes, it worked. Oh, thank fuck, let's go. Come on, now we're in. Whoa! Yo! I can't hear where they're coming from, dude. The sound's all wrong. Whoa! Fuck! Okay, that was good. That was better. I need to fix the graphics though. Let me fix the graphics after this, we'll be laughing. Oh shit, I'm the last guy. Come on, let's clutch it out, guys. We're clutching it out. No!
Is that all you got?
You no! Hey! Hey, that was better. That was better. Okay, we're getting into the swing of it, okay. We've got a couple of kills there. Oh dear. That's not looking too good. Right, let's sort out these graphic settings, man. Okay, that was better. That was better at the end there. But the graphics are still kind of raped, and I don't like playing on mouse and keyboard either. Right, so what am I doing here? This is the true Chud Logic gaming experience. 1 hour fiddling through it's playing then abandoned. You know it. I just wish my controller worked, man. It's so much better with a controller. Mouse and keyboard just isn't for this game. I'll turn it back on to see if it works this time. Maybe it'll work this time. No, it's not 900 gig. It's like 60 gig or something. I don't know. Oh, we're in. We got the controller working. Here we go. No excuses now. No more excuses. It's just connected randomly. Lock in, guys. Lock in. I know it's off now. It's off. It's off. Don't worry about it. It's off now. Come on. And listen, if I play really badly, we'll just play Horde mode instead. It's all good. We will not lose no matter what. Will you ever play a good game? What to you is a good game? Tell me. Final Fantasy 16, that's random.
Ready up, man. Teach these grubs a lesson they won't forget.
Ooh, dude, it looks better. Dude, it looks better on fucking Xbox, man. Oh, dude, I'm missing every shot. Lads, get in there. Dude, what are these fucking respawns where it takes 12 seconds to respawn now? Dude, I always miss the reload as well. No! Fuck!
The enemy caught you lacking.
Okay, we're warming up, guys, we're warming up, come on. We're warming up this time. First point lost, that's okay, there's still everything to play for. Lag spike, guys, lag spike, come on. The movement's a bit weird, man, it's a bit kind of off. Shit, oh fuck. Oh, dude, I pressed the trigger and it didn't do anything. Fuck. No. It's all the time. It's all like a thing where you shoot up the corner or something. I was fucking around, to be honest. Come on. This time, guys, this time. No more fucking around now. I pressed the trigger. Holy fuck. It's better be fucking.
I'm down!
Oh fuck, I thought he was there! Whoa! Whoa! What, dude? What the... No!
The enemy got you lacking.
I was just fucking about it! Oh my god! I was just bouncing around all over the place. They couldn't get me, but I couldn't get them. They just fucked me up. Oh, fuck me, dude. No! Right, come on, guys. Let's lock in a little bit. We keep getting raped, so let's try again. Come on. Come on. Come on. No! I missed it again. Yes! There we go. Come on. Told you, we're warming up. We're warming up. Where's the rest of the fucking team? Fuck. What is that? Oh, dude, what was that weapon? No, no, no. What was that shit? What was that shit? Dude, we're playing against sweats, man. We're just getting fucking raped. Come on, this time. Let me move the mics down as well. That's also fucking come on. My team needs help. No.
A pathetic display. I trained you better. Looks dead to me.
No! Help! Help! Help me! He's shooting me! No! Dude, that's the problem, man. This team is just shit. Myself included. So we're not really working together. There's not much synergy going on here, you know?
The Lucas are
He's onto me, no.
Rectify the situation.
Dude, am I the only person that's got kills on the team? Is that for real? Is that for real, dude? That can't be true. Or is that captures or something?
Useless. Perhaps your caskets will make for better paperweights, but I doubt it.
Wait, is that kills? Oh no, it's something else. What's the sick? I don't know what that is, man. I can't use voice because if I use voice, my audio fucks up. And I couldn't even hear them anyway, even when I was on fucking voice. I need to get new headphones really, that's my problem. I'm still on these Bluetooth ones. Yeah, sure. No, we're gonna play a different team. Oh, was that Caps? Was I the only person that was getting Caps or something? Oh. Target frame rate was set to 30 for some reason. I don't know what that was about. But we fixed it now, guys. We fixed it now. Come on. Come on, this is the one, guys. Lock in for this one. We had a bit of a rough round the last time, but this one's going to be a good one. No excuses. Pure raping. Wait, I don't know if I played this map actually. Is this that they add this with the new weekend? Where do I get the topless guy? Good. How do I... Oh, Wait, is the frame rate correct? I feel like it's still a bit choppy. Dude, what? Is that... Is that... It looks choppy, right? Am I crazy? Dude, am I crazy? What? Why is the FPS 30? Is it? Oh, fuck.
Taking fire!
Guys, we're still warming up. We're still warming up. Okay, come on. We're still warming up. Oh no, it is set correctly. Is it a known problem that there's frame issues? It looks really fucking choppy. Anyway, where are we going? Come on, let's go.
Covered.
Also, let's do this. Get both VSS. No! It's right behind me the whole time. Well, I think the problem is it's designed for so the graphics are going to be limited by that. Or something. Come on, this is the one now. Come on, this is going to be the one. Check this out. Get ready. I'm low. Let me turn the body down. There we go, is that better? I saw some little fucker go around here. Oh! Yes! Sam Luda, you got fucking bodied! Let's go! Oh! Let's spot. Alright, I warmed him up, come on. I warmed him up there. up there. I don't know anything of the map, the routes. Is this good? Stim grenade, what is this? Oh, this is your health, I guess. No! No! Here I come.
Sweet.
Whoa! Missed. Wait, can it come around the other way? Dude, I don't know any of the fucking routes. Fuck it, okay, let's get to the point. Come on, lads, get in there, get in there.
Reinforcing. Get me up. More down.
Hey! That was easy. Easy, easy, easy. Come on, that was good. That was good. You gotta admit that was good. How did I do anyway? I don't think I really did that much, to be honest. Oh, hey, I've got 0.7. We're getting better. We're improving. We are improving. We are improving. Yeah, but it's better than before. Guys, listen, I've barely played this, okay? I've barely played this game, so I need to ease into it a bit. Honestly, man, why does it take so long? I remember back in the day, on the original Gears, you do like a 15-round game, and you'd be there for like half an hour, 45 minutes playing one match. And yeah, you find this lobby. It's all changed now. Just they made it. It's not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. That's true. It ain't what it used to be. Oh. Okay, come on. Here we go. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen. Lock in. Private Parts collab when? Did I play with Private Parts? We played before. But I gotta be honest, man. This Copbound thing, I don't know. I feel kind of bad because it's a game about me, but it's taken so long to develop and the joke's kind of fast. I'm like, oh. You know what I mean? Difficult, isn't it? Yeah, but it's going to be all old dated references and stuff, you know. Well, listen, I'll probably play it, but I'm just gonna do it for the memes, you know. 30 minutes, baby. What is going on with this guy? Free kill, why not? Oh shit, I thought he was dead, I thought he was dead, dude, I thought he died, I thought he died. I thought he died!
Covered!
No, the police game was fun. but it's like, it doesn't really let you do fun things like shoot people without merit, which is kind of disappointing. The fun part of it is being a bent copper. Oh fuck, dude, that was stupid. One thing got it no more. Nah, dude, I'm too old. To be honest with you, I'm just getting too old for competitive multiplayer now. My reaction times ain't what they used to be. Fuck. Where's the rest of my fucking team, bro? Oh! Grenade. No, he got me with that fucking stupid motion gun. No, I don't honestly just don't have enough time to play anymore. Unfortunately, so you know, I used to play like hours and hours at a time, like Battlefield 1, Apex back in the day. But this, you know, I'm a big Gears fan. I barely played it. Well, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm not really used to any of the movement or the guns or anything. But now I'm just a bit slow and not really know the movement tech and just kind of getting raped, you know. I quite like to play Apex again, actually. I do have little bouts where I'm like, man, I'd love to play Apex again. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh fuck, dude, I didn't know he was gonna kick out on me. Okay, this is the one, come on.
Reinforcing.
Little flank maneuver. Behind him, we're behind him. No, we're not. Where did that player go? Right, this time, go on. No, I ran into three of them. I'm more of like a sort of tactical advisor on this one, you know. I'm just sort of sitting back, you know, taking some hits for the team, things like that, really, you know. Nothing too aggressive this game. You know what I mean? It's more of a relaxed vibe, should we call it. Okay, come on, guys, get in there now, get in there. Yeah, I'm flushing them out and flushing out the enemy. Also, dude, fucking hell, my back is aching. My back's aching from carrying the team. Fucking hell, man. There's this fucking smoke, man. I can't see anything.
I got enough for all y'all.
That's one shot. There's not another player. No! Dude, I've had a terrible game this time. It's been dreadful. I don't think I've got any kills, have I? I don't think I've killed a single person. No. Hey! Hey! That was good. That was good. Let's go. Oh, that was good. That was a good one. Come on, that's good. No. Okay, no, I just squandered it straight away. Okay, that was good. That was good. That was good. Oh, siege. Okay, I'll try siege. I'll try siege after this. Honestly, dude, the other problem as well is the computer just gets so hot whenever I play it. Wait, is that? Wait, what? Get fucking raped, you little bitch! Get fucking raped! Hey, that was a good one. But I can't. I you know, I can't quite. On to the next one. I just fail. But no, I reckon this could be fun. I think this could be fun.
Scratch one contact.
Fuck! Fuck it! I should have just latched them. The game does have VC, but I can't use my mic without my headphones fucking up. I did have to stop and I fucked it. Tragic. It's okay, we're gonna win though, aren't we? Well, wait a second. I don't know how the points work on this. Do we need to win this point? We've got to win this point. Let's get in there, come on. No! What was that doing? Oh, fuck. Come on, come on, come on. No! Come on, team, come on! Come on! No!
Zone under our control.
I knocked one, I did knock one, but unfortunately I wasn't able to capitalise. My shit team was nowhere to be seen. Did he? I don't think so. Oh, dude, I missed my shot! No! No! Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm going to try one more after this, and then I'll play Horde. I want to try one more multiplayer. Because this one hasn't really, you know, I fucked up this one. One more locked in, and it's going to go really good. How did I miss? Because I'm shit at the game. Because I'm shit. Because I'm shit at the game, that's why. Right, let's try one more fresh one. Any more questions? Any more queries? Right, here we go, come on. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh. No, it's just true, man. I just do not have the time to invest to be good anymore. Unfortunately, it's all over. No, I'm gonna go soon. I would be good to do some. How long does this last for? When does it end? I'm just gonna do one quick Horde game and then I'll be done probably. But it would be good to play with chat. Sure. Tomorrow, okay. Maybe when it comes out. When's it out? The 17th. Is that in September or October? Try chess instead. Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Oh look, I'm in that match halfway through. Fuck off, dude. Dude, what a fuck. Oh my god, dude. No, dude, I am just, like, the amount of time you need to invest in games like this to be good. You have to play, like, dude, I remember playing 8, 10 hours at a time, like, overnight. Honestly, I don't know how I fit the time in. I don't know how I fit the time in back then. I am coping. But to be at a really high level, you need to invest a lot of time. At my age as well in particular. At my age too. The reaction time isn't there. Used to buy an Xbox too. There's a lot that went into getting good at this trash. But yeah, dude, I don't even know where I'd find the time now to play for like 6 to 8 hours. Well, no, what I mean is, you know, I am playing badly, don't get me wrong. But to play at a very high standard, you do just need to play hours upon hours upon hours. Would you even want to? Well, I think, you know, being good at a game, at a specific game, is fleeting. And I think about, there's a few games that I've gotten quite good at. Battlefield 1 was one. Apex and the original Gears probably the top 3 somewhere in there. You don't have a job? Well, unfortunately, my job, if you want to call it that, is to stream to you fucking idiots. And gaming streams are not really, you know. Well, to be fair, there was that one Rust stream I did that was like 12 or 13 hours. That was actually a pretty decent day, all things considered. So I think if I played Rust 12 hours a day, I might actually have to make a go of it. But, you know, it's not really my thing, is it? Oh, he killed him, he killed him, he killed him. What? Where? No. Oh, I fucked it up, No. Where's my team? Big Scoops is down. Dude, I thought the other player. Oh, fuck that. Okay, that was a bit of a better run. We're getting there. Kind of fucked up there. Got confused. My old age. can't fucking see him. Come on. I love this little jump. Is there any movement stop around this little jump? Oh, look at that! That's cool. No! I wish there were female locusts. Well, there are female locusts, the berserkers. And in the lore, the female berserkers get pinned down and punched by the gang raped by the locusts to impregnate them. That's actually lore accurate. Look it up. Look it up. I'm not even joking. Oh, that was a bot, wasn't it? I think. Was that a bot? I mean, yeah, to be fair, that probably is Berserker Rampage for him. No, dude! Don't let them back Come on, man. Surely that guy should have been dead. Surely Magic Matt should have been dead there. I think I missed him twice. Well, I was killing players and not rapes. Oh. That was a bit of shit.
I need help.
Oh no! No! Ian Carroll is a 5+ hour cameo reaction to the AW vs CO debate. Who? Which one's that? Dude, honestly, it's insane. Everyone is talking about this fucking debate on the right. It's mental. No! Twitter has just been absolutely fucking, you know, insane. I can confirm there's Berserker rape porn on Google. See, I told you. What did I tell you? Come on, hold it down, hold it down, hold it down. Come on, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him! Oh, fuck! Also, look at the wiki, it'll tell you. Look at the Gears of War wiki Berserker. I'll tell you what I'm saying, straight facts. No! Fuck, dude! It was all moving too quick for me, no! No, I meant to roll, I meant to roll, I meant to roll, I meant to roll, I meant to fucking, I didn't mean to roll. I meant to slide. This game has been better though. Hey! That was good. That was a good angle. Hey, hey, that was good. That was good. That was good. Oh! Holy fuck, dude. Match point. No! Dude, I thought that was it. We've got to do another one. Come on, lads, get in there. What was that?
Do not falter. Conquest draws near.
What was that? Was that from the front? I keep thinking it's... Fucking right, bitch. Hey! That was good. That was better. That was better. Did I finally feel like I get into the swing of it? Okay, let's do a quick game of what's it called? Horde mode or whatever it is. And then I'll probably have to go, I think. Dude, honestly, my back is raked. Hey, we got Potter went positive. Hey, yes. Finally. Finally, I went positive. Yeah, I think I played one game of this and didn't know what the fuck was going on. I went HIV positive, guys. Yo, let's go. Okay, I've got no idea what I'm doing here. Did you see the Dean with his rape stuff? No. Oh, I know that his mate got accused. What happened with the Dean with his rape stuff? I saw a clip on Twitter or something. Is that right? Also, apparently Dark Viper was crashing out over... I need to look at that as well. He was crashing out over some sort of... You know... Speedrun and someone don't know. Hey! Yo! Sin Signal, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Oh, Dean is getting accused as... Dean is getting accused. Oh, Dean's getting accused? What? Holy smokes. I thought he was getting asked about his mate. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. That sounds fun.
Every square inch of this city is under locust control. Look alive.
Didn't he cut his mate off or something over it?
Cut the chatter. We're up.
How long is the segment?
All right,
is it a good
let's
meaty
get
segment?
to it.
Because the thing that annoys me is I think, oh, a big juicy segment. It's like 5 minutes. It was like a good hour or so. That's fucking quality. Dean Withers.
Supplies are running out. Much longer. Last chance.
Dean Withers, that gay, well not gay, but you know, it's like a...
Be advised, I have a high priority locust that needs to be neutralized. Marking the HVT's last known location for you. Supplies
Roger
are gone.
that.
Gotta be quicker on the draw, Gears.
What are we doing now? I'm just running around all over the place. closer. It wasn't that the guy from earlier. What is that they got there? What the fuck is that?
High value tango neutralized.
What player? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Oh no, I didn't get the right thing out. I didn't get my shotgun out there. What the fuck, dude? I got the pistol off rather than the shotgun, dude.
That's the send of a message. Take what you need before we bug out.
Yeah, I know. I played the. I did the We Are Warriors thing earlier.
Take that.
Where did it go? Oh. Now this is Horde mode. I gotta be honest, man. The Horde mode's okay, but I'm more of a versus guy, really.
Command just flagged some intel for retrieval, marking the last known location.
What was the mode where you can play as the Locust? One team played as the Locust and one played as the... Well, you just played as the Locust. What was it called? That was a fun game mode. You could be the little skittering bug. You could be the little centipede thing. Oh, what? They've changed this. Yeah, let's get some fucking... Let's pop some domes. Pop some domes, come on. Oh, no, not quite. Okay.
Intel secured.
Placing disruptor.
Oh. Fuck, what is that? What was that?
Anybody else see that?
Hey.
Sadly, you're right.
Yo! Whoa! Hey! What was that? Thank you! Zamato for the sub, thank you. What the fuck is that? Where's that coming from? Ammo.
Grab anything useful before we bounce.
Fuck yeah.
Also, what was going on with Gears 6? Because in Gears 5 there was that like what was it?
One shot, one
the
kill.
cliffhanger. Are they going to do Gears 6?
Damn it, the Locust just knocked out one of our rigs. Find the parts to fix it and clear them out.
Copy that.
Yeah, I think all of this effort, honestly, man, they're holding on to like Gears and Halo.
Gotta reload.
Is it time to just say goodbye? They're never going to, obviously.
I love that sound.
Making sure, just making sure.
Hell yeah!
Popping smoke!